Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Nle magwa kanene na. Okeya gboso we amamufua amirie. Uma dole ni yi yakin umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki eri mi lopolo ro amamufua amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede ai to kawo wa no pa ne ai to kawe emanirewo ai to kawe nigi ai to kawo ba ai to kawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o sa ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no awe na we no ko ko re do we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinje me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa no adari ho beni ya ye amamufua ma ye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda ma nu ya gwa amamufua ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe ero na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufua amiri e ni agun egbon ye ero na utana ode la otana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo ewo alauda ma ya kan mi se ma ya mama na we aduge na ni ma ota me do ni ro wa kebi ni si when I free we dey gare dagbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le wo e go gi ma e go no gbera e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria oba ato ipo ewo
ise o le wa otana ile paso kabari hunamure
iwe do lowo me wa bebe ne kai wa bidan yo ofun gbo sa gba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aniri emi na ya ka no we ndolo da oyi emi ya uwese wa ma no bohie we bohie emata wa no ri we no wa eba nu ye na jawe mata wa ma no gbugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se gona na ma fo amege alo de kan o twese webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladian ya wi twese osegeni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wa ni ya win na he wo se ti win na he wo tuore ha se ti win na he o ha no re aro ene eni bon na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba ni ga mo lo wi ma yi amamu family otenwe Ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kenakana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufua amieri ni o ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufu amamiri na ewi na ya ka amamufu amiri o ma no maru emiesi ege ka ni si wodawo we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi o ka be sunu dada gbo we omi obi ye oge vawo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni on ye gwe o ọmọ yi mu gwe o osagba de go dinu e inu ka sunu dagbe wa ko odigba no oge va de yana mi we ọmọ so ra re moto e kan na la moto e re gi moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do iwo ri ne be gere ya re park o mai ni ri se gere ha sa mo mi wo ri ni iwo no ke obuwe o gba oge ni una hai ne ino uwe mu fu ani so pon inu sabo aya ha we igure gbe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we we awe igi eri ila la di awupo pele go so ti we je ko ala moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan e han yan rugu moto ni ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe ina mo etuta ko gbere ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de bote enyi ha sa do wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it away your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we ya ne
only no do try power
you go in ati mu emu na money you your body I atamanwe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni ma ri gbera ke na che ogida junction boy ina wa to the moto awa opia ehwe ha ni ni yekeni ala wa di go ga o wi ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa soke iye ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọba ko ri hadi me ni be na
oh my god
be amamu
so ro bua
ayi ya mi imi ami e de ni na wa age kaka yi awo ri hata ni me ni me re anu ma na edia ama na wa hadi me re na ina we so hu do ni keke ma ri na ma mi abi oseja wo ni ma gba gbina yi na ọmọ paro lo mo agbona ri wa ọmọ pale ya si wa ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wẹ́ta ma gbọ́ yóò wá àìmọ́ àpọ̀jọ́ wá yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà ó gé bá rí ó yà dèwé àgọ́gọ́ yóò wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ní ìdè bùkẹ̀bùkẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni wàá dùn ara ẹ̀ ọ̀ sọ̀nà òbọ̀ mọ́ sàrìbọ̀ náà fi mà ya bò yẹn fi mà ya mú fúwa ìmàmẹ́kẹ́ náà mi nà mà wẹ̀ rí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ amúfúwa amámúfúwa gẹ́lẹ́ ní ẹ̀rí ọ̀wọ̀n náà ewé èmi èsì dàmá èmi èsì ní sùnú dàyà ina wa mamufa amere ni magwa na we ekina na wu anabi so bo no de ba ma re de ri yeke ka bo fi agbe mo oba to pe
ise eni wa ya wa da na mufa mamie amamufa amere o te na pastor kabari amamufa amere e we no e ba e ya re bible e ya ta ma amamufa amere e ma wo no e to re do ba ibota majena ibe do no pe o zemi na de sin o deni mi an lage untana amamu family ya gwe ibo ebugun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo amamu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan o carry oba wete Nigeria ya wa we election e bana te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani ọwọ́ esagie ọwọ́ ọmọ akọ́mọ ọ̀sẹ̀
Agani.
Yes.
Yegi amu de sagyan opa no to yoto nu da ye o ni e o ta. Ona mosi ona madara na mfua. Oma soa e o egbeyo agwa na aya mi Agani e bona iwa ligi. Na aya mi de otinye moto ni no dodo de reservoir na aba mi we magi obira ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na e ri o. Wege grenori agberi agbe amamufua amerie eri wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo yu ku yo e o e ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o kan be yu ke e webo amamufua amerie mami o mana wesi ni ona mi we mi no e ko no say e o sa do ya e nu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan e ba no kan me opopa na la tie e Jefta bebi no wan ka tai era na tie Gilead oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bie ijokun yo ga omodin le Jefta ne Gilead ya so ha bi omo so plan ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do biele omo ni le Jefta na bora ado de by Monday ni e bie yo wa Ori je ko mai pekere okpe ani ge Gilead ona do wu ori wu ijera na gbagbe iwe ti gbe ma dori hu ora me nda ma mu iwo yi yo hu wu seti yana gbe ma yana hwe no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana hwe fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo ti o mo dion so ko ma sini ona de ko ra zozo la wa gbo ori se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbe zobi so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o da wo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do e mani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni ori se we oko gare ro na do ba na ga tie no ka o ye na e pegere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara we be gwale ga de e so na wo he no le wa ya yin ye unda ni we otu agbe
Okay.
ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀rẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rojúpò ìdòrá yìí ni ẹ ní edu ọ̀ka ìwò ìyáfẹ́ ní ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ìwò ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé ń dẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ gbẹ̀nìyàn yà bù fún abẹ́gẹ́ ni yẹn ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bùdá o agbọ́nàdó máa yẹ ṣayọ òdùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ìra yẹ a máa mú fún àbí ẹrù dọ́wọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹgbẹ́ gbẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tún gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn yé náà wẹ̀sìn ẹgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ kí o sábò yẹn iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we e o re wo more o wese unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gwezo akedo gwezo e police station aya Abuja igo na ebo ni emuria nu de so wu no ma se ni alado bokhie kenagana igon waye zeye police station igoni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema size ma no wagaga na se ni ke ani na eberezo le gbe mi na o ke do ma doge so kun gbe e o egbeyo yikoyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi ogo na mi ewe owo ri o la ke na mojo rebo ogo mo mu no sunu na ni a ibi ebe mo boro
Owo ibuse na ni
ibi ebe mo gbe fi osisi na lo ya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya do de ma we wa lo de na la do si esi otie wa ni baba no bo wa ye egbuye o wa me go ibi e san re we bo wa ya do mure wa ba ri pe
wa be mewo
niwa amamufu ama anieri
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e ba ma kan se ayi ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi ri ma na do ba ana se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ile ma wa ibi kabetu ibi ekole ibi ofun egbe ibi ogba wa kuku wa ga igbina wa ga ikun dole wo ni yi
no da
ya bu wa ro
amamufu
amiri ke no so wegbe we die normal do we na fiane no fu gbegu ma ya ro do kan oba to
we see when I get ye we wala ihunu yo na ọwa redefi amamufua amiri eniwa edonopeo do wa he dahe matana esoro we orima watani eninya wa domu emire oge ne mata we tani we na mwemi we no
iso egbe
so pa we no ewu ma yan
la boy bo
one way by force
na mi ewu so be matana na owo wu na se adima enu ma ya amwe uda owe we ni udo mi ewe ito a ya we ere ebe oro inu ma yan ya se gbo inu ka pastor inu ka ba ya se gbo yan we ni ayisin na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi iye obi ewo odo asin ojo we ewo edo ni na sunu ese sisi lo te wo be
agbawa
we ni na obi ewo mo wa sunu mo do
wa yan mo
ma mo ni wa na do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi ewo na no nya ewo era ma bi era ewo ana bi we wa era won amupari ewo we ewo no kere
ya bere
we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe
awa
igogbe were ba
o to na bere la
awo kare mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibu hi oredo omiti so wo egbe we ni ngari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amu we ye ba ọ̀wárẹ̀ ìyàrí ọ̀wárẹ̀ òyìnbí yan olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ilé wọ́sọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ a máa mú fún àmì eríè nígbà ọmọ ìrìnà mú fún nígbà èmi sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ dó ní màálù ayàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí ńlá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ mi èrí ìrìnà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ iyekẹ́ ẹ̀mà nígbà ìmà tàníyàwó náà ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ wò but mama hawe eni na owo nu yesisi yeti ya mi onwai nu ye odeko de ya mi onwai nu zigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abe ulapa ya ze ni ya fe arimu uto mero ala oda ero na gbadu no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo lawo da ya mamufua amiri oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi uga ọwọ́n orúṣẹ́ ùsẹ́sọ́ ọgbàlẹ́rí ọ̀hàmẹ́gbẹ́ onáhìrà ẹnẹ ẹ̀rọ ìwọ̀rí ẹ̀rẹ̀ nìtó wà lọ́wọ́ tó mú fà ọmọ ẹ̀dẹ̀ mú fà yìí ọwọ́n olówó ẹ̀há ugbèrà ìwé ni ìyọ̀bọ̀nú ẹgbẹ́nà tábà ọ̀tọ̀ ibùsùgbé omi ẹwẹ́ ìwé skul náà rí ẹ̀nẹ̀ mọ́ ọ̀hárì náà ní ọ̀hárì náà dùn hà ní ẹ̀nọ́mákó ẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ amámúfà amiri edolopo ibude mayu no wawe na lao na arubo negbe na emi maya wige na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued. The initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Malawe ma ari ore sama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken ni sama e ma adi o wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to na ba no ge to ni maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma adi awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question on me afa
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Nwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Good morning, Nigerians. Of course, good morning to viewers on independent television, and welcome to a fresh episode of TMI. And we'll say happy Eid al-Maulud to our Muslim brothers and sisters and this auspicious occasion of the birthday of Prophet Muhammad as they mark it in commemoration of that. Well, my name is Philip Omo-Gyukbo, and of course, as you know, I've got a co-anchor with me who will also be adding his voice to the issues, the nitty-gritty, the flip-flops that we usually have in the polity. Well, good morning. Good to have you join me, Lawrence Osifo.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning to our viewers, and good morning to our Muslim brothers and sisters as we celebrate Eid al-Kabir or Eid al-Maulud.
All right, thank you. So quickly, let's say good morning to you, Mr. Lina Onkwo, who's always looking bright and screen savvy from our Lagos studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Lawrence. And trust you guys are doing good this beautiful morning.
Yes, at least we hope to still continue to breathe despite the challenges we're facing. They say every day comes with his headache,
of course,
with his wahala. And they usually say, like the other says, that if the hunters say they will shoot without missing, the birds will decide to fly without patching.
That is how it is. It is what it is.
The big one that hits the head is the challenges facing, the increased allocation as a result of the fuel subsidy that was done in 2023. Looking at what that was done, at the advent of the president's, assuming office. A lot has been said critically as regards the huge amount of money allocated, humongous, that's the word. I was looking for that, humongous, allocated to the subnational governments. Reports have it by the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee that within a 3-year period, the 3 tiers of government from 2023 to 2025 has shared a whooping sum of 47 trillion naira. Well, we know the federal government has got a chunk, but again, the increased allocation, like what FAC also revealed, that in 2017, there was about 5.6%, at 2017, and it rose to 21.9% at 2023, which shows a sharp increase. What these monies, the monies that have been given to the subnational government, because the governments are under pressure. We look at challenges facing our state governments, looking at the infrastructures, poor drainages, and of course it's difficult to even link states looking at the poor road infrastructures. This again is raising concerns, and FAC has given us much revelation to talk about it.
Yeah, the fact that I anchor a business segment on this platform, I have various information concerning what FAC shares every month. Just last week, they've shared the one for last month because they shared the previous month in the new month. That is their method of sharing. Now, what they shared last month, they shared this month of August. According to the statement from FAC, is the highest ever in the history of Nigeria, like you said, since 2017 to date. 3.007 trillion naira. They've never shared such amount. The highest they share is 2.something trillion, but the one for July, last month, that was shared in this August, was 3.007 trillion naira. So it shows that there's a lot of money.
Yes.
You can agree with me.
Oh yeah.
Everybody can agree. Even the president.
And even the governors can agree to that. They are not complaining.
They are not complaining anymore.
Everybody is quiet. All the governors are quiet.
Thank you. They are buying big cars and their convoys. Those that say their salary is 503,000, that a permanent secretary earns more than them in their state. Our dear governor, Sheriff Oborivori of Delta State, you are earning 503,000. You want to go for re-election? Well, your salary is 503,000. You want to go for re-election? No. So these are the real issues. These are the issues we're talking about.
Issues. Big issues. Well, nobody says that the governors shouldn't breathe. But again, give to they say give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Well, give to the God.
What belongs to the poor?
Okay, but again, I want to add this: give to the people of the state what belongs to them.
Of course.
We are here again in 2017, where the president and of course other candidates vying for positions will be telling us, vote for me, vote for me. I will build bridges where there are no rivers,
where there are no roads.
Yeah, where there are no roads. I'll bring vehicles where there are no roads. Now we are looking at what should be done strategically to take away bad leaders and of course place round pegs in round holes and square pegs in square holes.
But that's not the story of Nigeria.
All right.
It's a square peg in round holes and round holes.
The otherwise is the case. All right, quickly, let's join Emeka Iyanacho of Abuja studio. Good morning and welcome. While we wait for a breather on that, let's look at your records or whatever, your ventilation on this, your expression on this from our Lagos studio, Messalina.
Of the removal of fuel subsidy. We saw what Atiku came out to say, Atiku Abubakar came out to say. He said if he's been elected that he would bring back, fuel subsidy. And some persons were like, oh, these are all political, talks, saying all those things because, election is close and all of that. And you also made mention of how, we can take out the bad leaders and bring in the new ones. And you don't forget that sometimes most of these people are actually good or act good, before entering the seats, and when they're there, they changed and all of that. And what we Nigerians we're asking for, we're not asking for too much. There are a lot of persons, a lot of other citizens of other countries come to Nigeria, and the only thing that comes to their head, or when they're coming to Nigeria, or you see them on social media, is, oh, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. Is always very difficult. It's just maybe few of them that say good of the country. They already have this thing in their head about, Nigerians, leaders being corrupt and being that. And how do we change this narrative is one, questions a lot of persons has been asking. That is why I would tell our viewers, tell the citizens of Nigerians, to come out and vote for the forthcoming 2027 election. Come out, vote, check the right person. You've been seeing what has been happening in the country. So if anybody to vote point or self-vote, you should check yourself. Today we are looking at 2027 election, where the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project has asked the INEC, National Electoral Commission, to disclose and publish the limit on political donations and campaigns contributions ahead of 2027 general election. They gave them a deadline of 7 days. This was set 22nd of August, and it told them within 7 days they need this information, and warning them that they're going to take legal actions if they don't get this information. They just want INEC to tell them what funds comes in, how the funds comes in, how it's being spent, and accountability. So from Lagos today, we are looking at 2027 election as a whole.
Thank you very much, Messalina. A big one, because what we're talking about concerning the allocations being shared around the subnational governments, the 3 tiers of government gulping 47 trillion naira in just a space of 3 years is a big one that the electorate will have to use as a litmus test to see who the cap fits in 2017. Well, most especially, some of our governors will tell us that well, we are in the raining season, so we should
I overheard our governor say that this morning.
We should wait for the raining season to pass away.
The story remains the same.
But again, the big question is, if we prioritize our roads before the wet season,
we will not be waiting for rain. Exactly, that is what we're talking about.
And if you look at the challenges facing the Benin-Agbo road, it's quite a detailed challenge. I wouldn't want to go there. I was on that road for over 5-6 hours.
I went to
and
Port
even
Harcourt.
some even slept over for about 3 days.
I visited Port Harcourt sometime last weekend. Before Tuesday we came here. I went to Port Harcourt on Saturday. I came back on Monday. Port Harcourt used to be a trip of 4 hours.
Okay.
I spent 8 hours on the road. There was no road from Saple to Warri. We had to take through Abraka Road to follow one village.
Okay.
It was like a road path before we came out at Agbaro to enter Warri to Ugeli. You know, we started looking for our way. So these are the issues. There are no roads
that makes
anywhere.
you a jungle man. How did you do that?
Oh, we have to find out.
There's a cartoon. I remember there's a cartoon. What's the name of that cartoon again? You know, that jumps from Tanzania.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking
Let's quickly
about.
pause you there and let's get to Emeka Iheanacho. I understand that the network has turned you back to our presence. Good morning, Emeka.
Interesting. It's a very a challenging time, but we just have to cope with the developments as they unfold. Welcome to the Abuja Network Center. Unfortunately, we had a little network glitch, but we're back now. We'll be looking at the INEC and this proposed mock accreditation exercise, which is telling Nigerians they are going to, carry out in November. That is what we are all waiting for. We are wondering how funds for this exercise will, come, and then the number of, is going to really make them deploy a lot of ad hoc staff, and then the materials they're going to use for the process. Those are things that we're going to be looking at from this end. Nigerian politics is actually taking another dimension this time around with all the politicians, asking themselves questions. If you say you're going to do it this way, what is your plan towards that? And then they are discrediting themselves instead of telling Nigerians what they actually want to do for them. It's really an interesting period in Nigerian politics. And
Yes, Emeka.
We can't wait.
Yes, Emeka. Most especially when we're having a challenge where 47 trillion naira being shared among the 3 tiers as revealed by Federal Accounts Allocation Committee. In the space of 3 years from 2023 to 2025, these monies have been shared. And there's been this follow-up conversation over the petrol subsidy removal and the increased allocation on the state governors and the pressure on the governors to give account of the increased allocation that they got. How did they spend it? We have deteriorating poor infrastructures, along the road networks, and of course, even in domicile in the states. Decayed infrastructures, decadence in every road that we see on the states. What are your thoughts in all of this?
I mean, the onus is on these governors to show Nigerians what they are doing with the massive funds being allocated to them. It's quite disheartening that at this point in time, Nigerians are still going through this hard and very difficult time in terms of not seeing the infrastructure put in place by these state governments who appear to be the greatest beneficiaries of this subsidy removal. Unfortunately, Nigerians are not seeing what they are doing, especially in the aspect of infrastructure development. You guys have been talking about the road in between Benin and then neighboring states. It's been quite sad that people will be on the roads for several hours trying to get to their destinations. Some do not even have extra funds, perhaps to feed themselves if such time is, being spent on the road, and then it's really, really not acceptable at this point in time. That's why we are calling on Nigerians. I hear Marcelina talking about Nigerians showing up on election day and making their, voices count through their votes. But, there's this big problem that we have about Nigerians and turning out for elections. People say that the elections, their votes don't count. That's very, I don't understand how we're going to describe it, but I think Nigerians should, it's a time for them to step out and vote. Vote, first of all, because if you don't vote, those unscrupulous politicians will take advantage of the fact that you did not vote, and they will take up their vote and put it for themselves. They all know how to manipulate the system. But I just hope that with INEC's mock accreditation exercise, they'll be able to checkmate some of these excesses by the political class. Let's just hope for the better for Nigeria and be optimistic that things will eventually get better.
Yeah, Nigerians are really not going to joke with this hope thing again.
Exactly.
We want to put our feet on the ground to make sure that we tell our governors to give account. Now, I don't know, but I appreciate the efforts of the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo. You know, he's doing a lot, and he even made promises. That
you are not a spokesman for the state governor.
I'm going somewhere. He made promises that, you know, after this wet season is past, there's going to be much
it's always
to be done
it's
in
the
this
same
season. But I don't know.
Of...
Yes, but before they say that, I don't know if the government functionaries in the Edo State government can just take a drive. Let them not fly. Let them take a drive, because I did that as a way of trying to survey how the roads are like. Hold. I moved for about 2 days.
Okay.
I moved through that part, and I spent about a night.
Okay.
On that
road.
Track. Now, and again, when I was now moving towards, you know, Delta State isn't really funny.
Exactly. It is the Edo
When I got to the Onitsha Bridge,
yes,
I crossed Onitsha Bridge. Anambra was beautiful.
Of course, Anambra is always
beautiful.
My mother state anyway. That's the state where my mother is from.
Yes.
It's always beautiful.
Yes, we have some little potholes in Anambra, but after you just pass through those little potholes, Anambra is
it's sweet. It's amazing.
Tell me what happens when I go to Enugu.
Okay.
Enugu is like London.
Oh, Enugu is a beautiful city.
Nylon ties. You can hardly get a pothole.
No pothole anywhere. Yeah, you won't.
Now, this is the governor, I think Peter Mba.
Peter Mba. He comes from PDP to
yes.
APC.
So I think there should be a tour by our government functionaries
to other states.
To go through the state roads.
Now, let me tell you.
If they go through the state roads, by the time you are coming back from Enugu down to Edo State, you will cry when you hit Edo State.
I schooled... I attended 3 different secondary schools in this city called Benin. My late dad worked with Benin on Winner River Basin at Saple Road, that federal institution. We were staying there. That community is my community. As a student in secondary school, we have a staff bus that brings us to school inside the city and takes us back to the estate when we close. Now, should I shock you as a den? When I say den is not 1970, it's not. I'm talking about around 2008, 2005. When we leave Obanyato community to school, it takes us 10 minutes. The bus leaves 7 o'clock. By 7:10, we are in school. For you to know how Saple Road was.
Oh, you mean it was even better then?
I am telling you, I said 10 minutes. Okay. Philip, 10 minutes from the estate of Owina River Basin to my school. 10 minutes. Okay. That's the drive. Right. Now, when I told you I went to Port Harcourt last week, I wept. This is from the bypass to Ologbo. Before you now enter to Delta. From Delta, you start looking for road before you get to, you cannot even get to Warri. So what are we not saying? There's some people have been trapped at Benin, what is it called? Benin Agbo Road, going towards the...
I spent a night there.
Exactly. The only road we can say is good is a federal road is from Benin to Lagos. Okay. To an extent.
Well, this is a call to action. So what basically, the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee has really opened our eyes. But again, my eyes have been opened all
the president said they should stop building flyover. The president said that governors should stop building flyover. They should use the money for the reissues. What are the reissues? Tar the road, construct the road, leave flyover.
They say what is good for the goose is
what is good is flyover good.
The president, again, if you look at the work on the federal government roads, again, they are very, very poor infrastructure.
Some of these roads are concession.
And again, if you look at the coastal roads being built from Lagos to Sokoto,
can we not talk about the coastal roads?
I don't want to all of these humongous money debt into building roads where there are no roads.
Even our distinguished senator recently called out the Minister of Works that what did they do to the federal ministry? There's no road from Benin to Warri, there's to Delta. There's no road from Benin Edo to the east. There's no road from Edo to the north. When have you traveled towards going to Abuja?
That's what we're saying. The interstate roads are in poor, deteriorating states. And in as much as the president is saying that the governor should stop building whatever
flyovers.
Yes,
let's say what the president said.
The president also has his own blame.
Of course, the president has his own blame.
The federal government isn't also all the way.
They are not saying
the inflation rate and things that are happening. And again, next year, 2017, the election year, will could be experiencing a total removal of subsidy from electricity.
He is the chairman of the presidential committee.
What a year to give us such a surprise. Well, the president is always giving us surprises. Truth
is, I will always tell Nigerians, we can never have a better day ahead. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm not a prophet of doom. Nigeria can never have better days ahead. It's always worse days ahead. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's tell ourselves the truth.
Well, thank you. We would like you to add your contributions from Abuja studio, Emeka Yanacho, in a minute.
I have to say is this. When we talk about provision of this infrastructure, I've heard Philip talk about, sorry, not Philip, but Lawrence talk about the quality of the road while he was growing up from his home to his school then, how it has actually deteriorated at this point in time. This is the area we need to also take a look at. How, I mean, the standard of such infrastructure being put in place by these politicians who claim to be doing things for the masses. They tend to provide something that would not last because they want to divert funds, meant for, solid works to be done. They divert the funds and end up giving Nigerians, low quality infrastructure that in less than 2-3 years, you find out that rains and then sunshine wipe off all those roads that you see in the first few days of construction look
All
good.
right.
It's quite unfortunate about what we are getting from our political class.
Quite unfortunate. I don't know if you want to give some additions on that in a minute. Messalina.
Yeah, sure. I was in Benin during the course of the weekend, and I mentioned yesterday the road that I saw is really bad, trust me. And most times, we shouldn't blame just the state government, the federal government. The citizens are also a problem, blocking drainages and all of that. I saw a video where some persons, were destroying this infrastructure. The government has done some for us, so it's left for we, the citizens, to do our part. I also saw, during a few weeks ago, we saw where guards were deployed to the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road because some people, some hoodlums were there seen destroying this infrastructure. So most times I feel we shouldn't blame just the government or the state or the federal government. We as citizens, we as Nigerians, we should do our own part. We should do the right thing, not coming out destroying this infrastructure, blocking drainages. It will also affect the roads. So I mean, the government, just the Minister of Works, the state government, the federal government, they have a lot to do in terms of infrastructure.
Thank you. Well, we have the exclusive, the residual, and the concurrent list. We pray, the 3 tiers of government, please. Philip, help us. Philip, we pray.
Philip, can we stop prayers in this country and be serious?
No. We just have to pray.
No.
We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Some basic things you shouldn't pray for.
All right. We'll do that after this short break. Okay. We'll take a short break, and after which we're looking at the pages of the newspaper this day. All right, quick dive on the pages of the newspaper. We're starting with the Daily Trust. And on the Daily Trust, we have there's a size on the top cover page. 30 killed in attacks on 4 Niger mosques. And Governor Buni Tinubu's advisor donate 600 million naira for Jibwe's varsity. And on 2027, it says, meet the women seeking presidency, where they say what men can do, women can even do better. Well, who told you you can't lead as the president? Well, this is a call to action for women to take a dive on that.
We hope so. Let's see if we're going to have Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in Nigeria.
Exactly.
If that's going to happen.
Oh, well, like the Okonjo-Iweala, for instance.
That woman is exceptionally qualified. The woman is I watched her this Delta forum they did recently.
All right.
Oh my God, that woman is exceptionally
We'll talk about it later. Quickly, let's go back to the Daily Trust, and it says why Tinubu pulled back campaign cancel list, and you have that. The president has a lot to talk about. As you can see, his face shows how he wants to really express many things before 2027. All right, this says police honor 10 officers killed by bandits and missing cyclists found dead in uncompleted building. Case over status of Made in Nigeria projects in courts. And of course, a lot there on the Daily Trust. All you just need to do is to get to the closest vendor, and then you internalize all of this.
All right, from Daily Trust, let's see what other of the papers is saying. Which one do we have next here? The Tribune, Nigerian Tribune is leading. NNPC, Shell, others sign Bonga West Aparo deal, target FID. That's on page 6 on the Nigerian Tribune. On page 16, police honor 10 fallen officers as IGP vows to crush banditry. Others after Kebbi battle. Still on page 16, 2027, INEC yet to get full funding, 5 months to general election. INEC yet to get full funding, 5 months to general election. Let me clear my throat. Leading on the Nigerian Tribune, fuel subsidy sparks debate at MBA conference in Rivers. Yeah, the Nigerian Bar Association, my association actually, they're having a conference in Rivers, and I've been seeing the back and forth going on in Rivers and all of that. But it's all good. Fuel subsidy sparked debate at MBA conference in Rivers. Shawari, Amechi, Obi in fiery exchange. Return to fuel subsidy will reverse Nigeria's economic gains. Who is saying that? Information Minister. Return to fuel subsidy will reverse Nigeria's economic gains. I don't know what we've gained so far from this removal.
Well, a lot is said there. Okay. There's no progressive that would even give an attention to fuel subsidy. Okay, I wouldn't do that. I'm not an advocate for that. But again, whatever is given, should be used for the betterment.
He that much is given, they say much is expected.
Yes, if you look at the scope that they got from the petrol subsidy removal, now again questions have been asked. What are they using those allocations for?
The idea of government is the people, right? The people are not benefiting from the removal. Please bring it back. Let's benefit from what we're benefiting from. What are our benefits?
The direction to go is to give them an agenda.
What is the agenda?
Give them an ultimatum.
Have you given your government
a deadline at which, if they refuse to do, 2017, we'll remove them.
2027. Have you given your government agenda that they followed? 2017. Let's go back to
2027. We'll remove them. So that is the way to go.
Can you remove
It's not the aspect of bringing it back. If you bring it back, we're not going to get any result.
Philip, you're talking as if you're not a Nigerian. Sometimes when you talk, I look at you, I give you the same look.
It pains me. I lost my Mercedes car when he said fuel subsidy.
I'm aware.
Yeah, it pains me.
Your AMG.
But again, yeah, my AMG. But it pains me. But in as much as we're saying this, we need to get the right course in governance. Fuel subsidy isn't trendy
Let
anymore.
me also tell you
Nowhere in the world is fuel subsidy
Let me
trendy.
also tell you that the trip I went last week, I started going to Port Harcourt at a very young age. For how much? 2,500 from Benin to Port Harcourt. Benin City to Port Harcourt City, 2005. Ask me how much I went last week. I will tell you. Because they removed your subsidy.
All right.
Okay, we'll go back to the papers where it's also leading with on page 26. 2 killed as NROTW Moto Park officials clash in Osun State. And also on page 28, JAMB automates candidates O-level results upload, begin direct verification with exam bodies. And finally, Tinubu flags off dualization of 56.5 kilometer Ibadan Ijebu Ode Road. All right, that is that on the Nigerian Tribune. Philip, let's see what's happening on the New Telegraph newspaper.
Okay, a quick one on the New Telegraph. We'll take just a couple of headlines there. And it says, why APC NWC members lost out in presidential campaign council appointments.
Our governor
and of
lost
course,
out.
A big one there.
Our dear governor, the first son of the president, lost out.
All right, this says, well, a lot we can talk about in that. But again, let's look at how we can do the needful. That's the much we can take on the pages of the newspaper.
So grab a copy.
Yeah, so quickly we're going to be taking a short break, and after which we will be having on set with us the former commissioner and pioneer on public safety and security in Edo State. She served under the administration of the former governor Nagase Obaseki, in his administration. And again, we are looking at the aspect of security, and of course how the funding is like and how to bring public trust into governance this day. Well, good to have you join us, and this is a very, very sensitive topic as we look at security, accountability, and public trust, Edo under focus. And of course, joining us to discuss this, we have the former and pioneer commissioner for public security and safety, Edo State, who has foreign training and of course had a lot of experience in terms of tackling insecurity and of course bringing property and safety in our polity. And of course she is Omololu Ojehomo. Big thanks for coming, Omololu Ojehomo.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you.
All right. Having served as the former and pioneer commissioner for public security and safety in Edo State, I will always want to take our minds back to when you served under the Obaseki's administration. We'll look at funding of security architecture, and of course looking at how the funding was like and how it enhanced public safety. What has changed between your time then as the commissioner and now in terms of funding in tackling insecurity in the state?
First of all, I have to say that we have to be kind. It's not about comparisons, it's about continuation of governance. No government is expected to finish everything in 8 years.
Absolutely.
It doesn't work.
Yes.
So it's building a foundation and the next governor coming in to build on that. During Obaseki's time, everybody talks about the security vote. I don't know how much comes into Edo State. Probably if you Google it, will
800 million.
Okay. Now, if you notice that the Edo State government during Governor Obaseki's time supported the police, Nigerian police force, immensely in making sure that they had mobilization and they were able to function properly here in Edo State. We also had the Edo State Security Network then, which is now called the Edo State Security Corps under Governor Okpebolo. This structure was started under him. And this was to bring vigilantes working with the Nigerian police force, because all of us know that the Nigerian police force is under-manpowered.
Absolutely.
They need support. And so these vigilantes acted as a support crew towards them.
We're starting under him, but we're not funded. We're not paid.
They were not paid because it just started. When it started, it was ordinary citizens that actually got it together.
But wasn't that more like volunteering?
No,
to start something and then you're not paying.
No,
of course, even as a governor, he receives allocation salaries. Yeah, he receives salaries. So, what's the point? You're keeping issues of security in the hands of some persons, and then you are saying that they are not going to be paid. What is the sense out of that? Because we've had this challenge.
This is, see, again, you have misled the public by your statements, and I will say this calmly, because he did not start it. It was private individuals who started the Edo State Security Network, the vigilante groups. These were people who belonged to
people in their streets.
Yes, in their and belonged to certain associations in Nigeria. And this started after the NSAS. Remember the NSAS?
Yeah, it was 2020.
And then they attacked the police station. The police abandoned the stations. We had no security. And then a group of people got together to start this. So this was noble. At that time, they had one person working in Government House who also supported them, had nothing to do with government and had nothing to do with Governor Godwin Obaseki. So it was a good idea. Some people saw it as a structure to use for intimidation and stuff like that. That always comes up.
Always.
But again, Obaseki put it under the Ministry of Public Security and Safety to give it structure.
Okay, but if you look at that time when he was the governor, we had challenges surrounding the state, most especially as regards to court violence and killings. We can say that at least we can breathe some fresh air under this current administration. What do you see as the responsibility or his failure to act in that state to make sure that he was able to curb the aspect of court killings? and violence.
Well,
would you say he failed in that?
No, I wouldn't say he failed in it.
Okay, how will you score him when it comes to that, the aspect of violence and killings?
What you want is a black and white space, but there are gray areas.
Okay.
And the point is that, yes, as the governor, he's going to take either credit or he's going to be discredited for anything that happens in the state, whether it's his fault or not.
Because he's the chief security of the state.
We're not going to make him look bad to make someone else look good, because everybody is doing well. I've always said that Governor Okpebholo is doing well. We'll get to that. But what I will also tell you about Obaseki is that with the security votes, he did have a security council. Okay. He did not function alone. He functioned both with the Nigerian Police Force and the armed forces, and also with some groups, other non-state actors that also functioned within the state. Now that structure being brought under the ministry was built. We had over 2,000-3,000 people that were trained in Ogeda Police Training Center.
Of course, yes.
And all that. Okay, my ministry biometrics every single person in the communities that were part of this vigilante. We did not have one group policing everybody. What we had were people from those communities who helped us, including the Fulani, including the Ijaws, who live, our water people. They were part of this structure, and that was what brought down insecurity, because everybody had a part. You can't go can you go into the creek to find anybody?
Because you don't know the terrain of the creek.
You cannot go into the forest to find anybody. You cannot. You need people from all. There are good people in every community.
Of course, there are good people, bad, ugly. True.
So we cannot just, stereotype a group of people and say they are all bad or they are all good.
Okay.
Now, what Okpebholo has done when he came is that he has now continued with it, though the name changed for whatever reason. He had his mishaps, especially with the barbaric event where the people were brought down from the trailers and,
when
killed.
They were coming from the north,
there's nobody who gave them
north.
the permission to do that.
Absolutely.
All of us saw it was jungle justice. There was no law to it. He immediately acted on that. He moved to make sure that he pacified the north, because he didn't want a full-fledged war, which would have happened. And then he went ahead to invoke the law. And now invoking the law means that everybody's in state action. He brought back people who were already there, that had been working to make sure that these things don't happen. Okay, for cult activities, during my time there, it was dialogue, it was conversations. We did not use violence. There was no cult activity during that time.
Oh, and you can in the time of Obaseki?
Yes.
When there was no cult activity?
Hold on.
But we have cult violence, we have cult killings.
After, let me tell you what happened. Towards the end of his administration, and I know exactly where that came from. And I know it was triggered for political reasons. And again, there was nobody to checkmate it. The ministry there was a lapse in the ministry, and whoever they brought in there had no experience,
no idea of
what he was going to do and how to move. He was more interested in how he looked and who he was controlling and what power he had. Now, nobody has control over individual reactions or whatever they do, but this is my concern. Now, if Governor Okpebholo has come in, he cannot have a Ministry of Public Security and Safety, and it's not functioning. You cannot have somebody who has no idea of what they are doing there or what this ministry is supposed to do, because security is supposed to be number one. The security and safety of all Edo people and their property is the number one
it's the sole responsibility of government.
So what you're saying is that what we have there right now is like putting a round peg in a square hole. It doesn't fit it.
It does not fit.
Okay. Could you say that could be one of the challenges we are facing at present?
It is one of the challenges.
We can take our minds back to some reports, concerns over illegal vigilante groups, and of course we take our minds to the documentation even in 2025, even where the governor also cited it, in the Uromi killings and all that. So, would you say the governor seems not to carry the right persons along in terms of tackling this aspect of bringing public safety to the state, and of course again looking at the aspect of tackling the, in quotes, illegal vigilante groups that may also be causing the problems we are facing in terms of insecurity and kidnapping?
Absolutely. And the point is that there's what you call political pressures that come into play, whether we like it or not, because he did come into government under a platform, and that platform activates and always insist on certain things happening, regardless of what the governor may feel or think. And sometimes it is difficult, and sometimes if he can take a stand, then he has to be sure of what he's doing, because either he will not come back to office, or they would, they will find a way to sideline
something around him.
So he has to be very careful of what he's doing while he's still doing the necessary things. But I found out that he's sending 15 million to every single local government every month. To pay the salaries of 300 vigilante personnel that exist in those local governments. Now, most of them are active.
He's paying that
since January.
Local government.
Local government.
This is supposed to be under local government funds, and
well, we will get to that. Okay. But you say, what does he do with the security vote? It is the governor who gets the security vote, not the local government.
No.
The local government
it goes
is
to the chief
autonomous.
executive.
They also receive.
Okay, you're talking about the disbursement from the security vote.
Yes. So so every month he says 15 million to each local government in Edo State to pay the salaries or the stipends of the vigilante that exists within the local government. And I say for 300 people is what they have. Now, going through a lot of information, we found out that one local government has decided that they're not going to pay. They paid for 3 months. It happened to be my local government.
Can we get the local government?
My local government.
What's the name?
Owan
West.
Yes.
Okay. Where the embattled speaker is from. Okay.
No,
we want to talk about that.
No, wait. So the person, the local government chairman paid for 3 months.
Okay, and
has paid nothing. And even then, she didn't pay the 300 personnel. She only paid 246
Can you imagine?
And this is where the outcry has come up.
And nothing was done about it.
Nothing was done
Nobody knows. But you see, next week, a new council chairman is going to take over from this individual, and he is going to be held responsible for what the
other person did not do.
So he's going to be struggling with this. Yeah. So we need her to be held accountable.
So that was exactly what I wanted to say.
This is what we're talking about,
accountability.
And because they believe that nothing will happen, these people have no voice. They're not going to talk about it. They are afraid for what is going to happen to them. They are very blatant and about doing these things, taking the money. So I have men and women out there who are supposed to be providing security in my local government that have no way of supporting themselves and their families. And like I told you, an 8 hours is no longer
8 hour paying job.
No, it is a job.
Yeah.
It is no longer
a
volunteer
service. It's not sustainable. Yeah.
And if you are doing this 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, it is a full-time job.
Absolutely.
And I was, to my surprise, because at the point we had the discussion last week, I was not aware of about the security vote and the disbursement from the governor every month to the individuals. And I know that a lot of things are being taken care of, and this makes me happy. So I will do more investigations to find out, okay, so this is what's going on, who is actually being paid and who is not being paid. But what I'm telling you right now is that only 3 months in one local government, and so since April, from April till now,
August,
nothing. How are these people expected to survive?
Those with families.
No, wait, then when you say that kidnappings and robberies are happening along the Ifon Road or happening along the Auchi Road and all, what do you think is going on? They don't have any money to feed. So like I told you, if these young bloods are not engaged properly, and if they are engaged and they're not being paid, how do we expect them to survive?
Okay. Let's now look at probably those that has been engaged initially, and after a while something happened. I don't want to use the word they lose their job. They are no longer engaged. Could it also be a threat, basically, to what we are saying in terms of the insecurities and the ills in the society?
Okay, so the point is that why is the person decides that they no longer want to be part of the ESSC because they don't feel that it helps them in any way. They are not being paid and they need to make money to feed their families. So they decide to go do something else, some other job, maybe use their skill or their education, or somebody has offered them a job. Why not? Okay. And why would that be a threat to security? Now the only time, and let me tell you the truth, once they are there, they don't want to go. They want to help, to make sure that their communities are safe. But the point still remains that when you have people frustrating others, and even when provision is made for them, that provision is not given, then this is where we have issues. So again, Nobody knows this, and the governor is sitting there. He knows he's sending this money, but he doesn't know what's going on
with the money.
And so somebody is going to go on and is going to stay. Oh, you know what? The governor did not use the security votes properly. Then it becomes a political campaign. And you see, we need to be real. We need to look at government as a human that needs to progress. We need to continue with this. You understand? Government is continuous. Okay. Security in Obaseki's time started in some form, and it has been improved in Okpebholo's time. Okay. And when Okpebholo has run his term, the next governor is expected to
follow suit.
Yes,
and
to
increase
also
on the
build
momentum
on this to make sure that security works.
Okay, what do you see the Senator Modu Okpebholo's administration not doing as regards building on what the former governor started? What do you see as him not doing?
I don't see that he's not doing anything. Okay, so like I told you the other day.
But you spoke about politicization of security issues, for instance, like the office where you have to focus on tackling, insecurity in the state. Being politicized could also generate some challenges in the state as regards tackling security.
It does, because the point still remains that the commissioner is the one who is connected to the local government. He is the person in the political terrain that is connected to the local governments that deal with the vigilantes, and they are the ones who can provide the intel that the Nigerian police force or the armed forces can use to abate crime in the state.
And also fishing out illegal vigilante groups.
Yes. And once it's established, because we did not get to that point before Obaseki's government ended, but we wanted to, there were specific types of IDs, they were special. And the point is that if they had the ID, because they were biometrics and all their information was in it, once the police engaged them on the road and they were able to produce their ID, once they scanned it, it was supposed to provide information and verify that this person was a vigilante. Okay. But you see, we have those cards that anybody can
just get it
to a copy cyber machine and make an ID and laminate it and then go around and claim that we had issues where people were sewing the uniforms themselves and claiming to be vigilantes, whereas they were not, and they were using these uniforms to commit crime. So the point is that it's not that the structure itself does not work. Criminals also find new ways of evading. We've also had these same criminals wear soldier uniforms, police uniforms, and other uniforms to commit crime until they engage their own personnel on the road, and then they find out that these are not they are not part of the armed forces, and they drag them, take them to jail, and they are dealt with according to the law. So we have criminals every day. Scammers are coming up with new ways as we continue to abate the cyber crimes. They come up with new ways again to cheat or to collect people's money. Crime doesn't stop just because people are working to abate it. That's true. In fact, what they do once we found out and we have abated a particular,
they look for
another way to get it.
to come in.
That is why the security always have jobs.
Okay. Thank you. In case you're just watching, we are looking at security, accountability, public safety, and of course, how the public can trust the government. And we've been speaking with the former commissioner, of course, pioneer on security and public safety, Omololu Ojehomo. Big thanks for sustaining your presence here.
Thank you.
We will be probing into the aspect of trust in governance and, of course, how the citizenry can trust the government in tackling insecurity in the state. We'll do this after this short break. Do stay. Yeah, still joining me is the former commissioner, pioneer of public safety and security, and served under the administration of the then Governor Obaseki, Omololu Ojehomo. Thank you for still being here. Now, let's look at one decision you took when you were commissioner that, with hindsight, you would like to do differently.
Well, it was making the choice not to return back as commissioner.
Wow.
Yes, because I realized that there was a lot of I assumed that it would run smoothly and someone else would be able to take over and do a better job with it. But apparently that did not happen. And I still have a lot of the network that are connected to me that keep calling me because they felt I did a disservice to them by leaving too early. Okay. That's the only regret I have.
Okay, let's look at how the citizenry can trust the government. Because we heard about issues surrounding even the petrol subsidy removal, and of course, humongous amount, increasing allocations in the state. What do you see as what the governor can do to make the people trust him in terms of using public funds to tackle insecurity and bringing about public safety?
Wow.
Like placing round pegs in round holes.
Well, the point is that a lot has to be discussed, and I think that the governor should be given a little bit of laxity to do the needful. You know, I think that he's been disregarded a lot, and I think that a lot of the problems he's suffering from is from within his own party.
Okay.
And I would hope that they would allow him to do his job without a lot of these challenges.
Because at present we have politicization of issues of security.
And all of the misconceptions and the mismanagement of his profile on social media has also come from his own party. They are the ones putting out this information. It's a disservice to them because it not only makes the governor look bad, it also makes the party look bad. But you understand what I'm saying? So now what people are doing is they're looking at the individual.
Okay.
Now, but again, understand this, that as he does his work, and silently doing it, and when people go about and show it, they start to criticize without actually weighing what progress this brings into Edo State. I've seen a lot of it.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that he's doing very well. And no matter what his party is saying, I think that the grassroots, the people on ground who are actually enjoying these privileges and these changes he's brought into his governance are going to support him.
Okay, so before we go, what will be your message to that ministry where you headed and the person there right now? What? Because I'm pretty sure you're not too happy with probably what is going on right now. So send a message to the person there right now.
It's not about me being happy. It's not an emotional.
I know, I understand.
So it's not about me being happy.
But for the good of the people,
I
think
cannot make a comment on that because that's a decision that a party made to place an individual there.
Yeah.
Now they are getting close to concluding the first term.
Second
so
year,
they've done
first term.
Yeah. And you know, they still have time to make improvements.
Okay.
It's an appointment. A person can be relieved of duty on an appointment at any time and replaced by whoever they choose to put there. But I would expect that the governor this time, if he's going to replace the young man, that he actually finds a person who has the background and is willing and compassionate about the people.
Okay. Thank you very much, Obonlolo Jehomo. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this discussion.
Thank you.
And I hope you oblige us. I want to thank you very much for your accessibility, of course, into our engagement on interviews.
Thank you.
All right. So, well, this much can take on this. We will be looking into the aspect of the 10 days ago when the former Speaker, Blessing Agbebako, resigned. And there was a controversy. Bad news. Now, he has been impeached. He was impeached yesterday. But how come we are impeaching, or the legislators are impeaching a former speaker that resigned? You'll find out after this short break. Do stay. Yeah, big thanks for joining us. We're basically having a very sensitive topic, which surrounds or focuses on the EDHA impeachment of the former speaker, Blessing Agbebako. Of course, we are addressing the outcome. Just last week, we saw the resignation of the former, speaker, Blessing Agbebako, and of course, having Yekini Diaye as the current speaker of EDHA. And yesterday, something happened where they had to reveal that, well, the proper documentation of his resignation was not done. And so, as a result of that, they physically impeached the former speaker, Blessing Agbebako, that resigned last week. Joining me to discuss this is a seasoned legal practitioner, a custodian of the law, Dr. Patrick Awo Osagi. Dr. Patrick Awo Osagi is also a clergyman, a senior pastor of Faith Pillars Gospel Center. Big thanks for coming.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Leonard, for joining us.
It's quite awesome to catch you quickly because I was almost thinking you going to take a flight outside
out of the city.
Oh yeah, but thank God you are here. Now let's look at your attention, your reactions, or the grounds you have with the impeachment process of the former Speaker Blessing Agbebako that resigned last week. Do you see the impeachment as what counts?
Well, from what we saw in the public space is that he resigned from office. He said he was asked to resign by the governor. He said that himself. So if a man said, I have resigned, and you're talking, all you need to do, you could call him, oh, we didn't get your, we have people resigning in organization, back and forth, you know. You could resign and say, well, there are certain things you need to do, conditions you need to put in place, like letters of resignation, as it were. If that was not contained in all he did afterwards. But he had publicly come out to say, I resigned. Resignation cannot be translated into an impeachment in that circumstance, because I, for one, believe that that's the law-making body, and I wonder why they are playing with abusing processes here and there and making derogatory comments back and forth. I believe we should be more civilized as compared to what had been the issue prior to now. If you wanted to impeach him, just go on. 17 men would have stood before the governor. He said, the governor, you heard him. He said, they asked me to resign, and I'm resigning.
But would you say the governor, I think it's rather to say, the governor advised that he should resign since the pressure is coming on from him, from the Edo State House of Assembly, not necessarily from the governor.
It's what he said, I'm quoting him.
Yes, but if we see the tussle, there's been a tussle in leadership, and we understand. Yes, and we understand the fact that he was formerly in the PDP and he joined the APC, and of course, even in spite of that, he was also having these troubles. Don't you see more of political realignment in the configuration that happened in the leadership, rather than the mere sayings of misconduct, you know, not able to carry the people along, the legislators along, and of course even misappropriation of funds, corruption allegations? Don't you see it more of political realignment rather than all of this?
It could be. It could be. But what I want to say is that misappropriation of funds is not today's talk. It's always been in the front burner of...
And the reason why they should impeach.
It's always been in the front burner of all they say all the time. Even the governor now, they will tell you it's misappropriated fund. I've heard that. I was surprised, you know, some people saying that too.
About who?
About His Excellency, the governor himself. So everybody can... These are mere allegations that shouldn't bother anybody. So if you say, you don't... I don't really consider this a serious talk. Somebody said I've resigned. Whether it's an advice like you are putting it, that's fine. I don't know if you had a private discussion with him where he now discussed with you that I was, you know...
No. What I'm saying is that he was not under pressure from the governor, doctor, but from the assembly, from the Edo State House of Assembly, not from the governor.
Hold on. I'm saying it appears you were with him, that the former speaker spoke to you personally.
No. I read the letter. It was an open letter, yes. I read the resignation letter where he said that he was advised by the governor to succumb to the pressure from the leadership of the House of Assembly.
That's fine, but
just for peace to reign.
I agree with you. Whether for peace to reign, whatever mode it had come, whether by an advice or by giving him certain conditions, as it were, the party men are not happy, as it were, it doesn't matter. He has said, I have resigned. I resigned from my office today. I was supposed to be there to lead this and that, and now I have resigned. And that suffices.
Okay.
It's
Doctor, under the doctrine of separation of powers,
yes,
we know the three arms of government are separate. They are different. Their jobs are not the same. Chapter 4 talks about the legislature, 5 talks about the executive, absolutely, 6 talks about the judiciary. How can an independent arm of government and another arm is telling him to resign? Like, let's look at it from the constitutional perspective as a lawyer that you are. Is this right in the right sense of a reasonable man? That and I wanted to bear your mind on that. Of course.
We're not operating anything like near close to separation of power in Nigeria.
Wow.
That's what you want me to say.
Okay.
But one of the occasions, you know, I will say it. I don't have respect for whatever you want to dance around here.
Yeah.
You know, if the legislature was absolutely on its own, as it were, and everybody, it's always been like, you know, the executive gets all...
It's always there, the executive is always...
Look at the way look at your constitution you mentioned,
yeah,
you know, and compared it with other constitutions, Senate climb, you will understand that even democracy to a great extent will not be what Nigeria needs in the sense of it. I know you don't like to hear words like that because a lot of people don't even know what they want. And people have been installed as Androids and phone, downloading them from the Play Store, because I don't see any reason why someone would say I was elected, and we have, you know what it means to be. Who moved in motion for independence?
Exactly.
Read.
Exactly.
Read about
Chief Anthony now of blessed memory.
And even
Ojukus and the likes.
You know, you can understand what it means to say we are going for the sitting, we are going to the House of Assembly.
Hallowed chamber, as they call it.
Chamber, whatever we put it. You know, the point is this. It's not like a joke. I'm sorry. With respect to everyone there, I don't know. What are we dragging for? And I hear people dragging, making comments. Is this what we should be saying now? Is this the most burning thing in the states? Are these the things? Are these the way to make laws when folks are busy molesting people here and there, and there are laws that are there backing it, and they will still tell you they are operating? Somebody is talking about kicking money here and now. I'm not digressing. I'm trying to say, if you are going by the separation of power, Montesquieu has given us a blueprint. Then they must be absolutely independent of every arm. Is the judiciary absolutely independent?
Okay. You are a learned personality and a custodian of the law.
Yes.
I don't know what will be on the mind of the former speaker, Blessing Agbebako. Of course, I'm trying to rack my head on if it's possible, where on the pages of the Constitution, on the pages of the rules of engagement in the House, where it's possible for the lawmakers to impeach
someone that has resigned.
That's why it's impossible. And again, could this bring grounds for litigation?
Well, the man will not have to join the show. See, I have so much respect and regard for the Blessing Agbebako. I've not known him, I've not met him, I don't know him before. I'm not a politician, I don't play politics, I just observe and take my position. If the man said I have resigned, then what is the problem? If you know he has not perfected certain, you need him to put it formally in writing. You said you even read his resignation letter. I didn't read. I didn't see that. But now he said I have resigned. Then why bother him with impeachment?
Probably his resignation did not pass through the appropriate process. Like they said. Of course, because they have their rules, they have their standing rules.
I agree they have the standing rules. What you could put it, there are times lawyers file applications that are not competent.
They'll ask for you to refile again.
We just want the court to know. Hold on, we just want the court to know
that there's an application of this sort.
I'm filing, and the court will know that you are trying to say something. And the court will just throw it away. And they will not say, okay, because of this, we'll not throw it away. If there are two motions in court, and one is seeking to amend, the other one is seeking to strike out, the court will consider the one that is to amend.
To amend, before they talk about strike out.
Let's see if there's anything to go back. That's basically what you are saying. The man said, I have resigned. If you are saying he didn't do it right, he's not coming to contest or to perpetrate himself in office still. He said, I have resigned. All they needed to have done is to call him and see how, perfect this thing well. And when he fails to do that, then you can now
move the motion for impeachment.
But you get it. That probably is still trying to do something else that we don't know, which I don't see how that could happen when somebody else is already seated as speaker. It doesn't make any sense.
Let's look at the speakership. Can we now call it somewhat a North speakership kind of thing? Because he is from the North, that's Agbebako, from Owan West. This new speaker is also from the North, that's the senatorial district now. Can we now call it a senatorial district thing? Because there are other members in the House. And so, do you see it from that aspect?
I'm sorry, like I said, I believe in quality leadership. I believe in intelligent folks doing the right thing at the right time. I don't really care about all those things. Like I said, the political class will come to tell you this from our side. I don't know my side. As far as you're a governor, a Muslim, a Christian, whatever you are, it doesn't really bother me. Let me land you. Ask me a question. Now, if you are saying it's from Edo North, and then the
new one again is from Edo North,
I don't see anything wrong with it. As a person, I don't see anything wrong with it. It will not change anything. We need same people. We should stop playing tribalism and region and what.
No, we could understand that at least the governor is from the central, because we have the deputy from the south. So it's expected that the speakership will come from Edo. But that is not the condition.
Yes, we are seeing it happen in that way, and they still didn't move forward.
Exactly. But what do you see as the lessons for democracy? And of course, going forward, what should be the business of the EDHA rather than what we're having now, under the leadership of Right Honorable Yekini Idiaye?
Obviously, he knows what to do. He's in there now. That's why he got him. Did they just, elected him, or how do you call it now?
He was elected by the same members.
Did they elected him today? They already have their plans. So there are always things to do. It's about this is what you must do and what you mustn't do, and this is how you should go about it. You must carry us along. Most of the time, carry us along.
Yeah.
Have to do it on
financial fiduciary sharing of money. Of course, that is the truth.
I was thinking carrying them along is for the good of the people.
The good of the people.
Are you saying it's just for personal advertisement?
I'm not saying that. There's no written anywhere.
Because we understand that there was an issue of procurement of Lexus.
The Lexus vehicles, LX 570 for the principal members of the house.
Yes. Now, questions being asked is, are they there to serve themselves?
Exactly, or to serve the people.
We want to see them engaging the executive. We want to see them carrying out their oversight functions. We want to see them carrying out projects like the issues of the infrastructural decay we have on our road.
The roads.
Even, I don't know if you've passed through the Benin Agbo Road recently. And all of this saga. We want to see them going there.
Oversight functions.
Yes, exactly. But they are still in their offices.
Some are even in Port Harcourt as we speak because they are lawyers. They are cruising in Port Harcourt in the NBA conference.
Yes, in the conference. I will join them.
Feel them.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this. You see, the problem with our people is that we keep the same people that want. You will not elect the kind of leader that will do the job. You see, that's the problem. There are people that we have that can really do
the job, but we don't elect them.
Be elected.
Okay.
Because they are not those that have been sponsored by some.
Did you even find their way to even becoming candidates of parties?
That is what we're saying.
The money politics and
what do you expect of a man that he just picked from somewhere and asked to do something? What do you expect? That's why I've never been a fan of a political structure, because I see it as I will always bear my mind. I've said it before. If I were to be a governor, I will only be there for 3 years. The 4th year should be for the deputy to consolidate and get a real application, because I don't think there's anything special about leadership in that sense. It's all about inspiring the people. It's not somebody perpetuating himself to be speaker, I must be here.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be here and there.
We're going to be having one more question for Dr. Patrick Awosage Esquire after this timeout. Do stay. The EDHA impeachment of the former Speaker Blessing Agbebako is what we're about, and we still have the Dr. Patrick Awosage Esquire with us. Now, going forward, let's look at how there can be legislations that can better serve the people. What do you see as the way forward in terms of taking the 8th Assembly to the next level?
We talked about, like I've said, we should have the people. Everyone is elected somewhere. And the people should be looking forward to those they can really trust, that can do the job, that can represent them well, not serving some other bigwig somewhere. I think that's basically the challenge. And if you say democracy is about the people and, the quality of people that are voting counts. So if you have poor-oriented people, they go out there and just be given some stipends to vote a particular candidate, and it becomes whatever it is. This are the kind of things you see. Because I believe, if you go back, just Nigeria, just go back, like I mentioned, Anthony Ahoro and all other great Nigerians that have done so well. There was a time people would say this was, and there was David Mark, when the gay thing was dangling around, and he said even if they will not support us again. So you can see there was so much money, and somebody could stand and say, this is what I believe in. This is affecting our people. Not somebody who became speaker somewhere and 628 million was expended to be part of money to renovate a particular I'm not talking about anybody, I'm just telling you. So these are some kind of things you see. Don't bring people there as if it's a place to go and loot. We're in the gold mine to put some money. You are there to do something and affect affect your people.
Now, don't you see the electorate as helpless? If you're talking about bringing the right people in there, don't you see the electorate as helpless? Because it starts with the political parties, and of course how they mobilize those who get the tickets.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just that, there was a common saying in the Bible, number 16 precisely, when they said in our own eyes, reporting back to Moses and Joshua and Caleb, he said, we can take the land, we have grape, we have this, we have good stuff in the land. The other 10 guys said, we were like grasshoppers in our eyes. How can they be helpless? Look at the Oshun election. No matter how you want to put it, there was some state presence, federal presence heavily on ground.
Somebody said if they wanted to win the election, they would have won it anyway.
That's what somebody said. We could have won it anyway. Why did he not win it? Because the people were there to repair it.
He said the president don't give me the authority.
No. I disagree. If that person made the state, he's just talking for himself.
Okay.
Nobody is bigger than the people. I tell you the truth.
That's the truth.
I tell you the truth. That is the position that we must begin to sit in that angle.
I said that to say this because we could see even some who rode on the back of the then Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, that later defected from the Labour Party.
Can I ask questions? Who are they? Where were they before? I don't study the antecedents of their person. That's the point I'm making. It's not just to say I'm in the party. A party don't make your character. Your character is not made by a party. Who is that person before he joined the Labour Party? So it's not being a party, like my daddy would say, Adam Soshomola, I love him so much, and he said, if you join our party, your sins are forgiven. Isn't that true? That's a joke. And that's just a joke. Go and commit some crime and your sins can never be forgiven.
Okay, let's look at the future of the embattled, impeached, resigned from, because we don't have two letters. One is resignation. It's controversial.
I could take first in time. The first one is what we take.
That's the first one, actually, from the information I got from the Hello Chamber, he was impeached last week Monday, not yesterday. But let's leave that aside. Let's look at his political career.
Okay.
He has gotten the ticket to go back to the House, as in the primaries. He won the primary election.
Okay.
So do you think his political career ain't going to have issues? Because you're going back to the same, that's on one hand. On the other hand, last week he was also suspended for 3 months. So it means for 3 months, the people of Owan West ain't going to get representation and all of that. Let's look at his future after now.
Excuse me. Now what I want to say is this. I don't know how he got in.
Yeah.
If the people loved him, he was made by the people, then the same people will stand for him. But if he was made by a big man somewhere, or some clique of people that say, young man, we can pick you up and you can be there for us, and you will go against them, obviously you're out. So that's how Nigerian politics work.
Okay, but if you talk about the people, again, there are also concerns raised that even people from the West, they are not happy with his leadership.
Who are the people?
And of course, the
people, the citizens.
How many of them?
Why some go there to do the business of legislation?
All right.
Questions are being asked. What happens at the floor of the House?
Exactly.
What happens behind closed doors? Now, again, we take them there to represent us, for instance, and you see them not carrying out their oversight functions. You see them rather doing their personal thing. Don't you think that's again the challenges that some are having from his constituency, where they seem not to be carried along, they seem not to see him as doing the right thing, while serving as a member representing the constituency?
Well, you say carry them along. I've always said, is it to come and give them some money? Maybe the money has been given, is not getting to some hands and they're angry. Is that what is the carry along? Is
maybe
it
constituency projects, for instance?
Constituency project coming down to his locality and maybe nothing like that. They should also
and accessibility, for instance.
Accessibility, obviously, it can assess.
Even here, it's difficult to get
the attention. We were supposed to have a new majority leader with us
last week. Several.
We turned it down.
And sometimes we wonder what is the essence of
them. They were supposed to be with us last week Tuesday.
Yeah. Sometimes we wonder what's the essence of them serving in that constituency without engaging the media. Again, we also about 2 or 3 of them, but it declined. Now, don't you see this as misgivings, misfits in terms of what they should have been doing in educating the constituents and, of course, carrying the people along as regards the business of legislation?
The question is, how savvy is the person? Does he really understand what you're going to be asking him? Some people are media scared. They don't want to come. Maybe they're going to start asking.
Public officials that media scared.
I'm not telling you.
The majority leader of the House.
I'm telling you the truth.
A majority leader, for instance. The questions will be asked. Why are you a majority leader?
That's the question I should ask you to. How did you get there? I should be asking you questions now.
But this is a call to action anyway. I don't have anything against him. Again, please take some time out and engage the media. A lot of education you do in educating your constituents, you know, via the electronic media.
You see, as young people back in time, what we really liked is you go to the floor of the house and you listen to the emotion and you look at people like Chuba Kadibo, you look at Chief Chukwuemeka Chikali, one-time Minister of the Federal Republic, a young man. You know, you're so inspired. You know, leadership is all about inspiring the people. I don't think all those, it's looking at someone standing and it's presenting and is advocating for his people. That's what leadership is all about. The younger ones, they are watching. So if you can't come out to talk to the public, talk to the media, I wonder how or what you are doing. It's not a native doctor transaction. That the neighbors say, wait, I'll come back, and in 3 days time you can get my reply. So that's what
the new speaker, what would be your advice, if I may, in order for him not to also resign and be impeached again, because it's becoming so difficult not to of the embattled former speaker.
You see, one thing you must understand about this. He must learn from the former speaker, Mr. Agbebako, and then he must understand that he needs to bring the house together.
Learn from the mistakes.
Yes, learn from what
led to his impeachment.
Obviously, it's part of it. You know everything. So you must learn that maybe some persons are not happy with him. It could just be like, you know, so a few hands just has saying things. Even Jesus Christ was voted against, you know. Of course. And they said no. So it's not about who wins and that is getting the right stuff.
When you say some persons are not happy with him, you remember you said it has to do with some financial, you know.
It could be. It could be.
Are you saying that the current leadership should share well?
Obviously, you should. I don't understand, but when you say share well in that context, if that has been the standing order, you cannot change it. Exactly. You don't have the balls to fight, or you resign also. So if you want to remain in the office, if there are conditions, you know, these are the ethics that rule this place, and then you have to. Like some, I for one, I don't attend functions. There are functions I don't attend because I don't say that I was chairman of a particular function. I only spend 3 minutes there. I greeted them because all you want me is to bring some money.
Is that why you're doing Port Harcourt right now?
I will do Port Harcourt I'm going to be there. Okay. I'll be there, but I don't think I don't need to catch up with old friends. I need to go there for the conferences and then get out of the place. I think that's basically what I'll be there for.
All right, let's open the channel for the Abuja studios to ventilate and Benin studio as regards questions for our guests. Over to you, Emeka.
In conversations there you're having in Benin, I've been listening to Dr. Awo Sageo, who has been, you know, dishing it out as facts. Over here, we are to discuss the issues surrounding the proposed INEC's that's the accreditation exercise, mock accreditation exercise by the Independent National Electoral Commission. We are looking at how feasible this would be. You know, it is just about preparations ahead of the 2027 general elections. How feasible is this? How feasible is this? This is a question I would like to ask Dr. Osagie, who is in Benin at this point in time.
Well, I believe we didn't get your question properly, but we will be taking a short break, after which we continue with this conversation. Just stay. Thank you for sustaining your presence. It's still this morning on ITV, and we will be joining the Abuja studio once again to join in a conversation or see how issues surrounding INEC can also be put into the front burner. Over to you, Emeka, if you can re-ask your question on the guests.
All right. I would like to engage our guest in Benin City over the proposed accreditation exercise, the mock accreditation exercise, which the Independent National Electoral Commission intends to carry out in November, you know, in preparation for the 2027 general elections. I'm asking how feasible this exercise would be. Will it really prepare INEC even further, you know, for the forthcoming election?
INEC, I would say it's somewhat late in my opinion. It's it shouldn't be what we get started like that now. I mean, the way it is, I think the timing, they should have put more. I don't believe in this fire brigade approach to things. But it's fine, and we'll see how it pans out, and then we hope for the best. That's all we'll do. We just hope for the best, because I think the time I kind of made the limited, a short time. I think it's not going to really work too well, but I don't know, they could still perform perfectly in the course of time. It all depends on how they put their, their structures in place and they ensure the acquisition process goes seamlessly, but I hope so. It's just in the way I see it.
Can we take a look at the fact that this would actually, there will be funds, appropriated for the conduct of this mock accreditation exercise. Over 1.2 million ad hoc staff will be deployed in the 2027 general elections. That's according to the INEC. But this particular exercise, I'm sure a whole lot of persons will also be deployed to carry out this exercise at various locations across the country. We are looking at the funding, and then the personnel that are going to be used, and then the materials. I think it's one thing for us to have the beavers working, and then the personnel being able to use these materials effectively. And the other thing is about the conduct of the electorate, as well as other key players in the electoral process, especially the security officials also. So we have to, I'm just trying to ask what should they also do in the aspect of preparing other persons who may be a part of this process?
Earlier on, and in adding to this, the timing for me, and again, logistics, as it were, is not what you need to play around. And essentially, I think security agencies should really be on top. Should be their best way of behavior, in that sense of rather not favoring a particular party, but they should be neutral and ensure their safety in all. Going to do things like in my mind, I will always advocate for early preparation and proper, doing stuff. You don't have to just jump into it the way you feel they have deployed money. Most of the time it's not done properly, truth be told. And that's where I have a little issue. I just, okay, now we're going here, we are accrediting this, we are going to different location. Benin City, or those states as it was, not that small, and I know that there are people they are deploying materials, getting to misplaced materials, going to different locations. You need to put logistics in place, and you need to check this and fine-tune it well. Not just wait until it's a few days or a few weeks and then you start running here and there. The fire brigade approach, like I earlier mentioned, I think that is what we should watch out for. See, we can always achieve it if we want to do the right thing. And I hope those that have sinister intentions to manipulate process and see what they will do and then to win people over, I think these are areas we should also look at for. And I will also encourage the media to also be very much present and also to follow through and expose whatever is not right. Yes, I know we have our media regulations, and but when things are not going right, we should be able to speak up. Other than being there, security agents are there, those that have been, that will be accrediting, they are going to be doing their jobs, and they are being protected, not to be harassed or intimidated by big wigs of political party, because that is basically what I see that we should do. And everyone has to be on deck. Election is not a one-man show, it's everybody's own, whether you are participating as an electoral candidate or one who holds brief for a senior person in the political party or who is in charge of certain things you need to do. I think it's good that all hands should be on deck. Don't say I'm Muslim, pagan, I'm Christian, whatever. We should come together and do what is right, because the state is what has given us the platform where we could all function and do what we need to do.
All right, thank you so much for answering those questions. One more thing, you are talking about timing, that this November, scheduled date for this exercise is not really that good, considering the fact that we'll be going to the polls in January. Why are you saying so? But is it not proper that this is done ahead of the election, so that the INEC will know where there are lapses and then know areas where they need to actually improve in terms of delivering what people can be termed as a quality election in 2027?
Thank you very much. You see, I talked about timing. Now, November, it's not, I know it looks like, oh, it's kind of far. Do we keep to time? Do we work with time? In civilized crime and some other very, where people, you see, you give somebody some instruction, they'll tell you we are coming. This so-called African time is what I'm talking about. And that's why for me, if it's going to take 3 months, I would have expected that because of the way we behave, if we always keep to time and do what we ought to do on time, then I don't have a problem. It's not as if the time is not enough, it's the way we behave. Will they saddle with the responsibility to do? Will they be able to pull through and get things done within the specified time? Or they will tell you, or they will now begin to play around. That's the angle I'm talking about when I mention timing. Yes, it's a good time for those in some spline. They will tell you they work with it and they just know. Now somebody says, okay, Oga never come, Oga is coming, or we are here now, we have been waiting for him. He says, don't worry, I'm on my way. The idea of, these are some of the areas we should take it very seriously. Like somebody in the theater that needs to be operated on where the neurosurgeon, the doctors are together. So that's basically what I'm saying. We should take election very seriously in this country. If we really want to get the best, not that it's for them, I'm coming, or the Oga never come, and you'll be calling, sir, what do I do? You should know what to do. And we should get busy, and we should tie everything to time, and it should be exposed. Because the moment you breach the time of certain activities, then you are invariably trying to truncate all that needed to be done.
Yes. I'm actually also concerned about this aspect, most especially when we look at the off-cycle elections. I know the off-cycle elections, again, are not enough as litmus test to talk about how the 2027 election is going to be like. But again, one thing is, after even having this mock election done, what are the lessons that INEC will be taking in terms of the beavers, in terms of how to organize the will that change? That may happen at the end of the day in the real election. So we're looking at a bigger picture. Yeah. So do you see this as mere, arrangement just to dazzle tension and make them feel good?
Well, it may look like that because over time I have never been comfortable with the election results. That's very true.
Not just you. I speak for myself. A lot of people, no matter the lessons we get from the mock, is the detail that matters. The result of the election. A total blackout in terms of activity.
Or no network in my village.
Imagine.
So these are some of the things. So there should be alternative ways to getting things done. Well, if we want to get it right, we can. That's the truth. And that's why I really encourage the people. Everybody, we should come together. If you really believe Nigeria is your own and you believe in this country, come out all. Show yourself. Don't just say, well, I don't belong to any party, or you are looking for. And another funny thing, I talked about the quality of those that are voting. Because you cannot take that. A hungry man, like Professor Patrice Lumumba of Kenya had said, he said, it's our stomach that leads the Africans. What you want to get, everything I want to give me. That sentiment, that mentality is the problem. Though the moment you can say no, stomach infrastructure, that's the word, that you are thinking of what they will give to you and not get transport to. They're already selling yourself out. Such a person should be probed. What are you saying? Because the moment you start saying, well, we have no right, no road, is this not the time you should come out and think well and look at? I think that man, young people, and now they are characters, not just debate. You just come in and come and talk. Who are these persons? They grew up within. Check don't we have record? Do they have criminal record? Do they have misbehavior? Did somebody commit some offense back in time? Let's start checking their character, because your character hardly changed. That's the truth. Because if you've been a notorious person and then you have come back now with a big agbada and said all things are well and then we can go all. I think they are the problem. The people should be able somebody said about Salisu Buhari back in time, the speaker then, and then he said he did not attend Toronto University. Okay, why must it be there? That's bad belly. Why did you not say it before
he entered?
Exactly. You should have. So don't wait after they have wasted and now he has been elected.
Because it should be a pre-election issue.
A pre-election issue. So people should keep speaking. This person, it's a convict. It's like he has done something bad before. Let's know. So that we can know those that are ruling or leading or guiding people. We should know them. And this issue of money, I think is in my opinion,
money back politics.
You know, we must understand that there are basic things. The basic things government needs to get to the people cannot be overemphasized. Okay. We shouldn't, like we mentioned, I'm just digressing now, the buying of luxurious cars for, what are we doing with all of that? Bad roads, and we are talking of, look at your constituents, look at the people there. Are you happy with them? Is this what Awolowo did that you read before becoming a politician? There's none of them that don't mention Awolowo. Yeah. They will tell you Awolowo. They will tell you what's the last name again? Nnamdi Azikiwe. Not even Azikiwe. Talk about Tafawa Balewa and all these men. Is this how they did it? Forget about the coup that killed them and how some of them were put in prison for treason and all those stuff. But look at their work. Look how they are working. A man coming out of prison to criticize the so-called first act and telling you, let's put money somewhere else. That's Awolowo now. And then they said, no, we must protect the dignity of the black man. Look at it now. Is that where we are? Now, this is where we are. So we should start thinking. Because every decision you make today is going to affect you tomorrow. Sure. Whether you are in leadership, whether you are not, you are buying Gary in the market like me, we are buying Bunga together, we will enjoy it together. So if you destroy it, the opportunity to do the right thing, you will suffer. I will also suffer from it. That's how I see it. So
and even posterity will suffer.
Yes, of course. You won't have posterity. Isn't that where you are?
Okay. Before, okay.
One more question, please. Let's take a look at the fact that funds are going to be, I think I've asked this question before, but I need some clarity here now. Funds will be deployed just as it will be deployed on election day for this particular mock exercise, mock accreditation exercise that is being proposed by INEC. Is it not just a waste of funds if this is done and then in the end the election is conducted just as it used to be conducted, and a lot of persons will see it as an exercise that did not meet the standards expected of it? Is it not just duplication of spending of funds, which government will always say is not available?
So funds, in my opinion, trying to get things done, and just like footballers that go for trials, they go for trainings and before the main event. So it's part of it. You need to be acquainted, abreast with all you'll be doing on the said election day. So you need to be taught. There are many of our age folks and even enlightened people. Yeah. They need to get used to it. The beavers, the IRS and all whatnot, they need to know what it is so that you don't go and put your hand there. At times they give you, put it there. You don't even know what you are doing. You don't know which one is your party. You don't know the way you want to. So these are some of the things. So I don't think it's waste of fun. And we must also get something clear. When a government spends money for things like this, I think we should applaud it. It's something good. But again, we must also ensure the money is spent appropriately. And that's where meet the viable objective. Yes, if it's not, then they should be prosecuted. That's why we have courts. And prosecuted and jailed for doing that. It's not that they just took small money. There was a woman in this country, Professor, what's that? Dora Akunyili, blessed memory. Now, that woman was giving money to carry out an operation abroad, and she came back with the receipts and all she needed. Everything. So I think that is what we should do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick Awo-Osagie. Big thanks for giving us the opportunity to engage you on this. Pleasure. Well, there's a much we can take, and from the Benin studio, we will be joining the Lagos studio where Messalina has a lot to take off from. Over to you, Messalina.
Philip, we're still on CMI this beautiful morning on ITV. And of course, Dr. Ohai is here with me. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Very well. You're looking good as always.
Thank you so much. And also, our guest that would help us unpack today's conversation is Mr. Razak Olokoba. He is a political analyst. Hello, good morning.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're looking good with the doctor.
Thank you so much.
Nice combination.
He's looking better. I like
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So today we are looking at campaign financing. SERAP demands transparency from INEC ahead of 2027. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has asked the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to disclose and publish the limits on political donations and campaign contributions ahead of the 2027 general election. They made the demand in the Freedom of Information request as of August 22, 2026, addressed to the INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amopitan. And also they gave them, 7 days to provide the requested information, warning that it may take legal actions if the commission fails to respond. According to SERAP, what they want is what they're asking INEC for is how it intends to monitor campaign spending during 2027 election, how it track cash and non-cash donation, how it monitors social media and digital campaign financing, also how it prevents people from using third party to intermediaries to donation limit, and also political parties financial statements, audit accounts, and election expenditure return from 2023 to 2025. INEC reports on the examination and the auditing of political parties finances. So they're asking, this is what SERAP is asking INEC for. So what we're going to be talking today, this is the conversation we'll be having today. Like I said, our guest will help us unpack today's conversation. Dr. Ohare, let's hear from you.
Great. I'm glad that we have you here. You're a numbers person, and the first question I want to ask is, in this country, is it realistic?
Why, no, doctor, you are doing the No. Because I'm talking about realistic agitation. That was what was in my mind. See, SERAP is doing an amazing job.
No, without any
doubt. The guy is there.
Yes,
my colleagues in the struggle, in the trenches together.
I know him well.
We've been arrested together. We've been all sorts of things together in the name of in an attempt to bring back democracy.
Yes.
They are doing a very good job. And I know it's not off the limit at times when they make certain. It's important to, even if you know that this agitation is not realistic, not because the political class may not be willing, not because INEC may not be willing, but come to think of it, let's put a Bible and a sheet of paper in front of us.
Yes.
I begin to look at if a president will have to go to 36 states of the federation, if he needs to talk to 774 local government members, and if you need to run media campaign, if you need to prepare for people who will be delegated at elections, this is running into billions already.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying that what we design for ourselves at times, it may look contradictory if you are the one that is also now saying that why are we spending this much? It's a design. When the president moves around, he moves with an enormous number of people. It's not his making. You design the office for him.
And vehicles have
vehicles. So it's not him. You design the vehicles for him and the office for him. He will go about constitutionally with a number of aids, security aids on, if it is a particular subject matter, for instance on security, they'll be enormous. If it is on energy, the experts and officials, public officials on energy from various agencies will have to travel with him. That's how we designed our office. Despite the fact that there are foreign missions in the country is going to, and those foreign missions are tabulation and synopsis of what Nigeria is doing in each sector that will have presented Nigerian case along with the president, assuming he's going to the UN. But no, we designed in such a way that the minister must follow him, the minister must have PE, the president must have ADC, this. So it's not the making of our guys in power at times. And that's why I need us to follow a design path for our leader. Design path is the sense that we have to look at the structure we design for ourselves. The system of running election is expensive. But what SERAP is trying to say is to say that we have to do something about it. It might not be saying it in the appropriate way to me, because you can't disturb any party from spending money to travel around with because the president will travel, you go with party officials. So where are those money coming from? It's donations, and you can't stall party activities in the middle. You will say that because of prudency, ADC, Accord, NDC, PDP, APC should not run the affair. So for us, we have to, SERAP needs to join us.
Sorry,
in talking about our institutions.
Let's redesign. But just to refocus this problem,
Yeah.
what Serap is doing is not limiting. Serap is saying, tell us how much. Let it be
Give us
public now.
estimate.
I'm preparing the mind of Nigeria that's going to be huge.
Okay. So when they say it, then the next item is tracking it.
Now,
so even my question to you is that tracking, is it realistic? Because as we go on in the program, we will unpack the various elements that go into campaign financing. But first thing Serap is saying is, within 7 days, INEC, let us know what campaign limit is.
Exactly.
If it is 1 trillion, tell us so that we will know from now. Then the next thing will be accountability, how the inflows and the outflows, and then if there's any net and what happens to it and all of that. So
maybe I'm just taking from the future.
Okay.
And the future,
you're going to the future.
I'm thinking from the future back to where we are.
Okay.
Because if you have to start calculating that now, I know where we are getting to. And where we're getting is that the huge is very huge. Why are we in this kind of situation? Is the way we design our institution. We have to design our institution in such a way that Lina, me, or you should be able to contest for the president of this country without having any bag of money somewhere. But it's not possible. So it's going to be huge. Let's know that way in our mind. And then, in knowing that, let's then begin to say that let's pull down these expenses by ensuring that it is the responsibility of the government institutions to make certain provisions. For instance, the platform for debate should not be, I want to go and pay for one expert to gather article around. It's possible. That will produce candidates like Obama. We will produce candidates like Clinton. Of course, we know Trump is rich. We are going to produce candidates like Papa Ena Oro, who ran his campaign with a bicycle and won against someone who used the machine to run his own campaign of those days. That life is possible, and I think that is what Serap is doing. So that the summary of what Serap is doing is what I'm giving you that. Serap wants a society where money bags will not be the one that will be a permanent stakeholder in our election. That's where Serap is going. Because Serap knew already. He knew what he was doing. He knew that by the time we arrive at where we are going, Nigerians will say, wow, is this what you used to run campaign? I can't blame anybody for it. So it's what you have designed for ourselves. So I agree with Tina, if it is possible to do that within 7 days, I agree. And we have to also join Serap. My own in joining him, I know where we are going to arrive. That's why I'm saying that. Let's think from the future. Those funds are too huge. And that is why it is impossible for people not to get there and say that my people, I need to do something for my people. It's not possible. You can't do without it. And that's the pattern all over the world. The way they do all over the world is different from our own. It's not that I'm going to remove subsidy. I'll make my friends happy when I'm in government. No. It's attached to service. The person that gets the highest honor when David Cameron was there was one Indian businessman. He's a party person. He honors him. The highest honor in Britain. He gave it to him. He didn't just give it to him. He gave it to him because he was a party man that has done tremendously well for their party in terms of donation, using his aircraft and all sorts of things. So for us too, we will get there. You see, I don't know how many regular people will save in Nigeria to buy a house. I don't know how much a regular person will save to be able to buy a car. With the current, there's a property that someone bought less than 20 years ago for 5 million. Today it's sold for 50 million. So
come to my goodness.
So that's some outrageous. There are properties in Lagos where the land alone is about 10 billion.
Yes.
So this type of thing is what makes society looks as if it's not designed for certain people. But we must run. We have to run a society where it's also possible for regular Nigerians to have a car and have a house. We must arrive there by sequence. Mortgage is there. There are places in the world today where if you want to have a house, you don't need to have money. Just go and put in your hour. Even if you have advance payment, you have to design such a society. And that's the area where Serap is talking about that. We must have a society where even people who ride Okada can become senators.
I feel
people who are regular civil servants and resign and say I want to go and contest should be consented. So for me, INEC should be able to answer Serap in line with what he has said. With a professor that INEC is not, Serap is not going for INEC. INEC should know that. I'm not going for you. I know where I'm going. I just want to establish the fact that these monies are huge. One, and two, that is that let's look at how you can curb vote buying, because that's the genesis.
Exactly. I was
when you have money, when you have money to throw around, that's when you start thinking of how to. Or when there's no money for every end has been. Then you have a program.
You know what?
What can my party do?
What Serap wants at this point is just how can Nigerians have a free, credible.
Yes.
If they don't, according to them, if they don't know who is financing the political parties and how much money is spent, how are they going to know? You know, they just want to know how the money is being spent, who is financing this whole thing. They just want INEC to, you know, give them estimates, give them breakdown, track the records and all of that.
Now, it's not going to be a 7-day affair. It's going to be a prolonged battle. No, they will resist it. They will resist it.
INEC.
No, INEC. The people who is targeting will resist it. That's why such issues must be a thing that has to be prolonged. There are ways that have been designed. The INEC will not even have anything to do with it. You will not know. So, but to start with, something must start. When I started now. That's a good one. Every young Nigerian must buy into what Serap has said. Yeah, sure. If they don't want to be coming on social media and be abusing every person that is older than themselves, the way to think about future is what Serap has said. You live your own time, but the Gen Zs will produce leaders that will be worse than the current leaders that we have now. So they have to what Serap is doing by buying into it. They shouldn't be looking at how we get our money. It's a future they're talking about, so that vote buying will be eradicated. Already, Togri hooliganism in election is going gradually. It's not actually bad, and I take it to somewhere else. You can't fit in because there's a security feature in it that it will not fit in when it gets there. Yes, that's a particular area and local government. So it's a shared responsibility. We are in it together. So for Serap too, I need him to prepare his mind and head that 7-day window period that he gives is not possible. But it's a step in the right direction. We have to support Serap. We don't want people on the strength of I have money, I will win this election. In my own state, that's what is playing with the current crisis that they have there. The person that is there today is saying that Kwara is saying that no, I will discard everybody. I don't want to mention. The money to buy everybody all over is with me. We don't want that kind of politics again. See, we are not going anywhere with this kind of a situation, and that's why I kept saying that. I say you must understand the challenge you have, and challenge you have. You must also realize that 90% of it is a structural issue, not the person that you are throwing salt in Abuja. So if we keep taking these issues one after the other, we our problem is just ordinary anger. Our problem is technical, and technicality means that knowledge. So INEC has some and Serap has bundle something now that all of us must pay attention to. That our hands has been tied. You can't do anything now saying that you should not spend this huge.
You mentioned something about votes buying. Votes buying can be eradicated with the way poverty has been weaponized.
Yes, it's possible.
You think so?
All problem we do in isolation. You have to address all challenges you have. You see, it's not the absence of guns that leads to police not doing well. When there's an economic depression, it leads to a corresponding which answers your question. When there's poverty, there's moral depression too. There's poverty. There will be people who will be willing to say, I just want to eat this afternoon. I don't think about the next 10 years. Just give me this food. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Since yes, I've not eaten, you are saying I should not buy. So, as you are addressing poverty, you must also be addressing other challenges like this. So you can't say that let's do poverty and leave the institutions. As you are doing the institution, because humans will run the institutions. And if you don't in the right state of mind, you are wasting your time. As you are addressing the institution like is also address your economy that you have said. Is this you now come and take over the pros? They prepare their state of mind. We are just talking about one video now. How do we get to that point? We get to that point because the family, what destroyed the family is the system that destroyed the family. But the family has a role to play. So, in repairing the family, police officer, daily police officer has done now, we must also repair our. So, it's a simultaneous thing. You can't be living, and that's the argument many people have with us that you can't do everything together. If you don't have anything together, you don't. If you want to do a bar now, you won't boil water and put it down and go and buy gari. Gari must be ready, water must be ready. It's a simultaneous thing. So in resolving our problem in Nigeria, which I kept saying that is all hands must be on deck. The president might be willing to do something. I might not be looking in this direction. The setup has raised it. I don't look at every issue. Is all of them are spending money. They don't even know. Many people in government don't even know the direction where their problem is. It's Nigerians that point the direction to them. So the setup issue raised the setup has raised is a very, very huge issue. Let's have our country back. It shouldn't be for one particular class. I'm not opposed to where they say it's only the middle class, low class should be in power. All classes of people must also be in power. If you have billionaires in power, me, I'm not a billionaire or chief. That's his own high moral standard that we will use to influence governance. Let him also be a governor of a state, so that we marry our wisdom together to make our country great. You know, is rich, so me, I'm not. So I'm not saying that. So I'm not saying that. Let's marry all our resources together, so that we all get there. So for me, I will advise INEC that INEC should accede to what SEDAP has done. Let's know the limit of the money you can spend. Let's know the limit of the donations you can take. It's not to be a huge thing. If it means SEDAP should go to court, let us compel INEC to be able to do that. You can't have an unlimited donation for a party and we won't know that it's party. It's an affair. So let INEC do that one, and let also Nigeria build a barricade around this demand. It's not for only SEDAP. All of us will say that in unison. So you can't fold our arm and assume that it's automatic. Good governance is automatic. It's not automatic. We have to push. We have to make good governance work. We have to make it happen. We have to ensure that all the things that to make good governance possible, we have to be part of it. Particularly the young ones. Because it's the young ones that I have the cross of the matter to. They are supposed to be the conscience of the nation. They are supposed to be the one that should on their own understand the policy that is going to be damaging to their future. But they seem to be not to be having interest in that. And that pains me. That pains me to the marrow. This issue of setup thing, it's actually talking about them. Where do you have a 30-year-old person to get a 500 million to become a House of Rep member? If that is age, if age 15 at all. Where will you get that money? So what SEDAP is saying is that it should be possible. It should be possible. 90% of Americans are not billionaires like Trump now. We know their financial capacity. They are not billionaires. We want that kind of society too. And at a time when Enahoro moved the motion for independence of Nigeria, I was sitting behind him. Move this motion, Enahoro. Move it. I was close to Enahoro. When he said so, I was sitting behind him. And I was telling him that we are doing this for your own generation. If you bumble, that's your problem. We are gone already. And at that time, I was above 50. I know I was young, at the age of less than 30. You have to move this motion. And he did it. It for the first time, it happened later. I know there is there in our history today.
Did you say you were there when he was moving it?
No, I said
I heard something.
Awo was there.
Okay, I thought I heard.
I said
I was there. That's what I heard.
Awo was there. Sorry, thank you very much. Awo was there with him. I said I was with Baba Enahoro when he was relating this experience to young people.
That's clearer now. That's clear. What you thought? I was going to ask you.
No, I was one that was relating it. So it was. I didn't read it. I didn't read it. Yeah, thank you very much.
If you have a rejuvenation period,
I didn't read it in a book. It told me over and over and again story about our society, the role of the youth, what we must do, and the need to mobile young people to be mobile. So for the young generation. This idea that our money should not be for the younger generation, and they have to own it.
Okay, so I'm still taking us back,
Yeah.
you know, because we're giving not necessarily more credit, but we're assuming things on behalf of Serap.
Yeah.
What Serap is asking is very clear.
Yeah.
Let us know what the limits are.
Yes, that's correct.
The issue of don't spend and all that, that may be a future agenda of Serap.
Yeah.
So I just want us to let's look at what are those things that go. Because before we begin to say campaign is expensive, or everybody you can ride a bicycle and sell campaign. I mean, I've been there, so I know exactly what it's like. So, but first, one line item, and we can begin to break it down. Leave the travels and logistics. That is on its way another nightmare altogether. Leave also the issue of people who come and say, I have 1 million people behind me, that you have to mobilize. There are those who are crowds, who rent a crowd. That there is money for that one. But on election day, polling units, hundreds of thousands of them around the country, each polling agent is mobilization bribe is your there. So that in the hot sun, he can at least buy a bottle of soft drink. He will also not be tempted. He will also be able to transport himself to and fro. Right now, they're talking about maybe 20,000. This is at the governorship level and all those other levels. 20,000 times. Even if it was just 100,000 people, that's a lot of money.
And that's the point I'm making.
You understand what I'm saying? So, and there are costs that you can't run away from.
Yeah.
But what perhaps Serap is trying to say is, INEC, can you break this thing down? Give us an estimate. And the reason, which is perhaps why I want you to help us with this, you know, having established what it is, whatever the figure is, personally right now, I don't think Serap is worried about that. But let us know. Do that estimate. Once we know, so that the issue of round tripping, the issue of people, all sorts of illegal things, or Russia sponsoring a candidate, let's know the sources and all that, may not come up. Can we address that? Because I think what Serap is doing is looking beyond just a poor man cannot go into it. There are levels. You know what I mean? That if you don't have money, you cannot. The party is supposed to support you.
Yes.
There are, okay, let's break it down. Because let's start with, you talk about sources and application of funds.
Yeah.
So let's talk about sources of funds.
Yeah.
Where do parties raise their funds from? Before we even begin to talk about whether a poor man can do it or not, how do parties raise their funds?
Well, there is numerous source. There can be donation. Donation in the sense that your manifesto speaks to Nigerians.
Yes.
And there are sectors that manifesto is in favor. For instance, if your manifesto is in favor of the energy sector now, you see the Dangotes approaching you that, of course, you are a good party. I like your manifesto. How can I help you? So those sources are there.
But you know, like in the US, there's a limit to how much they can donate.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That has to be established.
Yeah.
That sources, donations, that the benchmark. For
now we're
that,
talking.
This is the limit you can go. There's also the party membership, which they can be benchmark for that.
Yes.
Because your party number kept increasing.
Yes.
And it cannot stop me from having 50 million members as a political party.
So if they pay 1,000 each,
if they pay 1,000
a month,
it will probably be higher than the party that has only 500,000 members.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I'm saying that the design of political structure in Nigeria and how you run our campaign is huge.
Sorry, before
so that
what about incumbents who they say all contractors donate a certain portion for the campaign? If you have senators,
as an official.
Yes, if you have senators, they will donate. All the officials and all that. I mean,
If contractors donate, if he's not compelled to do so, that's not illegal.
They are compelled.
If he's not illegal, if they are compelled, that's illegal.
A percentage of
if
their
a senator has paid his dues and all sorts of things and is compelled to also pay another money, that is illegal also. And like all of us are always worried about that. The money for those vote buying, we want to block that source. That's one of the center thing that that's number one. Number two is that the harassment, financial harassment that we give other parties, like upcoming parties who don't have that
war chest.
No, that unlimited against party who do not have that on the day of election, they see other party with money doing certain things that they cannot do. That's what influence voting, and that is even where vote rigging begins with. It's not until you start ballot, you send for people's away. That intimidation of see what these people are distributing on the day of election, which is illegal. So all this, if you put it together, is the reason why our election is having issues. So for me, the advice I will give INEC is that INEC has been trying to do everything to make sure that our election has credibility. This area also is another area that INEC must also look into. INEC has tried to block so many.
You have gone into a second partner, which is the application of funds.
Yes, the source is what you have established. Yes. That the donations can come and there must be a benchmark. For members also, that one is unlimited. You can't benchmark party not to have certain members. That one is unlimited. But it must be in tandem with the number of members you say you claim to have. If you have 1 billion now, and you have a social number of parties, how did they arrive at that 1 billion? That's the transparency they want. That your account should be transparent, because you see, politics is about my life, about the life of other people. So we have a right to ask your question party and your party questions. It's not a personal thing. The party that's going to preside over my life for 4 years, it should be a public affair. The way they run it, who is going to manage as the party chairman, how is funded. It's important, and that's what SEDAP is saying. You can say that they do other organizations know how they run their life, but party affair, because what determines the quality of democracy is also the party. So the way you run your party will have effect on our democracy. So on the application of fund, what are the things that a party is legally permitted to spend money on the day of election? Are you permitted to give water to people who are in the queue for voting? Are you so? Those are things that INEC must also immediately bring to the knowledge of the public, so that we know whether what this party has done, so that ignorantly on the day of election or on the day of campaign, things that party do that you assume is illegal may actually not be illegal. So all this information are very important.
All right. So do you think INEC currently has the capacity to effectively monitor campaign financing?
Of course they have.
Do you think
but I'm convinced beyond doubt that they will be sabotaged. Yes, that's why they will need the help of Nigerians. If you look at the EFCC, I've been not working directly with EFCC, but I've always been spending resources, not financial resources, but my own energy to campaign for EFCC. If you resist arrest by enforcement agency, they will use all sort of a form to go after the person. You want to arrest somebody and he's hiding in a ceiling. They will silly. But you see Nigerians saying that they are infringing on his right. They are not infringing on his right. The right has a definition, and it is not complete if you do not also define it that your right is your right, but the right of person you engage must also be protected by you, so that your right will not be flouted. And an enforcement officer should not be harassed. And part of harassment is when you make his work difficult for him. So INEC too we have to do
arrest
everything.
warrant is different from search warrant.
Yes.
They're two different things.
Yes.
And so
no. Arrest warrant is go and arrest somebody and the person is hiding. They will look for him. That's all statute.
But if it's somebody's premises, you have to have a search warrant to go in there.
No. Why would you arrest somebody? It's not floating in the air now. It's out that they will go and they will put house address there now. That this is where the person is. Now when they get there and he kept hiding under. You
have to establish that if it's not there, you can't break into the house.
When they break the seal, find it.
Unless you get a search warrant, you can't break into his house. You have to establish first that at that moment in time he's there.
If somebody, the experience with EFCC is always very fun. When you talk to them, they will have given address to these people and say he's not living there. They will have gone to about 10 addresses. So eventually, when they see him anywhere, they have to pick him. You can't
they see him.
See, you can't be creating problem for the solutions. So when we get to court, we go and sort it out. That's what it is. When we get to court, and they will tell the court that they see, we have sent letter to 10 addresses of his house, and he kept dodging us. I know there are surveillance on the side of enforcement agents, so I know that one for sure, and that's what we caution them about too. Don't make your case a bad case. Be diligent. So INEC too, we have to make sure that we give them the required support that they needed. If you keep making this kind of excuses that all the institutions should not be trusted, they won't work. For instance, now, what setup has done now, if they try to move now, particularly if the opposition party begins to complain about the method of finance, you see Nigerians saying that what are they doing? They will forget that the setup that is insisting that the Senate must be done, which should have been done in any way. So if they start doing such things, we must give the required support to all the parties. Either it is APC, either it is PDP, either it is INEC needs to do the needful. But what I'm saying now is that the role of the people must also to know that once an institution is going after a sector, there will be a reaction definitely. And that reaction is what Nigerians get emotional about. So this issue now, flowing from what SENAP has done, INEC must express that capacity and sabotage in the sense that you see party resisting it now, and they go and employ some social media influencers to start saying that no, INEC is persecuting them. No, nobody is persecuting anybody. APC, PDP, Accord, NDP, all ADs, all of them will subject themselves to this scrutiny.
So let me share, a personal experience so that it throws a bit more light. At the end of the campaign, we're expected to send a report of how they spent money.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can't stop people from spending, but you can check how they spend
the money.
So what would you say the role of audit is, both internal and external? Auditors are there to represent government as a body professionally to make sure that the accurate records are there. And then
even if you employ them.
Yes. So even
if they employ your employees.
Your employees, exactly. So and then if where there is a violation, what kind of measures can be taken? Can it be taken after the fact, and what kind of measures do you think are in place for?
It's been spelled out already. It's been spelled out already.
Yes.
It is either the party. If the party is the one that issued that instruction, there's penalty for it. If it is an individual that compromised that standard, there's a penalty for it. See, all these are in the law. Is the enforcement as the issue. And that's why I'm saying that certain laws that looks as if cannot be obeyed, let's look at how that law is designed. And that's why I'm saying I'm thinking that from the future. It is left for us to now quickly think about giving the party the liberty to spend to these finances on themselves, instead of institutionalizing it. That if on media, the government have a role to play in the media in such a way that the excuse of spending billions in media campaign will not be there. We have done this, we have made from day one that see, you are creating an excuse for politicians to spend money on campaign by giving them the liberty to go and campaign. No, there should be a regional. Let's make it a regional thing. Since we have adopted this system of government, regional presidential system of government, which means that the president must be accountable to all the 36 states of the federation and 7 government. So when he is talking, he must be talking to all of them. In that wise, it then means that the government must come in to ensure that there must be a design so that we don't create an excuse for them to say that this is not me. I must go to 36 states. I must speak to 74 and 74 local government. So don't give them that excuse. Let's redesign our structure, or you better go to parliamentary. So when we talk at times, we must have depth. We can't be talking at the surface of it. We must understand where we are. What gave us this kind of humongous amount of money just because we want president?
All right. You know, the Serap also asked.
Or just because we want to become a governor.
Serap also asked INEC to monitor digital and social media donations. Would that be possible?
No, it can be tracked.
It can be tracked.
Yes, it can be tracked.
Okay.
And that's another thing. I want to contest election. I'm a stakeholder in election, and I'm the one appointing INEC chairman. That's not Tinubu. So nobody should be saying that Tinubu appointed his friend. And that's the challenge I have with Nigerians. When you give me the permission to do certain things, and I did it, will you blame me for that? Appointing IG of police, is that his own making? You can't blame Jonathan for that. You can't blame Buhari for that. You can't blame Obasanjo for that. It is our structure. Also, that's why when people say things like that, I say, we go school now. So the challenge I kept saying is structural. Your car is bad, repair it, it's not your driver. The structural challenge we have in Nigeria, which is reform is deeper than structure. Let's reform our own country, like the reform now. You kept sacking your army chiefs, naval chiefs, you are just using them as a scapegoat. The new layer of is supposed to put it. We didn't put it in place. It's not the business of army to go for peace talk. Army are designed to go and kill our enemy. You are the one sending to Edo State. He said Edo Bayelsa, where they were coming back and they were ambushed the other time. Was it Bayelsa? About something army officer were killed. That became a serious issue. He said they should be talking about peace talk. They don't have facility for that. It's so we are misapplying our institution. So for INEC to now said it's a net. And those are the areas we are taking on Ashwaju. Now, Mr. President, you are familiar with this terrain. You are an authority on this matter. And that's what Nigerians should join us to do. That, see, you can't do anything with this structure. We have to keep reminding him that for your 4 or 8 years, as the case may be, we need you to do this. So INEC must offer more independence to be able to act. Because INEC will get to a point that you don't have to tell him he has to stop what he's doing. He won't be able to do it. IG will get to a point, he may not be able to continue certain investigation. You don't have to tell him. He will know on his own that he has my bandit. But if INEC has a semblance of independence in the way that it's a career process that gets you to become an INEC chairman, it's the rank and file of the police that makes you the IG of police. That's how police all over the world are independent. It's not an assumption that is in the US. Our young people that don't say this don't carry umbrella for, they won't carry umbrella because the promotion is not designed or influenced by the political class. In Nigeria, so is the appointment of a politician. That's what you're talking about. So I need to have to make sure that it has more independence, so that all these tasks you are placing before it, you will deal with seamlessly. Without that, okay, you will get to a point in this thing you are saying that you won't be able to go further.
So let's do this. Looking at Osun election, do you think they were independent? I mean, INEC.
Yes, INEC was, and I like what the governor and the president has done. That's because we want to see. Election should not be a do or die affair. The reason why is the president of Nigeria is for the people of Osun, Ankwara, Kogi, Lagos, Edo, Benin, Kamfancha, everywhere. So when you come together, you want to discuss the affair for some people, and that's exactly what they have done. So INEC is a tool in our hand. It's up to us where you apply them. It is up to us. In Osun now, we apply them correctly and see the result that we have gotten. they delivered.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Hai.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's been wonderful talking to you, and I'm hoping that INEC now, we hope that they respond within 7 days, although they're not under any obligation to set up, but I think morally we expect them to do that, and they owe that to Nigerians. So,
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
It's a pleasure being with you.
All right, thank you all, beautiful viewers. Thank you all, our esteemed viewers, for joining our Lagos Network studio this morning on ITV. I am Marcelina. Would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. To stay with us.
Fury in the room as APC Nasarawa State lawmaker demands accountability from workers at a hospital where donations were made. It is a beautiful Tuesday morning indeed. My name is Eneja Wisdom. Welcome to TMI Socials, and here is what's trending. First of all, before we go into the details, we took a surf around the internet to pick up the stories that have been trending, that you have been talking about. And here are the ones that have made it to your screen this morning. First on my list is Nasarawa APC lawmaker. He demands answers over missing 50 ceiling fans, 40 standing fans, mattresses donated to a hospital. Let's take a look together.
Remember the last time I spoke with you about those orthopedic mattresses? You remember what you told me? This man, do you know me? That's why I didn't get to the that's the kind of under the silver money. Don't allow me to be very upset with you. Why are you lying to me? How can you tell me, oh, this is the mattress I bought? Can I show you the mattresses I bought? I bought it for my people. That's why is the ceiling fans? Where are the ceiling fans? I bought more than 50 ceiling fans. The standing fan, I bought about 40.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Just play around with it.
Look at the condition of my people. You are telling me. I'm coming now. You are telling me. Excuse me. You are telling me, Chewa, you are taking the mattresses around the world. I said, okay, take me to the world. Where are they? Let me see them.
You can see the fury in the room, just like I said it earlier. But you know what? This would make us wonder and even put some questions on our minds. Is the problem just with the government, or do we have parts to play? Also, some others are wondering, did these donations actually arrive at the hospital, or was it just one of those that were said and not given? Well, like I said, these are stories that you have been talking about. It's been glued to your lips and it's been trending on the internet, so I'll walk you through some of your reactions. Over here on X, we have from Bulus Paul. He says, he asks rather, the items disappeared or never arrived. Sick of our leaders and followers. And next from Slave of Truth, we are not only dealing with bad leadership, we are also going through bad citizens problem. Nigerians are not good people by nature. That's the next comment. Corruption is in the heart of every Nigerian, from young to old. I hope this person realizes that he too is, he's also a Nigerian. So if you say there's corruption in everyone's heart, then there is corruption in your heart too. All right, if all politicians can always go back to check the state of what they did for the public places like this or more. That's the next comment. And this one is wondering, you know what? If they give things and they go back to check, then maybe things will be done in a better way. From Mamfe, it's about who we are as humans. It's not about governance or leadership. Nigerians are terrible until we decide to change for good. Else, nothing will happen in the country. You see now, if this man know they help again, we go say politicians are not good. That's all the comment I will bring to you on that particular story. I'll take you through the next one very quickly. A swimming instructor was caught molesting a 10-year-old. a really sad one indeed, because you know you would hope that when you leave an adult with a child, that adult is saddled with the responsibility of protecting that child. And I mean, you are simply supposed to teach the child to swim and not to indulge that child in other, you know, promiscuous activity. It's a rather disturbing video, but let's see it together.
Because you saw her breast already, took her to the bathroom, asking for a number. You are attracted to a child.
Speak and finish it.
After that, see, this one we don't need to manage.
You do take him inside the car.
Yeah, come. Wait. Okay, stand up, please.
Nonsense, man. You be molesting them anyhow, foolish man. Now you are shouting, Abi. They've not even touched you. You are talking. They've not touched you. You are shouting. Nonsense, human being.
What an appalling sight. Hearts are broken. And even though, you know, some of us are touched by the fact that this man is being beaten, some of your comments show support for what is happening. Others are saying he might deserve worse, while others are saying, you know what, they shouldn't take matters, laws, into their hands. However would like to see it, this is a very touchy situation. Some of the comments I have here are from Digital Sniper. Drive the evil spirit out of him. Some demons don't need civility. Imagine as girls plenty for Nigeria reach, but now underage be your interest. Mental people everywhere. And the next one, for those saying female kids should be taught only by female instructors, is that the solution? Is that the most plausible way to stop pedophilia? Do male instructors not also molest male kids? We need to do better, honestly. And from Luda, that beating where you they do, I know support it. You should take him to the police station instead of you beating him like that. Any adult entrusted with kids has a responsibility to protect them and not harm them. It serves him right. From Philip Okonta, children are precious, and anyone who harms them deserves to face the consequences. But mob action isn't justice. It's just more chaos. I hope the proper authorities actually do something about this one. From Omeli, child abuse is a terrible act and should be reported to the police immediately. On the flip side, if you mistakenly buy this guy as you they beat him, you will not be seen, you will not see be arrested, tried, and jailed. Child abuse, totally wrong. Your approach, dangerous. All right, I'll rush through all of those and head to the next story that is trending. I think we've all seen this one on the internet. The fire service over there in our sister country, or should I say our brother country, Ghana. There was a fire outbreak, and we can see personnel of the fire service and other people surrounding the truck throwing sachet water into the building, attempting to put the fire out. Believe me, the comments are nerve-wracking, both for the reads as per funny and also for the mind, because is this intellectually correct? Well, we have the video there. Let's take a watch together. I know you're thinking what I'm thinking, but let's keep our thoughts in our heads, because it is a funny sight and also a concerning one. But you see, we have many international people in the comment section on TikTok, and what they have to say will shock you. Some of them are South Africans, and they are saying, aren't these the Ghanaians who bragged about having a gold mine? Aren't these the people who claim to be hardworking? Aren't they the ones who keep fighting us and saying South Africans are lazy? Look at the people throwing sachet water into a house that is ablaze. Well, let me walk you through the comments very quickly. The first one I have here is, hey, yeah, no African politicians don't care about their people. Heartbreaking. From Ndoda, nah bro, this is sad. African leaders must Do better, guys. You see why people must go home and unite and challenge their leaders straight. Because this is not it. This means if you're in a burning building in Ghana, even if you're a tourist, you are dead. What a disgrace, yet they have gold mines. I think that is a mocking one. And here from a citizen of Zimbabwe, this is the funniest ish I have ever seen. Next we have, this is so sad. Ghana with so many resources and struggling like this, they should start fighting for their country. Athena has something different to say. She says, the water is not even reaching the fire. The public are throwing water packets while the firefighters are just walking around their big truck. It is concerning, you would agree with me, but we cannot just dismiss the fact. But I will ask the question that is on your mind. You know, let's talk about this a little. We do know that the water that firefighters use, the water that is usually in their truck, is not regular water. It's not normal water. I think there are some things that they add to it to put out fire very quickly. But how come sachet water was being thrown into this building? What exactly happened? Well, we should commend them for responding and showing up, because we know about situations where you'll be in trouble and you know, there's that possibility that they do not show up at all. But this one showed up. But how come there is no water in that truck? What prompted the people around to start throwing sachet water? What was the hope? Would the sachet water help? Not even a bucket of sand, not fire extinguishers. Oh well, very quickly, I'll wind you away from that and take you to my very last story for this morning before I wrap it up for TMI Social and, of course, for the entirety of TMI this morning. Nigerian father takes 2-month-old baby for vaccination alone after mother allegedly abandons them. Let's see the video. All right, a Nigerian man, just like you saw on your screen, has sparked reactions online after a video showed him taking his baby, his 2-month-old baby, for vaccination alone. It has you wondering, where is the mother, right? Well, the mother allegedly abandoned them. It is a heartfelt video, but let's look at it this way. What if the side of the coin was flipped? What if it was the mother taking that child for vaccination alone? Would we have this same reaction? Oh, the father is a good man. I mean, it is his child. What if the mother was the one who was abandoned with the baby and taking that kid for vaccination? Would the reaction be the same? Because we have a lot of people commending him. It's his child. Oh, well, this one says it's his child. I don't see why you have to make a fuss about it. Women do it every day. I couldn't agree more. Why is it a big deal to take care of your own baby? Flesh and blood. Women have been doing this and since time immemorial, and we are still doing it. We just keep praying to marry right, while others are, you know, sympathizing with him and saying it must be hard for a father to, you know, go through all of this at home, because what exactly does he know about a baby? Well, there is room for him to learn. While we are giving him time to learn, I will wrap up the show for today. This is all the time I have to spend with you on TMI Social. I brought you the trending news as it has stuck on your lips and as it has been trending on the internet. Until next time, I will say goodbye for now. My name is Eneja Wisdom. This is the end of TMI Social and, of course, the entirety of TMI for today. Until next time, goodbye.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji, and on today's edition of the Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the special criminal court that was actually established by the Edo State administration. We will illustrate their activities since its inception, the purpose with which it was established, the benefit of the court to the citizens. That is basically all we're going to be looking at on today's Viewpoint. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint. Let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say about the establishment of the special criminal court by the Edo State government.
I think as far as policy on paper goes, it's a great initiative, and it's something I support the concepts and the initiative. In advanced nations of the world, you have different courts for many different, shades of crimes and criminality. And the whole idea is to speed adjudication and ensure that justice quickly gets to the people. But I always have a problem with implementation of good concepts and policies, especially when they are knee-jerk policies that are set up without properly thinking through and factoring in the sustainability quotient. I think that's where we have an issue. So far, it's been a lot of jamboree. We've not been able to get a real framework of any value to say, this is how it's going to run post the governor, for instance. It's just been like a task force instead of an institution. You see, special courts should be integral institution in the state that would outlive the government. So it is to that extent, I don't want to discourage the governor. I just want to advise that he brings in more legal experts and, if possible, understudy advanced nations where these things work. We need special courts. In fact, we need more special courts for related offense. A situation where you are crowding a traffic offender and a felon, somebody who has committed felony in the same courtroom, waiting turns. You know, you have people who committed traffic offense who have been in the police custody for months for mere traffic offense, just because the courts are crowded, and the judge will keep telling you that he hasn't had time for that case yet and all that. Does not go well for us. But if you are going to have to change a system, you don't replace it with another redundancy. You replace it with a functionality that will let people see the value of what you have done. That's on one part. On the part of the kind of punishment that is, proposed, the capital punishment that is proposed, for instance, for kidnappers, I can also understand the exigency of trying to remedy such a wicked society vice that we have suddenly found among ourselves in Nigeria. You will recall that until recently we didn't even have any laws on terrorism and kidnapping in the entire country, until very recently when our National Assembly had to pass that. So you can understand that such exigency would overwhelm us. But I think that beyond the, as they say it, scratching of our body, according to the offense, by African mythology, beyond that emotional and reaction from passion, which in this place I have not condemned, I think it's okay. But I think we should begin to think of how to convert our, resources, who have been able to convert their human resources to crime and to criminality. I think we should be able to reconvert them to economic uses. So I think that we should turn our criminals to production centers or productive elements, and that is achievable. Much of the waste in government and ostentation, because you see, in dealing with crime, people just look at the crime, but there are ancillary reasons that act as catalysts to crime. If you continue to flaunt your ill-gotten wealth, especially public funds, in the face of young men who have left school and are not getting jobs, it's an incentive to crime. And when you don't deal with those ancillary symptoms, then you are not going to be able to control crime in society. So if government will cut down its expenditure and its ostentation, some of the local government chairmen that were imposed by the governor as soon as he came in, the governor went to the market and bought them, SUVs that many would never have dreamt of driving, and better boys on the streets who did better in school and so on and so forth, who did not do those dirty things that they did to become so-called local government chairmen, are still looking for a job. What kind of reaction do you think that such youths are going to react to such situations? So, point I'm making is that if we cut down all of those kind of ostentation and waste by government and channel that money, we could actually be able to put off enough programs and correctional centers where we can, if we arrest these boys as kidnappers, cultists, and whatever, we try and see how we can, persuade them, educate them, retrain them, reorient them against the life they've chosen, and see how we can reintegrate them to a productive society. Because to put all of the blame on the criminals, and I'm very much against criminality and crime, to put all of the blame on criminals in our society is to be unfair to justice and equity. There is too much incentive for crime in the society. So we have to, think through and look beyond these first-hand emotional reactions and say, look, how do we really deal with crime in this society? Let us, first of all, incentivize, crime by spreading our common patrimony to ensure that the society takes care. It is only those who refuse that care. If you go to America and Britain, it is those who refuse to work. The system has provided structure to support their population. It is those who cannot apply themselves that go into crime. So we have not been able to provide any support structure, and we cannot tell that our boys have not applied themselves meaningfully. So rather than just take them and waste them under the hands of bullets and then do that publicly, I'm also against killing people publicly. I don't know if that is part of the overall policy, but the governor mentioned it, that they will kill here at Ring Road. When you do that, you are going to desensitize people towards violence. People must be allowed to maintain that sensitivity towards violence. If you begin to show youths murder, well, maybe it's not murder now, whatever name you call it, and you begin to kill criminals publicly, it will get to a time it will no longer mean anything to young ones to see life taken or for themselves to take lives. And not to desensitize them. They should still maintain that sensitivity. The firing squad should be done behind closed doors. I am for execution, but after they have refused reorientation.
The courts that had been set up to try kidnapping and cultism is not different from any regular criminal courts. It's a criminal court. And so the rules of courts that pertains to the criminal justice system we apply to these particular courts. We already have criminal courts, and we have the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and we also have rules of courts that govern the criminal courts. So it will follow the same pattern. It's not the governor's courts. Speedy trial there'll be speedy trial because they really don't have many cases now like any other regular criminal court. So when kidnapping cases come to them and they have gone through the DPP gamut of proof, check whether there's a prima facie case for them to be prosecuted, it will still go through the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution's Office in the Ministry of Justice. Before the Ministry of Justice legal officer, State Council will be the ones to prosecute those cases. And also, we also need the cooperation of lawyers from the DPP's office and private practitioners to ensure that there's speedy trial. Because most of the time, it's not the courts that are responsible for civil trials. Lawyers are key persons that are responsible for slow movement of cases in courts. They come with frivolous adjournments, and most of the time the court will just have to indulge them, because without the lawyers, the judge cannot just go and give a judgment just like that. So the problem is the lawyers, and so NBA should advise lawyers not to come with frivolous adjournments, frivolous reasons why their cases should not go on. And the same thing with the government lawyers, the DPP's office. And so the judges are always present in court. If you go to court, there's no day that the judges do not come to court. It's only on few reasons, maybe on the head grounds. But the problem is the lawyers. So we look at it like this, that the judges' courts are available to receive information from the Ministry of Justice saying that this person has committed a crime, and it is right for the lawyers to ensure speedy trials because the judges are always available. And so when these judges have heard this case, they will naturally give judgments. And so we expect speedy trials and lawyers to ensure that they do not be a cog in the wheels of justice.
Assessing the special court, to me, is still still at its fan stage, being that it was just created a couple of weeks ago. One cannot give a definitive assessment, but giving a preliminary assessment of what it has achieved so far or what it tends to achieve, I could say the state government have done well, and for the chief judge of Edo State to had swiftly set up the court. And we saw recently that the alleged kidnappers that were arrested were tried in that special court. I would say kudos to the Edo State government. One cannot say whether it has achieved its aim, but the process is on. Like I said previously, that the court has its own procedural processes. What we saw in the last sitting of that special court, that the alleged kidnappers was before the court and they all pleaded not guilty, despite the fact that they had previously confessed to the crime, even on media. But they have the right to either plead guilty or accept the crime as being alleged. But as a procedural processes, when a suspect or a defendant before a court plead not guilty to a crime, the court will refer to Department of Public Prosecution for advice. That is why I said earlier that the 2 ways are said by the governor. It is not feasible for the court to hear a criminal case and dispense judgment within 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes days or weeks or months for the DPP to look into the issue and advise whether the accused persons have case to answer or not. We are monitoring keenly the activities and the processes of this special court. As civil rights activists, like I said, we are more concerned about the fundamental right of citizens. We wouldn't want a situation whereby the process will be abused by the state actors. We wouldn't want innocent citizens to be victimized by that special court, because we have seen recently that even the police and security agencies will now arrest innocent citizens and threaten them to either part way with money or they will be charged to that special court. That is what is trending. But in all, we will ensure that we work in synergy with the government and the judiciary to ensure that the special court that is set up to try the alleged kidnappers, cultists, and terrorists achieve its aim without abusing the process.
Special court means courts that have been set up or tribunals that have been set up to handle specific matters or issues of concern that are specific or peculiar to certain issues. This is not the first of its kind in the country and also in Edo State. Before, you can see special court like the robbery tribunal that was set up in 1970, yes, to try robbery cases so that they can be treated expediently. So the special court is a step in the right direction. Now, these courts have been constituted by Edo State to fight robbery, cultism, and kidnapping. Yes, and these are peculiar matters. Now, a leader is not someone that has the highest qualifications, but however, somebody that can identify a problem relating to a particular set of people and also do everything possible to solve it. Security issue has been a major problem in Edo State from time immemorial. There are a lot of places I can mention in Benin where this issue of cultism and kidnapping were very rampant until our governor, in his magnanimity, decided to set up this court, which was approved by the Chief Justice of Edo State, Honorable Chief Justice Daniel Okumbowa. Now, this court is situated at the High Court of Benin, and this court is just like every other normal court. But what is the difference? Just like you have the Election Petition Tribunal, that where matters or electoral matters are treated very quickly, expediently, with full speed, so as to be able to get the results on time. That is the same thing that is also ongoing in this special court, so that issues of cultism and kidnapping can be treated with enough speed, and the perpetrators of this act can be brought to book. This court can handle matters, let's say, in 6 months, 3 months, depends on the factors that are involved, and judgment will be given. The judges that are sitting over this court are judges that have been carefully chosen, who have a lot of experience in cultism and kidnapping and matters that are related thereto. So this court is something that is applaudable. And on the issue whether this court can actually be abused later on, it is simple. The laws that set up these special courts are also the laws that also regulate the normal high courts. The only difference is the time frame for these matters to be handled and settled, which is the Criminal Code and the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Now, this court also runs with the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. This court also runs with fair hearing. It's not like, oh, a criminal is just carried there and at the end of the day he's tried and is convicted. No. The same processes will be followed. Everything that ought to be done in a normal court will be done. And if these people are found wanting, they will be brought to book. So they are working and proper investigations are being carried out to make sure that these criminals are apprehended. Why? For the safekeeping. Okay, what is the primary responsibility of a government? It is the protection of life and properties. Yes, if a government cannot protect the life and properties of the citizen, that government has failed.
This special court to try criminal matters relating to kidnapping and courtesan. So nobody is happy when he's kidnapped. And nobody is happy with the monstrous, the satanic activity of court-related killings. It was about two years precisely. Yes, 2 years precisely. This was where a young man was killed. You understand that created unnecessary tension and panic in this area. Yes, with the creation or establishment of these special criminal courts, if we are sincere with ourselves, we should tell ourselves the truth that courts-related killings has reduced drastically, and even the activities of kidnapping has even reduced drastically. Yes, what I am pessimistic about is the issue that the police is now taking undue advantage to even plant fears in the mind of the people to further extort them. That this creation of special courts, if you don't cooperate with us, we'll charge you there, and you know that the governor is interested in the matter. You understand? The suspect will just go and look for money one way or the other to settle his way out. That is not the philosophy of the creation or the establishment of the special criminal courts. The courts was established to try matters related to kidnapping and court-related killings, and it should not be an issue that will not give impetus to security agencies to extort the people. For me, we have experienced it. We are not happy. Yes, that is why all hands must be on deck to support the administration of Senator Modu Bevolo to ensure that real kidnappers, yes, are arraigned or are charged to that special criminal court, and are real confessed courtists are charged to this special criminal court that will send further signal to people, to kidnappers, that those states is no longer comfortable. It will send signal to courtists that those states is no longer conducive for the activities of courtesan or court-related activities.
Well, first of all, let's commend the governor for doing what he thinks is necessary to checkmate insecurity in this state. Because before he came in, the situation was very bad, and the insecurity level in this country was almost, in this state in particular, was almost unbearable. People were just being killed and slaughtered like as if they didn't matter. So he has done a lot to checkmate insecurity, but there's still more to be done. I think that is why he has brought in the special court, so that in addition to arresting these persons, as soon as they are arrested, they should be given justice as demanded by law. We shouldn't just go and put them in the cell, because what we used to have is you just arrest somebody, go and put him in detention. After a while, maybe you get remand, maybe if you are lucky, after a year he's out. Sometimes many things happen. The person you just see him back in the society. So that is what the governor wanted to checkmate or wants to checkmate. That's why he has brought in this special court, so that it will not just be a case of we arrested them, whoa, we stopped them yesterday. It will be a case of we put an end to it. That is why he brought in this special court. And one way to do it is by giving swift justice. That's where the special court now come in. The special court is a court that it does not listen to adjournments anyhow. You come to court today, the next time you are coming is October, the next one will be March next year. So that has aided the injustice in this country. I also helped a lot of accused persons to get away with criminality. You are doing a criminal case. There's one criminal case I am doing now. It's 4 years, exactly 4 years. So it doesn't make sense. And criminal matters should not be delayed that much. Criminal matters are matters that by nature, investigation has been done. You have come to a conclusion on where things stand. You already have an idea of where everybody is standing. Just go ahead and do the case. Now the question is, what has been the impact of the special court? I would say it has helped, and I will tell you why I say it has helped. We were here when they did the July 7/7. We used to know what 7/7 used to be in this state. This state particular, they used to see those days as special days that people can do and undo, anything can go on. But it's no longer so. Now everybody is now, even the man who is the courtist will now tell you, come, I not be courtist too. He is avoiding the special court. He knows that if he's arrested today, tomorrow morning, he can be in court for trial. So he's avoiding it. I am aware that these people who were caught at the vegetable market for kidnapping that day, they have also been taken to that court, and their case has been sent to DPP for advice, and swift advice is also to be expected from the DPP's office, so that these people will not just go and stay in detention 3-6 months when nobody is looking, then they are released and they are sent back to society. No, special court is there to give you sharp justice. If you commit today, tomorrow you may be facing court. In another 1 month time, we may be hearing your judgment. So people are now more careful. However, there are some areas we need to also watch out for. The area of police now using special court to extort people is getting on the rise. That's where I feel people like the NBA, human rights organizations, need to wake up. Before any small thing that happens now, before you even argue with policemen, they will tell you, if you do anything now, we'll change this case for you. We'll change it for you. You'll see yourself in special court. A matter that does not involve special court, they will find a way to wrap it up, and before you know, they are arresting you for courtism. No evidence of the courtism. They are arresting you for kidnapping. No evidence of the kidnapping. Just to harass, intimidate, and threaten people. Matters that should go to special court should actually be matters that have gone through police to the DPP's office. It shouldn't even come from police to the special court. It should be through the police to the DPP's office. The DPP has screened it. It is the DPP that is going to try the person, not the police. It is the DPP that knows, is there any evidence that I can use to convict this person if I go to special court? Not for police to just from their office take somebody to special court. So I think we need to checkmate that part. We should remove the power of police completely from the special court, because police that we know, we know where we are coming from. We know who we are. A policeman will tell you to your face, I know you didn't commit any offense. I know you didn't commit any offense. You will still be there another 1 month because you have not done what you are supposed to do. I have said it, not like I was told. All matters go through DPP. Then the DPP, of course, DPP is a staff of the state government, direct staff. Unlike the police, that is not a staff of the state government. The DPP is a direct staff. He answers to the governor. The governor can call him to certain matters. So he can now work within the mandate of law, because he knows what the law. DPP is a man who studied law, and he has gravitated through the rigors of criminal justice to get to that office. He didn't just wake up suddenly and was made DPP. He has grown in the ranks. So when you now say, oh, this person is DPP, he has the ability to look at the file and say, this file is a file for special court, this one is not for special court. So that's one area I feel we should be very careful with. We shouldn't allow the special courts to become the tool for the police to extort our young boys. That's what it has become suddenly, but we should checkmate that one and ensure that on our own part, we keep the society safe from these kidnappers and courtists. Finally, before I leave you, let me just add this one. Courtism and kidnapping they are offenses that are based on evidence. They are not offenses that are based on hearsay. Because of the serious nature of those offenses, we should not just be police should be. It has come to a point where we should bar police from arresting people from hearsay when it comes to courtism and kidnapping. Once somebody say I know that my neighbor, somebody that you and I we have issue, you insulted my wife, I insulted your wife, I will not go and report that you are a courtist. The police should not make any arrests.
Having heard what some legal practitioners and some activists and citizens had to say about the establishment of the special criminal courts by the Edo State Administration, while some are still applauding the administration for establishing the court, some are still saying that the purpose with which the court was actually established should not be abused, and security agencies shouldn't use that as an opportunity to intimidate and exploit citizens of their rights. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, FCT Council Chairman threatens residents to support APC or leave Kuje. President Tinubu urges Muslims to imbibe Prophet Muhammad's virtues at Eid al-Maulud. Lectures, reflections dominate commemoration of the birth of Prophet Muhammad. Angie Epilepsy Foundation rallies against fear, stigma surrounding epilepsy. LASSO says missing final year results have been uploaded. Good evening, Nigeria, and welcome to the news on Independent Television, reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm not alone tonight. Wilson Omasho joins me live from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Wilson. Good evening. Happy Eid Maulud. And how did you celebrate the day?
Well, as you can tell, we have friends here in Benin City that have celebrated the birth of Prophet Muhammad. So lots and lots to eat. You know how it is. Anyway, how is Abuja? And it's a pleasure sharing the screen with you tonight.
Abuja is pretty cool, and it's also a pleasure sharing the screen with you. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Aigboje Ikoria. Hello, Aigboje. Good evening. And how was the celebration in Lagos?
Good evening, Joyce. And Lagos is fine. Happy Eid Maulud to you. And we are also celebrating the birth of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam here in Lagos.
It is a beautiful celebration. And now remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook at ITVN Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. All right, let's set sail. The chairman of Kuje Area Council in the Federal Capital Territory, Samuel Shekwolo, has warned residents who do not support the All Progressives Congress to leave the council ahead of the 2027 general elections. Shekwolo made the comment in a video circulating on social media on Tuesday, in which he addressed his followers and constituents. The council chairman said his position was informed by what he described as the developmental efforts of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, in Kuje.
I've said in my area council, it's either you're doing APC or leave the area council. I'm not fighting with confidence. I'm saying it. You know why? I cannot have minister and president doing for us what they are doing. Then on the day of election, you now come and say you want to match me. I will not. It's either you are with us.
The development comes against the backdrop of a recent controversy involving the senator representing Osun East Senatorial District, Francis Fadahun Singh, who was criticized over comments concerning members of the Accord Party ahead of the August 15, 2026 governorship election. The chairman's office late Tuesday issued a statement saying he was being misquoted by the public while urging residents not to flee but live in peace. Away from that, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday congratulated Muslims on this year's Eid al-Maulud celebration, charging them to imbibe the good teachings of Prophet Muhammad. Special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, revealed this in a statement he signed on Tuesday titled Eid al-Maulud. Tinubu urges Muslims to imbibe the virtues of Prophet Muhammad. The President said that beyond celebrating the birthday of the Holy Prophet, the faithful should use the occasion for introspection, prayer, and learning from the Prophet's exceptional virtues. Tinubu urged religious leaders to use the period to pray for the country and to admonish their followers to translate the lessons from Prophet Muhammad's life into their commitment to the country. Tinubu also urged those celebrating the festival to extend a hand of fellowship to the needy and vulnerable in the spirit of the season. He called for prayers against the insecurity and other afflictions bedeviling some parts of the country. Meanwhile, Muslims have been urged to use the celebration of Eid al-Maulud to reflect on the life, character, and legacies of Prophet Muhammad. The chief imam of Ansaruddin Mosque, who is also a professor of Islamic Studies in the University of Abuja, Professor Imam Musa Olaofe, gave the advice in an interview with ITV News on the significance of Eid al-Maulud in Abuja. Joseph Kadri reports that Professor Olaofe says that Prophet Muhammad was known for good character, peaceful disposition, and love for humanity, qualities he believes Muslims should emulate in their daily lives.
His reaction to the significance of the Eid al-Maulud, the Imam of Ansaruddin, Professor Musa Olaofe, urges Muslims to reflect on the Prophet's teachings on education, hard work, and self-reliance, stressing that entrepreneurship remains important in reducing poverty and promoting national development.
That behaviors on our life so that I can be able to behave well. So he never mislead anybody, he never kill anyone, he always believed in peace. And that peace is what matters most in our life. In fact, in the Holy Quran, God described him that, O Prophet of Allah, you are the best in character. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَىٰ خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. So these are the things that we will look at it from, that this person worthy, to be celebrated.
He cautions against making the celebration solely about eating, dancing, and fanfare, saying the occasion should provide an opportunity for individuals to examine their conduct and compare it with the values demonstrated by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
It is not the issue of a dancing and the eating and the fanfare. It's not like that. It's just for us to sit down and think about all the legacies, all what he did when he was alive. In fact, he even promoted education, because with education you can do a lot of things in this world. And that is why we don't want anybody to be ignorant of anything they are doing. They should learn, and then learn to be self-reliant. The Prophet says, encourages the Muslim to work. And when you work, the issue of poverty will reduce drastically.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Our next point of call is our Benin Network studio. Over to you, Wilson.
Joyce, and welcome to our Benin studio. The federal government may replace the concessionaire handling the Benin-Asaba Road project over alleged poor performance and slow pace of work. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, gave the warning during an inspection of the project at the bypass section of the Benin-Agbo Road in Benin City. The inspection followed a directive from President Bola Tinubu amid recent protests by Edo youths over the condition of the road and the hardship faced by motorists. Governor Monday Okpebolo, accompanied by members of the National Assembly, joined the minister during the inspection. Umahi expressed dissatisfaction with the quality and pace of work, warning that the concessionaire could be replaced if its performance does not improve. We'll bring to you details of this report later. Moving on, Muslim faithful in Benin City and Warri Delta State have commemorated the birthday of Prophet Muhammad, known as Eid al-Mawlid, with lectures highlighting his life, teachings, and enduring legacy. The commemoration, held on Tuesday at the Ring Road Mosque, featured religious lectures, prayers, and reflections on the significance of the occasion. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
Muslim faithful gathered in a joyous mood, singing songs to mark the birth of Prophet Muhammad. The gathering provided an opportunity for the faithful to reflect on the Prophet's exemplary life and renew their commitment to his teachings. In a lecture titled The Life and Times of Prophet Muhammad, Chairman, University of Benin Muslim Community, Alhaji Nuruddin Asunugi, urged Muslims to emulate the Prophet's teachings as contained in the Holy Quran.
For you to know somebody or to love somebody, the truth of the matter is that you must know that person.
Chief Imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah in Abulele, stressed the importance of the commemoration, urging Muslims to uphold the values of peace, unity, love, and good character.
The Prophet was a symbol of generosity. When you are celebrating like this, you also remember the poor, the helpless ones, those who are facing precarious situations.
The Chief Imam of Warri Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Rashid Ajisefi, said the Eid al-Mawlid signifies the birth of Prophet Muhammad, which is the final arrival of Messenger of God, according to the Quran.
Because of the enjoyment, what we enjoy in the Islams and others to make us to celebrate Prophet Muhammad himself.
Other Islamic scholars, including Mr. Ismail in Abulele and chairman of the Edo State Council for Islamic Affairs, Alhaji Abdulaziz Ignidu, highlighted lessons from the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad.
I've also been taught to read the scripture, that is the glorious Quran, and work with it,
and then love my neighbor as myself, because I'm not seeing my creator.
If you are a good Muslim, the first thing you are supposed to do is to make sure that you also try to emulate all the good work of Prophet Muhammad.
The federal government declared Tuesday public holiday to enable Muslim faithful across the country to celebrate Eid al-Maulud. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has felicitated with Muslim faithful across the state and beyond on the occasion of Eid al-Maulud, commemorating the birth of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Right Honorable Idahosa, in a statement signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Mr. Friday Agado, urged Muslims to use the occasion to reflect on the exemplary life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad, particularly his virtues of peace, compassion, humility, tolerance, and love for humanity. The Deputy Governor harped on the need for Muslims to strengthen bonds of brotherhood and promote peaceful coexistence among the people. He urged Muslims to pray for the continued peace, unity, and prosperity of Edo State and Nigeria, while encouraging them to extend kindness and support to the less privileged in their communities. Right Honorable Idahosa prayed Almighty Allah accept the prayers of the faithful, grant leaders wisdom, and continue to bless Edo State with peace, progress, and prosperity. In the same vein, the Isama of Benin and Honorary Council to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osao Igbenedion, has encouraged Nigerians, especially the Muslim faithful, to evaluate their relationship with Allah and one another while striving to promote righteousness, compassion, and peaceful coexistence. Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osao Igbenedion, who handed down the piece of encouragement in a message for the 2026 Eid al-Maulud celebration he personally signed on Tuesday, expressed gratitude to Almighty Allah for granting the people the opportunity to witness another commemoration of the birth of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osao Igbenedion emphasized that the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad remain a typical guide for humanity, particularly through his commitment to peace, kindness, generosity, truthfulness, and outstanding service to humanity. The Islam of Benin enjoined Nigerians to embrace the habit of continuous strengthening of the bonds of unity and brotherhood, stressing that the state's diversity in ethnicity, culture, and religion remains its greatest strength rather than a source of division. He tasked the Muslim faithful to intensify prayers for peace, security, and economic prosperity, especially in view of the prevailing national challenges.
Our next stop is our Lagos Network studio, where Aigboje brings us more reports trending in that region. Over to you.
Thank you, Joyce. Moving on from Lagos, the Lagos State Police Command has arrested 5 suspected telecommunication vendors and recovered a truck of suspected stolen iron rods in the Bejuleki axis of the state as part of its intensified effort to curb the vandalism and theft of critical infrastructure across Lagos. The command said the suspects were allegedly caught stealing iron poles meant for the construction of telecommunication masts. The command said the suspects are currently in police custody, while the case is being investigated at the State Criminal Investigation Department, Yaba, with investigation ongoing to apprehend other fleeing suspects and unravel the full extent of their activities. Moving on, the management of Lagos State University Ojo says it has resolved the controversy over missing results involving final year students in the Department of English, assuring that no qualified student will be forced to spend an extra year because of the issue. The university gave the assurance after reports emerged that about 100 final year students were at risk of an additional year following the alleged failure of 2 lecturers to upload some of their 300 level results. The management of the school said concerning the non-upload of results of some graduating students in the Department of English, the university has uploaded all outstanding results as at on Sunday, 23rd August 2026. The Lagos State government says it has concluded plans to commence rehabilitation work on Okeafa Bridge in a Isolo local government area. The State Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Oseyemi, explains that the work will be carried out in 2 phases. He said during phase 1, rehabilitation motorists from Isolo heading towards Ejibo will be diverted to Isolo-bound carriageway from Bako roundabout, where traffic will move in both directions from rejoining the main carriageway to continue their journeys at Mobi filling station. Motorists coming from Ejibo will maintain free movement and share the carriageway with Ejibo bound traffic from Mobi filling station to Bako roundabout, after which they will regain full access to the road to reach their destinations.
And still on the news, the 34th chairperson of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN Benin, and District Society, Dr. Ijoma Emuze, has led members of the society's executives on a courtesy visit to the Isama of Benin and on the Romanian Council to Edo and Delta states. His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion Pius Nsogo reports that the visit was marked by warm tributes and expressions of appreciation for the Isama's decades of visionary leadership, enterprise, as well as his commitment to human capacity development.
Speaking during the visit, Dr. Emuse and members of her team extolled the renowned Isama of Benin and philanthropist for his remarkable accomplishments and enduring contributions to the growth and development of Edo State and Nigeria. The ICANN delegation particularly commended the Isama of Benin for his pioneering interventions in education, describing his investment in human capital as a legacy that continues to impact generations.
Your Excellency, sir, you have helped humanity in lots of ways and by extension to ICANN. Your Excellency, on 2 separate occasions, you have hosted 2 ICANN presidents in your palatial garden, and I sincerely hope that our 2nd president will find it an honor to be your guest during her presidential visit to the district.
The delegation also acknowledged Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion's contributions to the accounting profession and his long-standing support for the activities and advancement of ICANN. High point of the visit was the presentation of a commemorative plaque to the Isama by ICANN Benin and District Society in recognition of his support and goodwill towards the professional body.
We present this plaque to you in recognition of your contribution to humanity and the accountancy profession, sir.
On his part, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion expressed appreciation for the honor while reaffirming the importance of professionalism, education, and service to society. The August visitors also wished the Isama a happy birthday in advance as they celebrated a life of enterprise, philanthropy, leadership, and service. Present during the courtesy visit was the Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The decision of Edo State House of Assembly to convert the resignation of its former Speaker, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebako, to impeachment has sparked debate with some legal practitioners and former legislators questioning the constitutional basis for the action. The development came 8 days after Right Honorable Agbebako resigned as Speaker, paving the way for the election of a new Speaker. Ofure Aneto has details.
The controversy followed a motion by the Majority Leader, Honorable Sunday Ojezele,
and seconded by the member representing Esagon Central Constituency, Honorable Oshoma Ahmed, seeking to treat the former speaker's resignation as an impeachment. The lawmakers reportedly hinged the move on the claim that the resignation did not follow due parliamentary process. Reacting to the development, a former speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Francis Okiyi, said while the legislature has powers to impeach, he questioned the legality of converting a resignation already infected to impeachment days later.
From what I saw on the screen, the legislature has power to impeach. And if the process of impeachment has some lacunas, they also have the power to come back to the floor and it sees that record that was written against whoever was removed was not properly or was not correctly done. Whatever is their reason, what I know is that they have the prerogative to remove a speaker at will.
Some legal practitioners, Adams Aliyu and John Okiyive, who raised questions over the decision, described the action as unconstitutional and illegal, urging that converting a resignation into an impeachment amounts to giving a retrospective effect to an event.
Purportedly converting the ex-speaker's resignation to impeachment is mala fide, in bad faith, unconstitutional, ill-motivated, because it is backdating an event. A law is not made to be retrospective.
There is no basis for that proceeding at all. It's not right. It's what they are saying to us now. They're just taking us for granted and taking us for a ride.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
Senator Nedai Maswe, representing Edo South Senatorial District, has felicitated with the Muslim Bar in Edo South, Edo State, Nigeria, and across the world on the occasion of Eid al-Maulud, commemorating the birth and exemplary life of Prophet Muhammad. In a goodwill message, Senator Nedai Maswe urged Muslims to use the occasion to reflect deeply on the Prophet's enduring teachings of compassion, justice, tolerance, love, and peaceful coexistence. Senator Maswe noted that the celebration provides an opportunity for the faithful to renew their commitment to the noble virtues exemplified by Prophet Muhammad, whose life remains a source of guidance for humanity. The lawmaker said chapter 21, verse 107 underscores the universal message of mercy, compassion, and goodwill associated with the life and mission of Prophet Muhammad. Senator Maswe called on Muslims across Edo South to continue to promote love, mutual respect, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence in the various communities, pointing out that unity remains indispensable to the progress, security, and development of the senatorial district. He prayed for peace, prosperity, and continued progress across Edo South and Nigeria, while wishing the Muslim Ummah a joyous and spiritually rewarding Eid al-Maulud celebration. The executive chairman-elect of Ikpoboka local government, Honorable Eric Sino Sawao, has felicitated with Muslims on the occasion of Eid al-Maulud in Ikpoboka local government area and beyond. In a statement, Honorable Sawao says the celebration of the birth of Prophet Muhammad inspired greater peace, love, unity, tolerance, and compassion in communities. Honorable Sawao urged Muslim faithful to use the occasion to reflect on the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, which encompasses justice, compassion, love, and peaceful coexistence. The executive chairman-elect of Ikpoboka local government, Honorable Sino Sawao, wished Muslim faithful a successful celebration of Eid al-Maulud. One vision, one future. The role of Nigerian youths in driving national progress was a focal point of discussion at the 62nd Anniversary Symposium of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYC Diaspora, held in London. The event attracted youth delegates from different countries across Europe and beyond, including government officials from Nigeria. ITV UK correspondent Roslyn Everame reports.
Youth and ambassadors converge on Hilton London Kensington to deliberate on salient issues affecting Nigerian youth globally and chart a path towards a more prospective Nigeria. The governor of NYC and Diaspora and chief host, Ambassador Collins Idahosa, who delivered his speech online from Sweden, said Nigerian youth must recognize that the knowledge and skills acquired from European and other global institutions should be strategically channeled into the structural development of the motherland, Nigeria.
As your governor, my vision is to anchor in the belief that empowerment must be tangible. The council must remain a robust liaison between the youth and the Nigerian states. Welcome to the 62nd Anniversary Symposium of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Diaspora. Let us build the youth. Let us build the nation.
The symposium featured two panel discussions moderated by the Director of Operations, NYC and UK Chapter, Irene Eribo, an interactive question and answer session, and keynote presentations by different speakers.
One unique thing we want youth to take out from this event is taking back the international experience they've gained outside of Nigeria towards helping to develop Nigeria.
I'm seeing young Nigerians turning up for Nigerian issues.
For the Nigerian youth, be active in every opportunity you are given.
There were goodwill messages from the chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabrerawa, and other government representatives, including Charity Awojola and Victor Okon.
NYCM provides a vital platform for Nigerian youth abroad to contribute their ideas, expertise, resources, and networks towards national development, while strengthening connection between Nigeria and its global youth community. From London, Roslyn Eworame, ITV News.
Members and supporters of the Anti-Epilepsy Foundation on Tuesday staged a campaign rally in Benin City to drum up support for its upcoming 3-day You Need to Know Epilepsy Awareness Program. Joy Obaisiabo reports.
Epilepsy is not a disease. It's not a death sentence.
The You Need to Know campaign rally procession by Anti-Epilepsy Foundation kicked off from AGG Street through True Sister Street and Agba Road Bypass, amongst other areas in the vicinity. Participants who sang campaign songs distributed epilepsy awareness flyers, urging residents to attend the upcoming 3-day event, scheduled for Wednesday, August 25th, Thursday, August 26th, and Friday, August 27th, 2026, at number 2 Porter Street off AGG between Agba Road and Idogbo Bypass, Benin City.
We say make we educate you now about now it be this. If you see person where they do like this, where they shake, some of them phone go they come out for their mouth. You go turn and go one side. Anything where people you know say you go injure him, you go remove her from his side though, so that when he wake up, he no will get any injury.
According to the founder of Anti-Epilepsy Foundation, Mrs. Angela Semota, the organization was established out of a personal commitment to create awareness about epilepsy and help eradicate stigma around the condition worldwide. She said the You Need to Know rally began 6 years ago and has since grown into an annual advocacy drive.
You need to know is about when you see your child convulsing, your first aid. Where do I take the child to? What do we do to make sure the child does not convulse again? We teach them during You Need to Know. We tell them where they take the child to. That's in a teaching hospital where they can get a neurologist.
Organizers say the program will feature talks, community engagement, and information sessions designed to improve public understanding of epilepsy. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The leadership of Ogba community in Owedo local government area of Edo State has expressed disappointment over a recent media report that the community lawyer and liaison officer have been removed, a situation the leadership viewed as misrepresentation of facts and untrue. In a statement, the second-in-command, Pa Jimoh Obasanjo, and the Secretary, Pa Notie Greg Omogiate, said the lawyer and the liaison officer have been carrying out their jobs appropriately and representing the community very well. And as such, any decision to be taken concerning both must go through the appropriate channel according to the customs and norms of the community. The Ogba community leadership said it has a legitimate interest in protecting its lands, property, resources, and the collective interests of each people, and therefore important that all persons entrusted with community responsibilities conduct themselves in a manner that promotes the unity, accountability, and transparency of the community. The statement warned that the community must not be placed in a position where its property or interests are exposed to avoidable disputes, unauthorized transactions, or actions capable of prejudicing the rights of its members. The leadership further emphasized that where any matter involving members of the community is before a court of law or any competent authority, all concerned individuals are expected to respect the judicial process and allow laws to take its full proper course. They called on all members of Ogba community, stakeholders, and the general public to disregard any publication or statements concerning the community lawyer and the liaison officer that is calculated to create unnecessary confusion, division, or distrust, especially when it is not from the appropriate channel.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to another exciting edition of Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. You already know me, I'm your host Amara Chuku Azuka, and today I have with me in the studio
Joyce Oseyara.
Okay, Joyce, and?
I'm Perfect Christian.
Perfect. Okay, so today we're talking about relationships in the digital age. Want to see if it's easier now or more complicated. You know how relationships used to be in the days of our fathers and our mothers, like when they're in a distant relationship, they'll send letters and all that. You know how it is here. But now social media has made it, like, I don't want to say easier now, because that's what I want to look at. I want to look at if social media has made relationships easier or more complicated. Okay, so my first question goes to you, Perfect. Has social media strengthened relationships, or is it slowly pulling them apart?
I would say social media has strengthened it, but the pulling apart still depends on the person in question.
Wow. So how does that work?
Well, the ancient time, let me use that word, ancient time. You see, love letters were in vogue, and you could feel the passion of your spouse in the letters written to you. Currently, that has been made easier. Why you have to send a letter today and you receive it next year or months after. So the intensity I want you to feel must have faded along the way. Yeah, but social media has made that easier now, coming of internet and all that. But still, why it depends on the person is it can be used as a disadvantage, pulling apart fake things and fake love. So it depends on who is saying it. If I should know my partner, if I'm in love with a person and I know her, whatever message she sends me, I can tell if she's the one or not. I should be able to tell her emotions or not. But when my love for her is questioned, I can't tell her emotions, if she's happy, if she's sad, or whatever she's feeling at that moment. So the essence of social media, it was supposed to make that connection faster, easier for those people that are genuinely in love with each other, but not for those that are as per relationship, not for those that are not.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Joyce, over to you. Same question. Do you think social media has strengthened relationships in this digital age?
Yeah, I'll say yes, because it makes really communication and everything easier, faster. Yeah.
Okay, now talking about digital age and relationships in the digital age, we now have ChatGPT. And then we were talking about this digital age bringing relationship together, like communication better and all that. And with the use of ChatGPT, instead of writing good messages to your spouses or to your partners, you can just use ChatGPT, send this message to this person, and ChatGPT will just bring it out for you. And then you can forward to your partner or to your spouse. What do you think about that, Perfect? Do you think that is like true love, or do you think like social media, or rather the digital age, has made true love more like scarce or whatnot? What do you think?
I would say the invention of ChatGPT has made it easier. Why I'm using that word easier is because naturally there are persons that have issues with communication. They can't talk with you. They can't look in your eyes. They can't construct their words. Forgive me for digressing a little bit. Moses had issues with speaking.
That's right.
And so God had to invent a means. Aaron became his ChatGPT to talk to. So currently, there are some persons that they feel love for you. They have intense emotions for their spouse, but they can't seem to figure out the right words, the right pattern, the right manner in which to communicate that love to that partner. So this artificial intelligence has been put in place to help those that will help them and do all that for them. So I think AI and social media has helped a lot.
Joyce, do you want to add to that?
It makes it less stressful. I feel like AI, sending love messages to your partner using ChatGPT, you
don't buy it.
It's supposed to come
from your heart, But ChatGPT is so accurate too. I've used ChatGPT before to send love message. It's so accurate. Like you think ChatGPT is actually reading your heart. Like everything you want to say, it just pops up, and you're just like, wow, no need to stress yourself. Just say it.
ChatGPT message, I will know it.
Really? So can you identify it? When you see a ChatGPT message, you can identify it.
That's coming from the sender, like. You know, this person cannot write something like this to me from their heart.
Wow.
So I use ChatGPT.
So like Perfect used Moses and Aaron as an example. Like he said, some people cannot talk. They can't really express themselves. So they need an assistance to actually express themselves. That's how we came about Aaron helping Moses in the Bible. You know the story. So don't you think ChatGPT is actually like the Aaron of our day?
That's why I said it makes it easier.
It makes it easier, not complicated. Okay. Now, we want to talk about people meeting online. You meet a guy online, you like him, you guys go into a relationship. Do you think that is true love? People even get married with that way, like in a digital way. People meet on Facebook or on Instagram, on TikTok, they fall in love with each other, they start a relationship, and they end up getting married. Do you think that is true love compared to how the olden days, like how they meet and fall in love and all that? Do you think that's true love? Perfect.
Well, if you say from the instance, it's not true love.
Wow.
It's attraction. I don't know nothing about you when I go online. What I see online, your pictures I see online attracts me to you. And so during the course of communication, I determine myself if I'm satisfied with the way you speak. There are some persons that are not just attracted to you by your beauty. They're attracted to you by the content that you have. So they want to hear you talk. And that's the essence why most of them schedule for a date, just to hear you speak. Your speaking, your manner of approach shows them how sophisticated you are, how it shows your content what you carry inside. And so in the course of that, love can either be built or destroyed. Or you can just leave it back to the base, attraction, and then whatever goes on with that, goes on with that. So social media, I meet you online, Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever social media platform I met you.
Yeah.
I met you based on attraction. Because I don't know nothing about you. Right? So it is our course of communication that determines if, and it still depends if I'm actually there genuinely looking for love.
That's another thing.
I might not be
genuine.
Yes. So it determines on what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for love and I'm looking for love on social media, what will take me there? First of all, what will bring me to you is if I'm attracted to you by your pictures or videos of you online.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might be your bio. I've met people that during the course of our communication, they made instances of what she wrote on her bio attracted me to her. Just there was a different kind of perspective of what she said. That's as simple as whatever it was written there. So that is based on attraction. Now that attraction brings me to communicate with you. And while communicating with you, I now determine, okay, should I push this further if I'm looking for true love, actually? Okay. Should I push this further or should I just let it die here? It depends on, no longer me, the aspirator, it now depends on you who I'm coming to meet. So, yeah, it can be good or bad.
Amazing. I love that. How about you, Joy? Can online relationships be genuine? Can they be true love?
Okay, yes, it can. How you meet doesn't matter. Somebody online, in person. I feel like the communication they have is what matters. Before you marry somebody, you need to like communicate, get to know the person. So meeting them online doesn't matter actually. It can be true love.
It can be true love.
Yes.
Wow.
First, attraction. It's talked about attraction.
Yeah.
You have to be attracted to somebody first. I feel like attraction is the first thing before communication. Like you need to get attracted to the person before that thing can go on. So yeah, it can work, it can be genuine.
Okay, so Joyce, I'm going to ask you, does social media create unnecessary jealousy in a relationship? You know, in the olden days when there was no social media, there was nothing like jealousy, or you know what I'm talking about. So now, because of social media, you see a lot of partners getting jealous over what their partners post online. You can see maybe a guy or a girl post like a good picture online, and the boyfriend will tell her to delete that picture. No, it's too provocative. It's like this. No, I don't like what you're wearing. I don't like your hair, your makeup, whatnot. So do you think social media creates unnecessary jealousy among partners?
I feel like it's maturity. Your partner needs to be matured enough to know that, okay, you're just posting this because, okay, as a girl, you just need to post.
Yeah.
Like you're posting for other guys.
Yes, he's going to feel like you're posting for other guys.
It's maturity, and you guys need to like communicate more on that aspect.
Wow.
And social media also affects that pressure, like peer pressure.
Yeah.
What's the issues? But I feel like it's just maturity. Just know your partner. You should know your partner.
Okay. Perfect. You're a guy. You need to tell us. Do you think social media creates unnecessary jealousy for partners, for people in relationship?
Well, people in relationship, they deal with trust issues. If I'm having trust issues with my partner, it doesn't matter if there's social media or not. I'm going to question everything she does. So what social media will not do is enhance that trust issues that I already had, because she have her own pattern of doing things that I might not be conformed to. And I have mine also. So if I'm having trust issues with her on a daily basis without social media, if she now goes online to post this, I will be having the same trust issues there intense, more than when it's just basics. So social media can promote jealousy depending on what the foundation of that relationship is already built on. Because I'm in a relationship with a person that I didn't live with from birth.
Yeah.
I don't understand her perspective. I'm in a relationship with her to understand her so that we can move in par. Now, if I fail to understand her and I question everything that she does without giving her the benefit of a doubt on any topic at all, whatever she does online, and if it happens to be with public, it is something that she has to post, whatever she says online, whatever she posts online, her pictures, her videos, her thoughts, I will question them as something that may not be faithful. So if social media should help me build a relationship, it can also help me destroy a relationship.
That's right.
The basis of everything is what was the foundation that relationship was built on. That is the whole thing about it. Amazing, amazing. Prophet, I'm still coming to you. Do you think it's healthy to post every aspect of your relationship? You know, with social media and all that, you know, you want your girlfriend to post you. Like, let your viewers know, let your contacts know that I am dating you. Do you get? And even some girls, they want you to post them on your social media. So do you think it's okay or it's healthy to post every aspect of your relationship online? There's something this generation, we call it PDAs. Okay. Public display of affection. Yeah. It's funny enough to say that most guys rate this, they take it so much to heart. Okay. They value it. You must show them, you must show the world, you must show their friends, you must show your friends, you must show your parents that I'm the guy dating you. Yeah. And so also ladies, if you're dating some certain kind of ladies and you don't hold their hand in public, they feel like there's somebody in that. There's somebody in that, yes. That you are. You don't want them to know that you're dating me. If I don't want myself to be public, as per social media, I don't want our relationship to be visible to everybody. It doesn't really mean that you would want the same thing. I'll make an example to Banky and Adesua. There was a rumor at the particular time that they were in the same office, in the same space with everybody else, and nobody knew that they were dating until when they announced their marriage. Marriage, wow. So these are persons that, I can also use Simi and Adekunle Gold. Yes, that's true. The social media was moving towards Falz and Simi. Yes. But here we are, boom, Adekunle Gold and Simi. How did they start? When did they start dating? There's a lot of questions about if my relationship should be in public or if my relationship should be secret. Nobody knew that Gege was getting married. Nobody knew that Gege had a particular lady in mind to get married to. Wow. Where have they been all this while? Nobody knew that, what's his name, Theophilus, was dating somebody else. Like, he had someone in mind that he wanted to get married to until, boom, he announced it. So there are some persons that, yes, they want their relationship to be in public. There's a person that, no, they feel like the public has nothing to do with my relationship. My personal life. And the truth is, the public don't actually have anything to do with your personal life. Wow. Because subjecting yourself to bring your relationship outside to the whole world to see, you are subjecting your relationship to be controlled by the whole world. Wow. Because by the time if you hold her hand and post the social media and say you're holding your wife's hand, as a man you should not be doing that. You should operate as a man. You shouldn't do those things are for weak men. And if I'm someone, since I'm already posting my relationship on social media, it means that I'm someone that listens to public. Wow. So along the line, even if I don't do it instantly, along the line I'll start developing the act of separating myself from holding her hands. And that's something that she's already familiar with. That's something that she's already comfortable with. And so it's just a matter of time that relationship with it. Wow. Thank you so much for that contribution. Joyce, over to you. So the same question. Do you think it's healthy to post every aspect of your relationship online?
Not every aspect.
Okay.
It depends on what your partner likes. If he doesn't like posting, then you should not.
What if you like posting? That's the thing.
Then you communicate about it.
Okay.
Not every aspect actually. The relationship should be private, not secret.
I love that word, private, not secret. It's not like you're keeping him.
Something's going on, but they don't know what exactly is going on.
Nice. So are you like one of those girls that will post, you post the hand of the guy today, you post the back of his neck, you know what? Like you want people to know that yes, I'm in a relationship, but no, you. Amazing, amazing. Now speaking of relationships, Joyce, do you think couples should share their passwords together? Like if you're in a relationship with a guy, would you want to share your password with a guy? Oh my God, she just said no, like
you can't.
Why?
You should trust me enough to know I'm not hiding anything. I don't want to have your password and they don't have my message.
But if you're not hiding anything, you should have your password.
You should not know everything
about you.
But okay, I don't want him to see some things with my friends, like girls, whatever.
Okay, girls gossip.
You have my password, you can check everything. So I don't want.
You don't want him to see that. Perfect. Do you think couples should share their passwords together?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bring it to what she said.
No problem.
If the relationship is genuine and it's not new, it's not 2 months old relationship, it's something that both partners already know that it's leading somewhere and it's intense, I don't think there should be question of trust issues. What I'm saying is this: knowing I should be able to leave my phone unlocked and go to do something else without even remembering my phone is unlocked somewhere, and I should be calm about it. If my phone is with my partner, I should be calm about it. There shouldn't be any question of is she chatting to somebody else? Who is she writing at this hour? Have you slept, baby? Why are you still awake? Who are you chatting with? There shouldn't be that. If that thought exists already, then that relationship cannot continue. It's just a matter of time, then it's dead.
Wow.
And sorry, as per the aspect of girls talk, you should know if your man is somebody that is open. What I mean by open, is this somebody that is talkative? Is this somebody that whatever happens here, his friends outside, they already know about it? If he's not that kind of person, then it should be somebody that you can discuss even things that your girls discussed, but you know that discussion will not leave the space of the two of you.
Exactly.
It depends on the maturity that your man have. So if you are dating a boy, it's different from when you are dating a guy or a man.
Amazing. What boundaries do you think couples should set when using social media?
I think, first of all, it should be discussed. Do you like posting your life on the internet? If you do, can we have an understanding of what should go and what should not go? Nobody knows everything.
That's right.
Nobody is an island. A relationship is for two people, not one person. And it's two people trying to become one. That's a relationship that has somewhere headed to, okay? So it's two people trying to become one. So if I know that you're not comfortable with me putting my life up on the internet, I should be able to make accommodations for what you want. It's not me bringing myself down, it's me making room to accommodate you. It's respect for what you want and what you don't want. And if me, on the other hand, I'm coming to the person now that says, I don't like posting myself on the internet, and you like me, or you like showing yourself on the internet, I should be able to make accommodations. Okay, even if I don't like, if she wants to take some certain kind of pictures, I should allow her. You see, there's a former parable, I don't know if you still use, that dog plays, you fall for me, I fall for you, everything will be right. So if I'm able to accommodate you, you should be able to accommodate me. It should be something that is built on understanding. What kills relationship nowadays is not social media. What kills relationship nowadays is lack of understanding and lack of maturity.
Wow.
Those two things. So if there's understanding in a relationship, it tells me that I should make accommodations for your desires, and you should make accommodations for my desires. So if you want your entire life to be on social media and I don't want the same thing, we should be able to look for a standing. That calls for discussion, is the essence of meeting, of understanding each other. Like there's that verbal or communication that dwells between the both of us. So it's isolated from don't do it. Stuff like that. It kills relationship faster because it feels like I'm not seen, I'm not heard. It feels I'm just in this relationship to please you. Where does my desire come into play?
Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Joyce, do you want to contribute to that?
Yeah, I feel like everything should be based on agreement. If it's what, like, you and your partner should just communicate about it first before putting anything out there. So agreement. Yeah.
Agreement, I love that. Okay, because of time, let's have your final words. Perfect. Final words.
I think social media can be used for growth of a relationship or destruction of a relationship. It matters on both partners. You two should be able to communicate with yourself as per what you want and what your partner wants. So that understanding should be there, melted down between you two. I think that's just it.
That's it. Amazing. Thank you so much. Joyce, your final words?
Okay, I feel like digital age hasn't changed what successful relationship is. In aspect of love, trust, honesty, and loyalty. It only makes communication and connection more easier. So social media cannot ruin what is not ruined already. So I feel like the technology makes communication and relationship now easier.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, viewers, you've heard it. Relationships have never been perfect, and social media did not create any problem for anybody. Okay. I'm still your host, Amarachi Azuka, and until next week, stay safe, stay blessed, stay happy. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasha. You might have known about the US-Israel war on Iran. That this time around is that nobody wants to throw bombs, nobody wants to send missiles, none of them want to send drones. But this time around, that saying is going to be the economic D-Day. That everyone in the world is going to put hands together to place this almighty economic sanction on Iran for them to release the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, on President Donald Trump's social media handle, he says right now the Strait of Hormuz is now U.S. territory. And the Iranians are saying, look, Oga, you're just talking your own. The Strait remains closed until you meet our demands. Here we are today. The question now is it turning into an economic war? Or is it still going to be the boss and the boss? Talking about throwing of missiles, sending drones, if possible, sending foot soldiers into the war theater. All these and more will take a look at today's installment of International Forum. With me right here in the studio, he is a professor in the University of Benin, A political analyst, political affairs commentator, both local and international politics is well grounded. Let me to welcome Professor Anthony Ijuere. Thank you so much for making our time to join me this afternoon.
It's a great pleasure to be here as usual.
All right. And of course, I have another brilliant political analyst, political affairs commentator, and of course, it's in the academia also. Join me to welcome Ibrahim Momo. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thanks for having me.
All
Good afternoon.
All the way from France, joining us virtually, a political analyst, political affairs commentator, a clergyman. All right, when Shem joins us, definitely you're going to hear his own side of his analysis about the situation on the ground. We're expecting also Dr. Felix Osareme. He'll be joining us shortly. If time and of course our road situation permits. You know what I'm talking about? If you don't know what I'm talking about, forget about it. Now let's put this show on the road. Professor Anthony, it's like the war is now shifting, because for almost 3 to 4 days, perhaps a week or thereabouts, we've not heard about exchange of gunfire. We've not heard about exchange of missiles or drones between the US and Iran. But I think that might just be giving way for diplomacy, only for us to get to hear yesterday or some few hours ago about the economic D-Day, where every nation of the world must pull hands together to punish Iran. Economic sanctions. Take it up from there. What do you feel about this latest trend in the war between the U.S. and Iran?
Well, it's most unfortunate. Most unfortunate in the sense that you know, over the period, there's been some kind of coming to the round table and looking at the issues and as to how the world can be stopped because of the economic effect and the waste of human resources. And so there was a roundtable talk, and at the point there was ceasefire, and everybody now thought that all is now well, now that. But the Iranians stimulated the whole thing again, you know, by that Strait of Hormuz. They now started stopping cargoes, you know, that are delivering, you know, fuel.
You say the Iranians aggravated the situation?
Yes, yes, by stopping cargoes that were delivering fuel, you know, to various countries, because they must pass through that seaport, you know, to deliver fuel. So one would have expected Iran to consider the interests of other nations, not just the U.S. You know, they have this wrong impression that whatever they are doing to, you know, because of U.S. they are dealing with other. I think that is wrong, because when you talk about international diplomacy, you consider the interests of other nations. You don't say because of you are against one country, therefore other countries will suffer. Oh. We're also aware that they even took the thing further by ensuring that the allies of America around the Persian Gulf, they were also bombing their interests, you know, bombing their economic facilities and all that, all to send message to the allies that they should talk to the U.S. to stop it. But you are enjoying the war, you are budgeting over 65% of your income in army and military weapons, and at the same time you are saying that if these allies do not talk to the U.S., then they will pay the price. What's the business with the ally? So that is the point I'm still making. Why do they want to intimidate and you know, their neighbors in the name of they are fighting the U.S.? If you want to fight, you go straight to the U.S. and fight. So I think they've expanded the scope of the war, and naturally, you don't expect the countries at the Persian Gulf, the Middle East, to also fold their hands. They will cooperate with the U.S. and deal with a common enemy, you know, which in this case is Iran. Okay. So, but it has done a lot of international damage to economies of nations, because most of the cargoes pass through this the seaports, and if you now stop them from moving, it means countries cannot get supply of fuel, you know, which they use for energy in running their industries and so on and so forth. And that in turn will affect the general economic condition of our nations.
Okay. All right, before we go on the break, let's get to hear from Ibrahim Momo. He said the Iranians are the ones aggravating the situation. You gave a reaction. Please give word to that expression of yours.
Well, I like to say that we are all aware. It's the U.S.-Israel war on Iran is something that the whole world is abreast of. First, it was an unprovoked war. There was no basis for those strikes, those killings, those bombings. Because even in their trying to explain the reason for the war, they have been shifting the goalpost. First was to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons, which they didn't want to have, which there's no evidence that they wanted to have, because they were under strict supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA inspectors. They were constantly inspecting all the sites. In fact, the reason why the US and Israel knows where those sites are is because of IAEA inspectors. They move from that now say that the Iranian regime, particularly the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, were killing people, so they're trying to wipe them out. They move from that to now say that Iran is now blocking the Strait of Hormuz. And until Iran unblocks or remove all restrictions, the Strait of Hormuz, they will be under bombardment. It's shifting goalposts. Eventually, it is the US now that is not even blocking the Strait of Hormuz. That is to show the shaky nature of the foundation of that illegal war. Number two, the British against international law, to put it clearly. Now, what the US have now done with a sanction regime, they kept on promoting a D-Day as if it was like the landing of the moon or the landing of Normandy. Because for several days, we were telling you D-Day economic sanctions are coming. And then when they came, what were they? It was a series of future sanctions on 60 entities, individuals and vessels who have been cooperating or working or doing trade or business with Iran. That was all it was. They look at 5 sectors: shipping, aviation, digital assets, technology, and gold. That is certain individuals, vessels, and entities, companies, for example, refuse to stop working, do not stop trading with Iran, then they will suffer future sanctions. So, was that did they? What actually is happening is that, like the international media and those who should know have reported, is that in the world today, US is supposedly the most powerful country militarily in the world. They are the most powerful. But over the Iranian war, the stockpile of arms, ammunition, and all sorts of munitions have been seriously and severely depleted. The US cannot afford to sustain a military warfare with Iran today because of the huge, immense depletion and the cost of replacing these weapons, and the time it takes to produce those munitions are years, not days, not months, not weeks. So the so-called economic D-Day was simply meant to save face. Now that we cannot continue to bombard, why not we use other routes, prevent other people from doing business with Iran?
All right. I will come back to you. All right, before we go on this break, if we go on a break, let's get to hear from Shem. Shem, can you hear me?
Wilson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shem. We'd like to, get to hear from, what do you feel about this economic D-Day being propounded by the U.S. against Iran?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I think if Iran had played their card, were cautious, I think they won't get to this stage that they are now, because the economic onslaught, code name Economic Outcast, that's the code name of this operation by the US on Iran. I think it's meant to strangulate them, and if they were wise, they won't even allow this issue, you know, drag on till this till this time, because I think America has given them, you know, I've tried so much to see that there is a deal that will favor both parties. And in fact, when I read through the proposal and the whole deal that was to be signed, it was very much good. It was also favorable to Iran, because it will make them recover, you know, lots of money, you know, from the US, and it will also open up their ports and open up their economy and open up a lot of things. But you know, from the look of things, it didn't work out, because they kept attacking ships, and it has gotten to a very critical stage now that, you know, from what I hear, it's even difficult to pay salaries of the military and so on. So I think the Operation Economic Onslaught Economic Outcast is going to deal. I mean, is going to be a very decisive blow on Iran economically, because they have exhausted all their cards, and everything they wanted to use to choke the world, you know, have been, you know, it has not gone well for them so far. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shem. I'll definitely come back to you. Yes, with us right now in the studio is Dr. Felix Osareme. I call him the prof, because when he starts analyzing, it's like going through class for a lecture. Thank you so much for being here, Prof. So what do you feel about all this? From what Shem said, it's like Iran, they've exhausted their stockpile. But from what Ibrahim said, he said maybe U.S. also exhausted their stockpile. From what Professor Anthony Jireh opined, he said that Iran right now, they are the aggressors, hence the peace deal cannot just hold water. So what's your angle on this, the economic D-Day?
Okay, good afternoon, Wesley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The situation as it is played out in the Middle East is very complex. It's complex because the Iranians were not the aggressors. They are belligerents. By that, we mean that they are very good at fomenting trouble. And if you bring a fight to Iran, Iran will go all out for you. When Operation Epic Fury started in February, on 20th of February this year, the combined force of the United States of America and IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, launched attacks on Iran, and in less than 48 hours, over 900 different attacks were launched. Now, critically, if we use the templates that we follow in analyzing situations of this nature, we will say that the U.S. is the aggressor, but the person who initiated the problem is Iran, because Iran constitutes a major threat to the Middle East because of their unresolved problem of nuclear enrichment that has been on for years. And this is a problem that cannot be actually wished away. Let me use that term, because over the years, I know right from the time of President Ahmadinejad of Iran, he did say that Iran has a nuclear right. And the world is not actually tendering towards an increase or what we call nuclear proliferation. Rather, the world is looking at limitation talks and reduction talks. So there was a strategic arms limitation talks in the 70s, then there's strategic arms reduction talks, SALT and START. So if we look at it from that angle, Iran is a threat to international peace and stability, even regional stability, because Iran is a prime supporter of Hezbollah and also giving cover to Hamas. We know the antecedent. Even the Houthis in Yemen, the Iranians also bankroll them. But what is critical here is that in analysis of this situation, let us put facts on the table and we can begin to take steps one by one. Fair enough, the threat that Iran posed to the environment, even to Saudi Arabia, this is why it's a critical issue. Iranians are not Arabs. People do not really know the difference. Iranians are Persians. And most of them are, okay, they are Muslims, not most. They are Muslims, but they belong to a different sect in Islam. They are the Shiites, and the generality are the Sunni, which follows the path of Saudi Arabia. So the Iranians are also continuously contesting supremacy with Saudi Arabia, the seat of Islam. So if you look at that point, there's already a problem. But we must not run away from one reality. Yeah. Iran is a very strong state, and they have just taught the US that. Let us take it back again to the Ukrainian war. When Russia attacked Ukraine, everybody said that Russia would just flatten Ukraine within 2 weeks. But most of us said, in conventional war, you will know the day to start, you do not know the day to end. Because you are not going to use nuclear arms. It's only when you are deploying those weapons of end time, let me use that term, that you can say, oh, America will go to Iran and finish Iran in 2 weeks. Russia will go to Ukraine and finish Ukraine within 2 days. Once you are talking of conventional weapons, it is a long drawn out war. And Iranians have now developed one very strong resilience, which is this. When Russia attacked Ukraine, they relied on Iran to supply drones. Those drones were being tested in Ukraine. Those are the drones that Iran has now deployed against the US and our allies in this long drawn out war. And interestingly, the drones are not expensive. What is even interesting is that Iran manufactures those drones by herself. So Iran has self-sufficiency in the deployment of weapons that do not need to be piloted by human beings. Drones are self-guided. All you need is satellites and the technology. Now this brings it to another level. The Iranians, as Professor Jibril said just now rightly, the Iranians decided to escalate the war by using horizontal spread. What did they do? Attacked Oman, attacked
Kuwait,
Qatar, attacked Saudi Arabia. Even as they even launched some missiles and drones to go as far as Cyprus. So Turkey, they went as far as Turkey. Meanwhile, these people are not parties to the conflict. Who were the parties? Israel primarily and the United States of America. But Iran decided to create what we call the concept of total war. By escalating and using this horizontal spread, they will first of all demystify American power. They will create enough discord all over that everybody will be running haters. Nobody will really have time to even say, Iran, you are at fault. They will even blame the US. It was psychological. And it almost worked, because at a point, the allies of the US started looking at how to even safeguard themselves from Iranian onslaught.
It almost worked.
It almost
but
worked.
It didn't work.
No, it didn't. It almost worked because it cost Iran a lot of drones, and Americans also had a lot of ordnance that they expended. Now the drag has started, and when it comes to this war of attrition, that is where war becomes very difficult to conclude. And that's the stage they are both entering
right now. Thank you so much, Prof. I'll come back to you. Professor Anthony, you heard them. For what Ibrahim said, he said, look, Iran has just been done their own. Americans have been the ones shifting the goalposts. Accusation, counter-accusation, still no proof. But right now, they seem to tell the world that for us to really cap, so to speak, Iran, we must go for the economic sanctions. Does it mean that right now US is getting tired of expending their weapons on this war?
Well, I don't really think so, because if we go to the basis of this war, the genesis of this war, we should recall that America is the police of the world. Whether Iranians want to accept it or not, they're the police of the world. Because we shouldn't look at America from the perspective of war alone. We should also look at them from also humanitarian activities. We are aware that most developing nations once they are war, after the effect of war, the Americans in most cases will send their missionaries, send medical facilities, in some cases send food and all that. In fact, they try to make peace, you know, in most countries, especially developing countries in the world. So by that token, if they discover that, hey, one country is trying to be oppressive, especially when the country concerns the Persian Gulf, where their interest is very, very high. So it's only natural that they will clip the wings of such a country so that their interests will remain constant. You know, like Morgan Tao said, the political scientist, he said, other nations' interests can vary, but the interests of that country remain constant. The personal interest of that country remains constant. So the interests of America remain constant. And not just America alone, the interests of the world, because if Iran have this mentality of, the Iranians have this mentality of dominating the Persian Gulf. You know, they want to be the superpower of the Persian Gulf. And by so doing, they now invested a very huge percentage of their budget, up to 65% of their budget, on developing destructive weapons.
Destructive weapons?
Yes, destructive weapons, so that their neighbors will be scared of them. And by so doing, there will be a power to be reckoned with in the Middle East. And they've forgotten that America has bases in most of these Middle East countries. Therefore, America is also protecting not just its interests, but the interests of its allies, and by extension, the interests of the world. Because Iranian terrorism does not just stop in the Middle East. They also export it to other terrorist countries that they believe can promote their interests. So it's not just within the Gulf, you know, they promote international terrorism as well by sponsoring terrorists from other countries. So by so doing, how would there be world peace? Oh. You know, so that's how Americans are looking at it. So that is why some of us subscribe to the idea of trying to stop them from developing that nuclear weapon, because they develop it, the world will be in trouble, and you know, the world cannot be in peace.
All right, all right. Well, we want to go for a break. I want to just think about this question. After that, we'll go on that, but when we return, you give, you know, your answers. Now, for what Prof. Felix said, he said it almost worked. When they're busy attacking other neighbors, you know, saying that they're targeting U.S., you know, bases. Some are saying that it worked. Why he said it almost worked. So you're going to explain that part right after this break. Do not go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, taking a look at the economic sanction that is going to be unleashed against Iran. U.S. called it the economic D-Day. And I have seasoned analysts here with me in the studio to share their views and, of course, their opinions on this particular discussion. It's like right now, it's not the time for missiles, not the time for bombs, not the time for drones. This time around is to go after the jugular of the economy of Iran. Now, Prof said it almost worked when Iran was attacking Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, you just name it. Almost worked. From your own analysis, did it work against the U.S.?
Well, you see, when it came to the war, the 6-month war, from February to July war by the U.S. and Israel on Iran, it appears that, one, the goals are no more clear. So if it works, what was the goal? Initially, it was to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons, which was not even an issue in contention. Iran was faithfully following IAEA inspection, International Atomic Energy Agency.
But it's like you're basically wanting Ibrahim, according to one of the, you know, the conditions given by Iran to the U.S., that they too, they want to have that weapon. No, but the US struck it at the table, so that is not going to work.
That's not true. What if you cannot quote any of the persons, whether it is Mohamed Baghi, that's the Speaker of a Iranian Parliament, or Mohamed Ghalibaf, which is Deputy Foreign Minister, or even the Abbas Araghchi, the Foreign Minister of Iran. There's nobody you can quote, or even the Khamenei, Mujtaba Khamenei, who can quote that said that Iran's intention is to acquire nuclear weapons. There's nobody you can quote to that effect. And my colleagues are here to confirm if any of the Iranian leaders, I've just listed some of them, have declared Iran's intention to acquire nuclear weapons. You see, what the scaremongering comes from a non-understanding of the idea of nuclear technology. Nuclear technology is not only military. Whether it is X-ray, in fact, the lights, Nigeria suffers from light electricity situation because we do not have nuclear technology. Because that is the most stable and viable source of electricity, nuclear technology, among other uses. X-ray that we do is through nuclear technology. So it is at the level of enrichment that it gets to weaponry. So those countries, look at even with the IAEA, we have nuclear hubs now and nuclear hubs now. There are countries who have nuclear weapons, not just nuclear technology. There are countries like the US have, Russia has, China has, France has, and Great Britain has, Israel has, North Korea has. There are quite a number of countries that already, China too, there are quite a number of countries who already have not just nuclear technology, but nuclear weaponry. And so there must be that distinction, that has to be clear. Secondly is that we also need to clear what were the goals? What was the goal of the war? Was it to stop Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, which is not even discussed? Nobody's talking about it again now. Or was it to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before? It was because of the war that Iran closed it. And then the third point is that the idea that Iran attacked its neighbors, whether it is Bahrain, it is UAE, it is Qatar, it is Oman, and so on and so forth. The idea that they attack those, Saudi Arabia inclusive, the reality is that where the things, there are two sets of targets that Iran attacked in those states we have highlighted. One is U.S. bases. U.S. has bases in all of these countries, all the countries surrounding Iran. U.S. has been right. It's Saudi Arabia, it is Iran, it is Oman, it is Bahrain, it is Qatar. It's UAE. The United States of America has its own military bases stationed in all these countries. So all those bases have been destroyed by by Iranian attacks. That's one. The other thing that Iran has done in terms of attack is that every time the US launches an attack on Iranian soil, on its own infrastructure, maybe it is bridges, or it is gas field, or it's even refineries, the Iranians have also retaliated and attacked those critical facilities in countries from which those attacks were launched. It's difficult to fly a plane from the US to Iran without refueling. It's something that you can't do easily. So what the US does, you have this where it can launch from. And it also has, cruise, you have what do you call them now? Aircraft carriers from which they can fly in, like the USS Abraham, for example, or the US Abraham Lincoln. So what we are seeing is that the attacks by Iran, without justifying, because for me, I think that the world is better without nuclear weapons, without even wars. But what you can see from what Iran has done is that it has proven that the only way to secure yourself is to prepare for war. Because if you are that's a maxim we get strategic studies. The only way to prepare to defend yourself is to prepare for war. That's not, there's no other way. What Iran has proven is that if Iran did not have those missiles, cruise missiles, didn't have the drone technology to hit back, Iran would have been decimated. In fact, the cost of the war, the Patriot missiles, Patriot shields that the US is using to shoot down Iranian, cost millions. To shoot a $35,000 drone, you spend about $2 million to shoot that $35,000. So the cost.
The mathematics of cost, yes. All right, I'll come back to it. Now let's get to hear from Shem. Shem, if you want to sit there, right now US said no country should deal with Iran economically, but China is saying they are going to protect their interests. I mean, China is pulling out, but US said China is not exempted. You see this war expanding beyond the shores of Iran, thereby dragging China into this D-Day economic, warfare, so to speak. Shem, are you there? Shem, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. We're having some difficulties hearing Shem right now. I'm going to push that question. Shem, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself.
No, I'm not muted. I'm unmuted.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can
Yes.
you hear me now? Yes. Okay, thank you. You can hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Well, your question about, for me, I don't see much escalation between US and China, because although China has always been a friend of the Iranians because of the deals, they have some bilateral relations, but at the same time, China needs America. I even think that China needs America more than it needs Iran. Yes. So because of both countries share a lot of technological cooperation, and China will not want to lose that that connection with the US. We know very well that recently, not a few months ago, the President of the United States was in China himself, and had private discussions with the President of China. So for that, I don't think there will be much escalation between America and China for the sake of Iran. What I see is that Iran will be more isolated, because even if Iran cannot deal with only China, because right now the US doesn't want any other nation to deal with Iran. So a country cannot just survive with a relationship with just only one country in the world. They need other countries, and other countries are pulling back, because the US sanction is going to hit most of these countries that do business with Iran. So I think very much that the economic sanction on Iran will, in a way, weaken Iran, because so far now they are struggling to pay salaries, and they are struggling to survive with with civil servants, payment of civil servants. And I think for me, I think it's better than throwing bombs and killing and destroying, because if you bomb infrastructure, rebuilding it, one bomb could destroy an infrastructure that would take years to rebuild. But with economic sanctions, I think is more reasonable, because there's less destruction, and I believe it's going to work. And also concerning the Strait of Hormuz, I heard someone mentioning the Strait of Hormuz. This is the last card of Iran. They wanted to use the Strait as their last bargaining chip, but right now it looks like it is failing, because the US has clearly announced that they are going to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and I think Trump once said that he's going to declare that place the US territory, so they can police it, and so far they've been guiding so many ships. Ships are I think over 8 million barrels are transiting that place, that channel every month, and with the guidance of the United States, and I think it's going to increase, because so far we can see that the price of oil worldwide has stabilized, because people were forecasting, with this war is going to get to $150 per barrel and so on, as people were making so many. But so I told you, Wilson, in this program when we began some months ago, I told you that the price is going to go up, but it will come down. I don't know if you remember I said that.
Yeah, I remember.
And so I believe with the stable price of oil, and I pray it goes down again, so that the world recovery can commence, economic recovery.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let me come to you, Dr. Felix. When U.S. made this comment about the economic D-Day, Iran said they are ready for it. They said they are ready. Now, how ready do you think the Iranians are for this particular economic D-Day? That is on one hand. On the second hand, Trump said that the Strait of Hormuz is now a territory of the U.S. Taking it from these two questions.
Well, I do know that Donald J. Trump is very good at making big claims. We cannot deny him that. And I also want to say that the Iranians are known for their very belligerent nature. True. They don't give in easily. Don't forget that Iran and Iraq had a long drawn-out war of a decade years ago. In fact, it was with the support of the US that Iraq was able to trump Iran in that war. Later, people really do not know that whatever Iran is today, it was the US that built Iran up to 79.
Yeah.
Then Iran went to revolution. The mullahs took over. They drove out American supporters. Of course, America also engineered its own problem because they removed Mossadegh from government. You know, this is a long historical story. Now, Americans supported the Iraqis against Iran. Later, Saddam was growing too powerful. They quietly wound him down and removed him from the picture. Who did that? The Americans. Okay, now they are back to Iran. Iranians have learnt their first lesson that they should not be too comfortable with America. So everything Iran is doing is more of a resistance to that domineering capacity of the US. But Iran is going to just have a long drawn out painful experience. They will still capitulate. Let me tell you why. Not that they will fail, because so far America has actually, with the support of Israel, they've eliminated the leadership structure. Moshtaba is there. But what Americans did not actually calculate for is the level of patriotism. And that is where, when we are talking of ideology, nationalism, they are not textbook conditions. They are human feelings, psychological. And the Iranians have this pride in their country, in their culture, in their way of life, that they will choose to die for it, if need be. But recently, there's a shift. Many of the younger ones are no longer following that mindset. No, they are not. That is why this economic sanction will have some impact. Now, how does it work? You see, we'll be talking on Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is actually the last card that Iran has played. But there was another card Iran brought out that nobody is even talking of. Iran sent to Trump, when they started this Operation Epic Fury, the satellite photograph of undersea cables for global communication. And those undersea cables power the internet. People think internet is flying through air. No, it is optical fiber cable buried in the oceans, going around the globe. And that Red Sea, Strait of Hormuz area has a major concentration of these cables. The Iranians quietly photocopied it and sent it to Trump. But you know what? They will not be stupid to cut one of those cables, because they too will be severely affected. Now they are saying, if you hit me, I can fight back, but I know you can beat me, but I will do some damage. So Iran is using nuisance value as a bargaining chip. That's what they are using. And in this situation, you see, in negotiation is always about coming to an agreement. It is about reaching a compromise. Iranians understand that very well. Iranians know that in the long run, America will also want to say, okay, let's do give and take. We will give you this, but you must consider this. The problem with Iran has been this refusal. Ibrahim has actually mentioned the nuclear argument. I understand that point very well. In fact, I have also argued that. That's why I mentioned Ahmadinejad that saying they have a nuclear right. We are aware that nuclear power is used for both commercial, civil and military purposes. But the line is very thin, and Iranians are ready to cross that line. And let us not argue out of morality here that if Iranians have that nuclear capability, the weapons, they will use it. Iranians have never said they will not use it. They are even saying if they get it, and two areas they will test it is Israel and Saudi Arabia. Not even US, they can't get to US. That is why North Korea, Kim Jong-un, is still looking for the kind of missile that will take his own to US. He's still looking for missile. He has tested the one that got to Japan. And at times, in the traditional way, if you cannot hit the main person okay, go to their ally. That has been the position. So Iran is going to suffer more economic downturn. And they've been under sanctions before, for years. Israel has been dealing with them militarily. In fact, Israel does the job for the US. So economically, Iran is not as strong as they have been. And really, for 6 long months of fighting the greatest military power on earth, it will take its toll. What upset Iran's plan, sincerely, is that they thought energy price would skyrocket all over the world, to the point where the global conscience would now say, America, enough. It didn't work. Because Strait of Hormuz only carries 20% of the global crude. And there's also this use of shale oil today that you can crack and crack and crack. Venezuela has been taken over. That was one smart move that Trump did. By the time he had Venezuela in his pocket, oil could flow from that direction. So the US, the Western European countries do not really depend on oil coming from the Middle East. No, I'm not normalizing it. I'm just explaining. It's not normalization. It is reality. That's why we are where we are. If not, oil price would have gone beyond $150 per barrel. Nigeria, that is even not affected. We are looking for trouble for ourselves. Let us not discuss Nigeria. But let us go to the real issue. The real issue here is that, unlike when Russia attacked Ukraine, it affected Europe because European nations depend on Russian gas for heating their homes and powering their industries. But this is not Europe to Russia. This is global. And that 20%, of course, it is significant because it affected China, India, and Southeast Asia majorly. But Southeast Asia also has a rebound factor. Others started doing some price adjustment. So there was no massive rollout plan from governments to sustain these shocks. Iran is not using that to survive. Iran has a stockpile of resources. Iranians have lived for years under sanctions. And they are still going to ask the people. So the people will soon start asking, how much sacrifice are we going to make? And that is where the challenge is coming. That is the narrative America is pushing. So they gradually continue to screw the boats such that the people will now react. And the people have already started protesting against the Iranian government before this debacle started.
Thank you so much. I'm pressed for time right now. Prof. Anthony, you're going to give us the last line on this. How do you think this will pan out? With the sanction, the economic D-days, we're going to have the most devastating effect on this umbrella.
Yes, I think both nations, both Iran and US, should consider the interests of global economy, especially Iran, instead of concentrating on escalating the war through attack of American allies. They should consider the fact that it's also affecting their own economy, and therefore apply some break and go back to a negotiating table and let the world have peace, because it's not helping them, it's not helping global the economy, and it's not helping the economy of its neighbors. So if there's nothing to gain in war, so there's no need.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Well, Ibrahim, quickly, in less than 45 seconds.
Well, I think the message is simple. The world is safer when we all sheathe our swords. Belligerence or exporting terrorism or even attacking sovereign states has never worked and will never work. The idea that U.S. is the policeman of the world, that's the reason it has the right to attack a city, as it did in Venezuela. I was talking to my friend, I said, you are normalizing it. You know, the U.S. went into Venezuela and captured a sitting president. That's criminal. War crimes. That's a high crime, you know, global terrorism. So we don't normalize that. That's a criminal act. That the U.S. did it and got away with it means that it can go to Iran again, kill a sitting Ayatollah, sitting head of state, and get away with it. I think that's where I think that Iran has done a good job on a pushback. They have told the U.S. that this is it's not international law, it's against international law.
All right.
And we cannot accept such acts against us.
Thank you so much. Shem, if you can hear me your last line on this, do you feel that this will have any impact, or should we just talk till and run?
I didn't hear you.
Do you feel that the D-Day economic sanction will have any impact, or the U.S. should just stop the war, go back home?
No. But of course, it's already having impact. It's having impact because, you know, look, if people don't have money, can they make bomb and make drones? Is it not money you use to make bomb and drones? So I think it's very impactful because you need money to pay your service members. You need money because, look, lack of money can even create an internal civil war in a nation. Thank you very much.
It's going to have an impact, because if there's no money, even your closest ally can turn against you. Let's see how does it pan out. Gentlemen, thank you so much for a wonderful analysis. Sherman, thank you, despite your busy schedule, able to join us all the way from France. Let's see if this really bring an end to the war. The DD economic sanction. It hasn't been another sanction, but would this one be the mother of all sanction? If it is going to be the mother of all sanction, is it going to bring to an end this disturbing war? We'll do this again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ògo. Báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota la nyuma ugi bota vese maadu ugi bota na du la no kwa ya demode maadu ge ugi bota de na ni wa okay ka bo akan ma ya fe sisense kate awe okaigele iredo no mono ba gbe na tie ona tie ya fe ya na gba begwa eni ya fe ma gwa kan ni wa no gun e ni no gun egwa yebe na ore ma wo tan re pastor kabaru namu
Iwe do no women wa be ne kai wa be idayo wa bi tota ofan bo sa ba go yaro oba atokpe
ise ore wa le ti ma le Victor Jisugbe
Dona uzomo wa wesedu wana gbe okoto ya dan he erin matare urana kugbakere osalo bono ri ho ngwa ya hene wa be anu na lele oba atokpe ise
me osa boss en je no ye no ri do ba yo fa we do ya fe ina be ha ka gbo ni ye worldwide me be to wa ya fe osa ba no je man ma ya fe
ise
oba atokpe
ise
anyway re ma gbo ka wọ́n wá wọ́n kà á lè dìde rẹ̀ ẹ̀dùn ọ̀pẹ́ ìmàkẹ́yìn ló kàn án ṣùgbọ́n láyé tó ta òkìkí náà mọ̀nàbọ́nà jìnnà tí ẹ̀yà fẹ́ kéná yáyù láwẹ̀ náà kéná má yáyù láwẹ̀ wọn láti àwẹ̀jọ́ wèé ní agbá òde ní agbèrè ní orí ìyé ẹ̀ lámẹ̀kì náà dọ̀lẹ́ yẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mẹ́ náà ní wọn ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ìrìnà kẹ́kẹ́ náà kàyùwà ẹ̀ na miewe ezono ro nuwa we dadu wu orewo dadi gwe onu wa kan yi kede ade tewe oto na we kin inu oto na kin inu ya niye ma ewowo inu ya niye ma jo we ewo jo we ye inu ya niye ma oka ewo ka oye inu ya niye ma logi ewo logi ye ena ya fe ni wa e ma ho na gwa kan wọ́pọ̀ ìwà ní ẹ̀rùdáwẹ́ ọba máa ọ̀kàlẹ̀ kúròyè lọ́kàlẹ̀ iná bá máa wọ́n ọjọ́ wẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́wẹ́ làdíyàn ọ̀rẹ́kọ̀ mẹ́jọ làdíyàn ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbọ́jọ́ wẹ́ ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbẹ́wò ní wọ́pọ̀ ìwà náà èmi ni ọmọ adéyọ́ ni wọn sẹ́yà ó tẹ́do máa ẹ̀kẹ́ náà láì ọ̀rẹ́ ìrìnà rẹ̀ èdánwẹ̀rẹ̀ wò láti ẹ̀ máa kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ kẹ́sọ́ adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ wẹ́ká adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ rọgbà adé máa ń kèrò tẹ́ máa lá ọrọ̀gbà ya kàn sẹ̀ èkó anábùkú anáàrí Ghana ẹ̀wọ̀n àti ẹ̀gá anáàrí Sierra Leone ọrọ̀gbà ọ̀ọ́yẹn ni yàfẹ́ wà ní ẹ̀dẹ̀dọ̀ Dahomey ọ̀nàdé ọ̀nàwẹ̀yẹ ìwọ̀n lè Dahomey ìsí Dahomey òbí sára àánú ìyàwó nọ́wé kan kó ìyókò orí ẹ̀dùn pa ẹ̀rọ ààzẹ́ ìrànlá àti ìwádìí Dahomey ìsí Dahomey ọ̀nàdò òkú èrè ìyẹ̀wò ahóni àti Benin Republic alákòóyọ̀ níwọ̀n wáyà sí ní yàfẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ́nàwẹ̀ òwú akẹ́yìn manọ́mà ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ ní wà manúwà ọ̀kàyè ìrìnà tí wà bá òtò wà rà ní ìgbúwapá ọ̀rẹ́ ìwà kí ẹsẹ̀ inú náà ẹ̀ṣà ní ẹgbà ìwà ẹ̀ṣà ní ìgbúwà ọ̀rùkú lè máa hàn sábà ní ìgbòkó láìwọ́ náà lẹ́yìn ni máa ń tọ̀ ní bó wáyé ìyẹn náà tọ̀ ní tó tààrí ìyẹn arúgbó kó bọ̀ àrídè ní àkùnrin máa yẹn gẹlẹgẹlẹ rẹ̀ ní àkùnrin máa yẹn kẹwọn rẹ̀ ní àkùnrin máa yẹn mádàgbáyò rẹ̀ ní àkùnrin máa yẹn níyàfẹ́ rẹ̀ ìyẹn àṣẹ ikọ̀ ilẹ̀ ẹ̀wò ni máa ń yá ẹ̀ èyí náà yàfẹ́ anáwó náà gbà òde wẹ̀ òye ẹ̀ náà tẹ́wẹ́ pásítọ̀.
Dọ́mọ̀sá ilé ìdùnnú ọgbọ́n wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ká wà dáhùn ẹ̀ mẹ́ nírí máa ìnáná gbéná ya gùn àkà mẹ́ ìwìnà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀. Nígbàwẹ̀ dèmí zẹ́ nọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀ náà rẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ nàrà mìíràn ìgẹ́lẹ̀ veni wa be dion ga itota yo gwe dion a kenana do ikoge no wa ige le na agie ni aya we uwu imwani garo agie ni abode no yiyoko oge ewuni nu dana mi we de mi na iga sunu emi wa edion wa aberima iyese ti yo ha iyese ti je kenuguye a na ya igo ke na mi we igere lade obona eni wa edi o ma ri lade obona pa la wa yo bo wa ro o ya de tota oro ara mi we igele ni bu ya fe lo so pin ya me oka lotu na ti oka igele so pa oka igele ni ogwe edi o ma abe ni wa idu iko na ya ni na taba ye ke pa ya gwe igele du ko we eme no la dia be ikeni wa no de na ke o geni sokma aga zema no ga fe o asefeni no e abode o piano
erike na dionia o etochi no o roya ka bode wa bi emi ne so no isun la nia kebe meme odomomu ya so re asefe ni bun e mo domomu na nia ni bun na yi mi we ya dun ya mu na ke kidnapping e ka je le no ra sefe ni wa vigele la wo abe owe aba video abo we awa la wo ai te miere e yo domomu ni ki ase ke wa ya se ke oba agwali amune iya ile se na ni amua imuno ka je le ba sefe ni bun enigi edioma woni ojo we woni ozugboge awon ozugboge awon na la wo emeri mamu no ba na doku apolopolo runda echi wa we na pade ruwe na ra oyoto na ohie abode na ya he ni awe ni magari biye ni muni go ge mu maria emune mu saka be maria na pade na fe ugu na be kebo owe amiewe owo no na amiewe iyota ọ̀rànlẹ̀ ìwọ̀rẹ̀
ọ̀sẹ̀
ẹ̀dùn àtọ́pẹ̀
ẹ̀yìn wa wà ẹ̀ nọ́tà ọmọdé bá ti awọ kàyè lè yá fẹ́ ẹ̀zẹ́rẹ́lì káàtà sí alágun yàgùn ẹ̀rìn látàmì ẹ̀yà ẹ̀ lè dádọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ òwúlá ẹ̀dádọ̀ awọ kàyè lè wà ní ọ̀hẹ́ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ wà tó bú wa rẹ̀ kù gbé wà yá amẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà á do ọmọ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ wà á náà do ẹ̀ wàá kí ààrẹ ní wọn wàá èkó èso wọ́n wà yà ní wàá èkó èso òtọ́ ní wàá kí ààrẹ ní wàá yà kókò gbá ọ̀rẹ́ èkèlú wọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó ńlá òtọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó state kẹwẹ́ kátíkátẹ́ Benin City dèkènà ńlá lọ́dẹ́kan òdẹ́zẹ̀ sápẹ́lẹ́ gbáràn òdẹ́zẹ̀ mìíràn gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ òdẹ́zẹ̀ ẹni ìyàfẹ́ rẹ̀ àyàmúmàmì máa yẹ ma enya ne ma so nya we nya nyara nya ami mai eso ro wo wode re wo ka o gelegele nya ma ko na mo yo wa pe gelegele iko eni were wa nya uzon we nya wa nya ma ya yo pe nya ke ariwa but so pa nya nya to o tene bizu gbezo
domo aba wa wese abina yunu kan na ako wa so won yen otemeta bange e cavalry ona wo take we mu wa hu we iyotan oloho mi na we ahie tani awe o kari ten do yi we epin mu ewe idun wele ne gbege ye na nya iyotan na do aloho epin na do amu ewe idun wele wọ́n sì gbé ìbéèrè àná òfurufú náà àtìlẹ́bí wa náà àmàtí èmi ìkwárò náà ra òhun àmúmi náà ọwọ́ ìwòhó ra kọ́ yé náà wọ́n bá ọ́nà mi ẹwẹ́ ẹ̀yìn gbèlè náà gbèlè pàgbèrè rẹ̀ lónìí màá sí ìwọ̀n dédégbé wa pàgbèrè rẹ̀ wà gẹ́yìn rí ẹ̀ yẹn náà pàgbèrè rẹ̀ ọ̀rá lọ́wọ́ atemi ewe ogodo mu ogun wa do gbe na gbiri na atemi ewe do vewa otedo huda owe do yuma sopon ewon pa eyin ata mami ri imara gele kukugbe huda we akukugbe ora agbowe na manase ti buwen akukugbe ora agwize nege na fun na ahukwa mami orin ọ̀pá ọ̀mọ́ máa bòwó òwò ìṣòro tọ́ àmì owó ní ìsẹ́yìn mọ̀mọ́ òwò ẹ̀nà ayé ọ̀tọ̀ ó máa lè kí wáyé ọ̀rúwẹ́pọ̀ wa fún ìdọ́ ni yóò ní tùtì àwẹ́ ìka ilé lè ná bá zẹ́ ọba máa ń wà ọbẹ̀ yẹn ń mùsù wà ìbò ọba àdọ̀lẹ̀rò àárín wà bá ọ̀hún àná máa ń yẹ fún wa láti yẹ wẹ̀rẹ̀dógún ẹ̀dọ̀lẹ́rò yìí ọ̀hún wẹ́ usu ọ̀pá n'ọba n'ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn èyí nìkan ó ní kẹ́nu kàfù wẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ èmi ìwé yọ náà ta gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àbí kíkì ní wá ilẹ̀ ga ọ̀ẹ́dọ̀ náà wùgà mìíràn ó kàkẹ́ ìrìnlẹ̀tẹ̀ mu ní ọ̀hán mágbọ́n yíyó ìmú hùn dáná rẹ̀ gbà mí yẹ pòpá ara mu mẹ́ ọlọ́gọ́ tèmi ẹ̀ mílíọ̀nù ẹ̀rọ àfẹ́ gbẹ́làdìyàn kèwádìí pàánìyàn dera na mi ewe ọ̀run pa taiwe èmi sunu wé ní àwọ̀ ìrèlè ìyàn vẹ́lá dìá ìyàn lágẹ̀lẹ̀ lẹ̀ bí mú dáwé ìrèlè ọ̀run ha ọ̀run yàn ẹ̀rọ ìwẹ̀ náà bí ọ náà yòówù rà wọ́n tọ̀ wọ́n kèénu ọ̀tọ̀ wẹ̀ la wọ́n kèénu gbò ewé ràyọ̀ ọlọ́tún ọ̀rẹ́ ìwọ̀n àwọn ọlẹ́dẹ̀gbẹ́ nìyà òun yẹn sẹ̀ ti ìhà ní sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ sẹ̀ ti ìhẹ̀wò ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ òun yẹn là ìhẹ̀wò sọ̀rọ̀ na sɛ ɔmotɔ wɔn wɔ motɔ ɔrɔ yeke rudɔ ni wala hɔ enyime na ɔma ado yuvie ni wa kiegbe wɔ na gɔba dɔlɛ wo yi ɔba atɔkpɛ yi.
iṣẹ́ ẹni wọn ẹyà ìwà ẹ̀yìn màtánà àwọn kàwélè ẹ máa bọ́ gbogbo ọ̀nà ọ̀sẹ̀ gbígbélé ewọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ gbígbélé ewọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ gbogbo ọ̀nà ni wọn ẹ mà látánà ni wa kugbe e ka wo gbe no idun e wo no ku we no ka ye lo we ye unda wa gbule ba me uwu o we da doge e kinu wu la we nu wo wa fi bo la o kekan we wa gbo e kan e o ko wo wa ma ye hana o ko wo wa do me we o ko wo wa adodo wa mu o ko wo e kinu wo re do la ona gun akana na mewe odomo omuma idu na wa mu yi no nuwa ji okugbe be no ye na mewe de ohun inare amadu mamu mama ile ko awowa wa ile ri do anu lebuya ori Abuja ma do lo wayi mo lo ba yuta o wa dole ni wa to lowo de yimo ya kan ko re gene de eya yero ìyẹn rẹ̀ nìbó wí nẹ̀ sọpọ̀ ara gba lọ ara mìọ́ ìbìnrin nà lọ́rọ̀ àmìọ́ náyà amú ìgbé ẹ̀ẹ́nù wẹ́ yà rọ eré odò yà àgọ́ ẹ̀ oge fàákan wúwà dùn wúwà rẹ̀wò ọmọ sùn nẹ̀dẹ́ ǹda ọba ọgbà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ màyàfẹ́ rẹ̀ èyí náà wé náà rò ẹ̀ àrùn kátékáté ọ̀rẹ́ náà sùn sí rẹ̀ ẹ̀wò náà ose gege gbuwa ima wa yin wa dado re ku gbagba ni ye ogba na mi ewe ku gba no ari gba ni ara ri osisi dawe ba we ara ri ope ya fian umo no we eni yabu na na we ko ri opi ari ero oloro ya azi owe keni ade oge no ni atayin di iya mi ilasiwa ebi so yin a eyaro o are wo na we ewa to boy no we gbere na no ya kan ko ni bu ya fe eya yiro ni wa na me we ma de ewo na yese ne lo mi ma tan e be kan bon ni
edunu pẹ̀lú edi owe okairo kebe okayele o sanogo do ayu wa we nta unta ni dase fe ni unta we gberaге ogo fuwe no nunda eri ma mo no ba na doku apolopolo wori ze okagele osanogo do azodion we ara miewe oba we gbe zokao enigi le la se fe ya otedo be na ga ya dole boyi no na ya fuwe o tornado bi we bi mala avege fuwe akinle ya ariwo ye po be na mara be o we oligi we zo eyi ma si o tebu unda ege ede na ya miewe ogagi seve e mono ri de wa do awo gbe gui ka we ba isi ayo to fe ma e ke no ma ke ni afi unji ya ga fi uyo ebe soro no kaye leje ebe ya kaye leje ne dio weye anu karapila la pisen na dolu poji so para fi enu to ebe soro ro owe nu we ka be otene ka e ba we ekwe no be pe adu amu egbe o yo ka gbo egele unda na ye igele ka ni ki abode emeki emenwa emegbeyo aleba asi amen di adu yo babo eni ni na no ka je na begele ki eni na la wo eri ma tuwa o ọmọdébọ tuwa o ọmọkùnrin wa èmi zẹ lọsàlọpàá náà zuwa yìí la lẹ́nu ẹ̀ náà sẹ́ àwọn akawẹ́ ìrànà kọ́tẹ́ àrẹ yẹ gbúrò làwa ara ẹ̀ yẹn jánẹ́rẹ́ yọ aládìí àbábá yìí wẹ̀ nàìjíríà náà àyí ní ìmànà ọ̀dẹ́ mọ̀ wá bọ̀ dẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ ní dẹ̀ dáàdúdú ààrẹ òde
dáadáa ẹ̀wọ̀ akọ̀ọ̀dẹ́
tó dẹ̀ dáadáa ẹ̀wọ̀ akọ̀ọ̀dẹ́ ìmẹ̀yẹ ugbókun gìẹ̀ wíkẹ́ ni ugbókun dàrí ọ̀nẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ àárọ̀ ugbókun gbéyàgbó gbìyàn òṣìṣẹ́ alára ya dún yà ní ìfànà ìbí ẹ̀rẹ̀ yà á bí yẹ ìmùnà ní àwọn rẹ̀ gbé èèyàn yà kí àbá sọ yà á rẹ̀ yà yà ẹ̀rọ bí ẹ̀rọ làdí ẹ̀rọ yà á kà nà wà á gbé nínú gbóni wà tó gbé ká ìmùnà ọgbà akọ dé ọgbọ́sọ́wọ́ ayé kefu gèogé èyà wà á rẹ̀ àwọn òun ayé abòsí mọ̀ bọ́ anado ní ẹwẹ́ ìrẹ́ so ní ìdẹ́ ẹ̀rọ la mú mi yẹn yíyá ni mo èso àyíká yìí mẹ́so wọn ọ̀sán àgbàgbé yẹn náà yíká rẹ̀ na ọ bụ amụọ position na awere na arụ anado ní ẹwẹ́ ọ̀nàdó yóò tọ̀ ihe sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀ mọ̀ náà náà akọ dé lójúgbó dáná akọ dé àdékọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ wí má lè náà so ihe ìpa dákòtà yàrá ọba fi yàrá ìdákọ̀ ọba fi dé èmàtòsákọ́ ní amú ugbẹ̀sọ ẹgbọ́fìnì sẹ́ ọgọ́gẹ̀dẹ̀ àrùn ẹ̀ ní agbé lọ́sísí ní ayọ́sísí gbé o ẹ̀dọ́fìnì sọ́gọ́gẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ayọ́sísí gbé ọ̀rọ̀ àrùn wọn mọ̀tòsákọ́ àmọ́ wàá wọ̀ nánà ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ìbẹ̀ wá ní ewé èmọ́ ìbò akọ́ dé òdúgbò alága mú ní apọ̀pọ̀ lára òwò mú gbẹ́ ògbọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lára òwò mú gbìyàn wọ́n àmì ìyànú fánà ìyàn ara akínyàkínyà òdó ọ̀rọ̀ yóò sì fi à àwọn àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀mú yẹn àmọ́ ẹ̀rọ ọjọ́ wèé gbèsè àgbèsò àbúrò gbèsè àgbèsò àdébọ̀rẹ́ ìmú náà ẹ̀yẹ lè nìyí ẹ̀rọ náà lè náà rà ó ló tọ̀ èyí dáṣẹ́ ti sùn wá èyí yàmì àárín yẹn tèmi mú ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yóò tọ̀ náà láwọ náà sí mi náà tó wa mọ̀rútù ewé madina ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀nọ́pàrútù mariade gbàdúrà ayé sí gbèlégbé náà wàbí akúgbe lóòdẹ́wò màmá gbanimá ẹ̀rọ ọdẹ náà mímọ́ àwọn ní aradó agbámisìkàwé ẹ̀yà bùrẹ̀dọ́dẹ ara rẹ̀ rà yìí ẹ̀tì wáyà gbèlégbé náà wà mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ́lẹ́ náà wàbí agbèrè àwọn ọ̀dà yìí hàn wàbí máa mú òkú ọ̀dà yìí hàn ẹ̀ẹ́mì máa dọ́ àwọn ìgbégbé máa kọ́ nura ọ̀hánà mú ìmẹ̀ náà níyàwó ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀mọ́ tù yà láwùtẹ́ do ni màdá gbégbé máa kọ̀ kí á tó àgbè wíwá lòdù ọ̀gí yà bá nìyàwó ẹ̀ wàyà gàn yàrá síbá yàrá mi ọ̀wà náà nẹ́rẹ́ tọ̀ yà yẹ tẹ̀bí àyè sí fi ẹgbẹ́ wa òmùmàmá yìí kọ́ ni màá gbá rẹ̀ yọ ẹ̀gẹ́ ni òbí yẹn lọ́dọ̀ kóhùn kò sábà lọ́dọ̀ gbogbo yóò ní akóhùn ọ̀pá àtọ́pẹ́
iṣẹ́ ìníwọ̀n ẹ̀yà ìwàdà ẹ̀rìn màtánà àwọ̀ká rẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ọjọ́ wèé àwọ̀ká àwẹ̀ nígbà ọ̀rẹ́ wò wa ẹ̀yìnmọ̀ wa gógun àná ọ̀dà ìrìnàṣẹ́ mọ̀nátánà rọ̀mà pẹ́nà ní mọ̀nà bá tú wà yáfẹ́ ọ̀nà tú wà yìí kọ́ ọ̀nà gùn wà gùn wẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ lẹ̀wọ̀ yẹ ẹ̀ wà ẹ̀ dùnà sí ẹ̀ máa wà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wù sọ ẹ̀ nọ́wẹ́ rí ẹnu wà nọ́wẹ́ wù nú wà wẹ́ ìgbèmí náà hẹ́rẹ̀ nùwẹ́ yà mí wẹ́ ẹ̀ má ta yẹn gí wà hùn nẹ̀ nàmíwẹ́ àkúgbé arọ̀ ọ̀nù wà ẹ̀yìn mọ̀nà ìwé ìgbéwé ya ìbò tánà nàkúgbé gèlè arọ̀ ọ̀nù ẹ̀ inú wa ọ̀tẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ̀ yẹn bọ̀ ni.
àmì abọ́ káyọ̀lẹ̀ kékeré ìgọba dọ́lẹ̀ bò ẹ̀ àyè gun akànnà abọ́ káyọ̀lẹ̀ ń pọ̀ náà kó amúwáyé náà ọ̀wọ́n náà bá gé òun ugan náà kó àyẹ̀ ha yẹn ni nígbà àádúẹ̀kẹ́ ọba náà fi àbọ̀ náà yóò hàn mí rí ẹ́ èrè yẹ rọ̀ mà náà ló sàmúdìàké òhàn àmì ẹgbẹ́ ọgbẹ́ ìrùn àmùdíà ní yóò kó tọ́bù wọn pí ara àmùdíà náà rẹ̀dẹ̀ tọ́bù hàn wá. èrò wọn bá tọ́ kí n aṣọ wẹ̀rẹ̀ nù tó sàrẹ̀ kí n rí aṣọ ẹ̀ ń lágẹ̀lẹ̀ mọ̀ gbé lórí àwọn iná. awọ kàìrèlè ń wù dáadọ́ bò àyẹ̀kùnú wú dáadọ́ rẹ̀ la tèmọ̀rá rí zẹ́ mú dáwẹ́ wà múdìà yọ̀wẹ́ amásìmí àyà ó yà á fi bọ́yọ̀ rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó wẹ̀ náà yà bàkú adowẹ n'ebutu ẹgbẹ shift ground ọ̀nà sikọ̀ bọ́nà kéré n'ọ̀pàrọ̀ sikọ̀ bọ́nà kéré gbẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́pẹ́ máa dẹ́ sè bá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ fi bọ́ yẹ ibà tẹ kẹsù gé gbogbo ogi ìva gbogbo ẹ pátápátá adòfin ẹ yé ìva ayé ní ọ̀nà ẹ̀rọ wọ́n ẹgbẹ́ mọ́tẹ́nyà ẹ̀ o ọ̀nà yẹ dẹ́ n'ọgbà ọ̀ma bẹ bìyàn àyè pa ọ̀rọ̀ aye nana fiawu ọ̀rọ̀ aye nana tọ ọwẹ utọ mẹrẹ gbọba kan gbomi we utọ mẹrẹ rọ wúlọ wẹẹdì náà náà àti ọ ní nọmákìyàn máa yọ pẹtẹpẹ bá bá wù ẹ náà ọwọ àwọn àwọn ìyá wíwá wà kọ wíwé wa tọ ni wíwá yà fún ìdẹyọ ẹ gbá ọwọ á ní máa gbọ wọn ọmọ ìgbó wọn ní wọn náà mìíràn ọkẹrẹ ọba àtọpẹ yìí.
ìṣe èyí wa àwọn ọkà ọbọ gbogbo àná màmí èbè nà ọtúmọpá gbẹrẹ ọkà ọyìtè màrọ ọkà ọyìtè akẹ́zọ yẹ ẹ̀yẹ wa ẹ̀yẹ náà pẹ èyí ọwọ́ kan ọkẹ́ náà wà nínú kẹ́yàrọ̀ ọkà ayẹlẹ àwẹ wàmí àmúbọ lẹ́wẹ̀gbẹ̀ yàsẹ̀gbẹ̀ ọdún wòye ìmàhóni màtá làdí hàn wẹ ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ní wàá gùn olùyàrúwẹ́ kú wa wẹ náà kà ayẹlẹ wẹ ọkà ọdún wòye tó bú wẹ mú wa ní ọpa èyí tọpa ọkà òye ọkà òvé ní bóyá fẹ ọdún wòye wọ ọkà ayákòókò wẹ̀ lókùgbé òtótẹ ọdún wòye ọkà òye òtótẹ ọkà ọdún wòye yé ọdún wòye ọdún ẹ ní ẹwò sọ̀rọ̀ ọkà enóge arọ ọkà ọrọ ọdún arọ enóge ya ìzẹ ọkà ọrọ ìzẹ ọdún wòye kìlọsẹ sọpá ọdún wòye nàkànà ọrọ gbẹdùn ọlá àwọn èmi yòtò bọ́ọ̀sì èmi rẹ àmọ́ wẹ́ ọbẹ̀wò náà sọ ọ̀bọ ló mú gẹ ọkà ṣùgbọ́n èyí ẹ̀kọ́ èrè náà yé náà níyàn ọwọ́ bá kẹyàfẹ́ ọkà ọjọ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ yàfẹ́ nọ̀kà òye wà tó bó wà nọ̀kà ní orí tẹ̀nà wà gbé ọkùtọ̀ àwọn ètò wà yàfẹ́ náà wẹ̀ nọ́ gèfà wẹ̀ lẹ̀ wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ á dín ègbè wọ́ ǹda ọmọ kẹ̀kẹ́ náà wà ní tẹ wà dòlúgà wẹ̀ òdẹ̀wẹ̀rẹ̀ gbẹni matana na kugbemi kina aro nuwa yakini wa maka bo pon re e ma ya fe ni da hima ugi ore ibota e ma ta di na e ma ma mu gi ibota di na yoto oba atope
ITV, certainly the best.
àsìkò orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great to be here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects.
And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on that. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. Okay. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you
which is which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yeah, jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in grammatical context, some people seem to interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect. And so we cannot excuse it.
What inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect
low,
of emptiness,
self-esteem?
like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his
presence? I
presence?
feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be gradually to erode away, and will become better, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens. You understand?
The problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you just joined us, it is the Guy Sangat Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing
is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this naturally comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't really talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, go on. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're seeing that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I'm just being insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. then also knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up and say, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want it. But no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah. You must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a
In other words, it might not even be the same.
No. You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my future, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication,
yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study, understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too. They see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see. And I'm communicating I communicate with Bennett, like, I like what I say. And he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute. So you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself.
Okay.
If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? No, we are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Higato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Yeah. Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time, we're going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm the Author Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go on the left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing it. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of sport though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. You understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
RTV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites